This story begins 249 years ago in a small town. The surprised townspeople froze in the square, raising their heads to the sky and watching the events in a trance. One of the men, to whom a girl clings, raises his hand, pointing with his finger at what had already become the focus of everyone's attention. Unconcealed fear and confusion are visible on the faces of the people. Huge interdimensional gates opened in the sky, and then they descended. Those who in the future would be called demons. There were countless of them, and in the eyes of the people, they were real monsters. They looked different, but one thing united them. Their appearance was terrible. Many-legged, fanged creatures, some of which had wings, others had snake-like tails. After their appearance, they declared that they were conquering humanity. This was the beginning of the demon invasion. Chaos and death reigned on Earth. The monsters destroyed everyone, sparing neither children nor the elderly. Understanding how serious the situation was, the Orthodox Alliance created the Heavenly Corps for demon extermination. It boldly declared that it would subjugate them. 3 days later, they encountered a demon squad in Manhwa and were literally wiped off the face of the earth. The bodies of the brave warriors covered the entire field where the battle took place. A year later, during this time, half of the population of the Central Plain was killed. Orthodox and unorthodox Murim forces united to form the last line of resistance in Sichuan. The heavy and bloody battle lasted more than half a month. The warriors who dared to stand against the invaders fought desperately, realizing that here and now the fate of all people was being decided. 90% of the resistance army was killed, and the Central Plain was officially destroyed. The survivors became slaves and were taken to the demon realm. One of the participants in the battle, who suffered the same fate as all those unlucky enough to survive, walks with a metal collar on his neck, chained together with prisoners like himself. Shackles are on his hands. He looks extremely emaciated. Wounds and abrasions are visible on his bare torso. 5 years have passed. The young man wears a helmet on his head, to which numerous wires and tubes are attached. Despair is evident in his eyes. The young man, who from birth could not use energy, was classified as a rare type. Bound by hands and feet, he is securely fixed and cannot even move. Numerous mechanical limbs reach toward him, some equipped with sharp blades. Above his head is a lighting device in the form of a disc emitting red light. After various experiments and brainwashing, he became part of the Demon Kingdom's subjugation army. Now he marches alongside those who were his enemies just yesterday. Decades passed after that. He invaded other dimensions and carried out massacres. He killed, mutilated, destroyed. There was no more mercy or compassion in his heart. After 75 years, he became a military slave. His merits were recognized, and he was awarded the rank of commander among demons. He began to look no less terrifying than they did. The lower part of his face was adorned with 2 uncovered rows of sharp and strong fangs, and purple fire blazed in his eyes. 120 years after he was promoted to commander, something happened that once again radically changed his fate. He finally learned about this. He lost 50 years trying to find the conditions and ways to manifest it. He had to act under the vigilant supervision of demons, showing extraordinary dexterity and cunning. The heavens themselves came to his aid. After 65 years, he began the uprising he had prepared for so carefully and for so long. 1 week after the start of the uprising. Present time. Ruin and desolation reign everywhere. The bodies of killed people lie on the ground. There are many of them, some bodies pierced with arrows. Among them are dead demonic creatures. The instigator of the uprising, whose face is hidden by light strands, coughs and blood streams from the corners of his mouth. Above him towers a flame-engulfed creature, whose head is crowned with powerful horns. The tormented instigator bitterly admits that the uprising has failed. He kneels trying to cover his ears with his hands, but the demon's loud voice still cannot be drowned out. The demon does not hurry with the execution. Looking at him, the demon says, "What a disappointment." The demon king Tarant asks, did he risk all his savings for a rebellion of this level? Then he mockingly says, "Schwitz von Grentel." The kneeling man grits his teeth, then says, "Let him not call him by that despicable name." Throwing his head back, he proudly declares that his name is Sabigan. The demon king is silent for a few moments, then says that he really does not understand. The man's head bows, stubbornness shining in his eyes. Tarant admits that he has been watching people like him all this time. The demon king says that although the man's abilities and talents are meager, he has always had a persistent desire to survive regardless of the situation. That is his only strength. Tarant asks Sabigan, why then did he decide to act so recklessly after everything? The man answers, because he had to experience it at least once. Again throwing his head back and looking angrily at the demon king, he adds, so that next time when they fight, he could be sure of victory. Sabigan says he has no other choice but to fight the king at least once. Tarant answers that his words sound quite interesting, but this is also a foolish way of thinking. He asks the man, Did he really expect that he would give him a second chance? That will not happen. Sabigan will die here and now. The man raises his bloodied hand with twisted fingers. He says he will not allow the Demon King to kill him. Clenching his teeth, the bleeding Sabigan suddenly jumps to his feet. Tarrant watches him with surprise, not understanding what is happening. A wild scream bursts from the man's mouth. The ground on which he stands seems to explode, and a pillar of energy shoots upward, passing through several runic circles. Sabigan stands in the very center of the energy flow directed to the sky. The Demon King says, "Temporal regression. The power of Yamjarun, the ancient evil god." Now it's clear. Looking at Sabigan, engulfed in purple energy and protected by a magic circle at chest level, Tarrant says that now he understands the reason why the man silently endured his defeat and humiliation for 200 years. So, it was all for this. Gloatingly laughing, Sabigan says let him wait and see for himself. He insults Tarrant and promises that next time he will prepare even more thoroughly and knock all the souls out of the Demon King. Red murderous energy ignites in his eyes as he promises that all demons will perish. Tarrant sneers mockingly, showing a mouth full of fangs. He says he will be eagerly waiting for him. Watching as a pillar of purple energy strikes the sky with doubled force, the Demon King adds, the only person recognized by him. The central plain of Murim. The estate is immersed in sleep. Above it stretches a starry sky. A purple lightning strikes the roof of the mansion. From the hole formed in the shingles rises a light cloud of the same color. Through the breach in the roof, a dark-haired guy lying in the attic is visible. The young man's eyes are closed. From this moment begins the countdown of the time left until the demon invasion. 10 years remain until the invasion. The guy opens his eyes. Red sparks of deadly energy burn in them. The Orthodox Alliance's martial arts educational institution, Dragon Spring Academy. A man holding a nail in one hand strikes it with a hammer in the other. 2 men repairing the roof talk to each other. One of them swears, saying he can't believe that lightning struck out of nowhere. The interlocutor agrees with him. Yes, moreover, it was powerful enough to destroy the training hall's roof. He adds that they should be glad that only this fool got injured. The man asks who he is talking about. The interlocutor explains that it is about the assistant instructor, an orphan cared for by Dr. Jin Beck. He was struck by lightning a few days ago. The man sighs. Ah, a martial arts instructor who doesn't know how to use internal energy? He says that, as far as he heard, the guy apparently did not sustain serious injuries. The interlocutor believes that it would have been better for him himself if he had died then, because today will be his public execution. On the ring, young men stand against each other, holding spears in their hands. Many people have gathered around the arena. An elderly man with a long beard, on both sides of whom sit 2 mighty men with stone faces, folding their hands in a greeting gesture, an open palm covers a fist, announces, from this moment, the duel for the position of assistant spear instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy. After a short pause, he solemnly adds, officially begins. The spectators are excited about the upcoming spectacle. The elderly man continues speaking, introducing the young men on the ring. On one side, they have the current assistant spear instructor Sabigan. He continues introducing the contestants, saying that his opponent will be the contender who was recommended for the position of assistant instructor. This is the invincible divine spearman Sondok. All eyes shift from the guy to his opponent, a tall man with a mighty physique. The elderly man announces that a request was received to verify the abilities of assistant instructor Sabigan. So this duel will determine who deserves to be the assistant instructor. Then the man adds that they both must fight, putting their honor as martial arts masters on the line. Raising his spear, Man Sondok tells his opponent that he seems better than he expected. Baring his teeth, he adds that he heard that the guy was struck by lightning. He thought that the guy made up some excuse to avoid fighting him. Sabigan sizes up his opponent. He knows that the invincible divine spear is what the man called himself. He also knows that the man uses the bull demon spear art. Pointing his spear forward, Man Sondok says, but since the guy did show up, he will quickly put an end to this, considering his bravery. Continuing to smirk, he adds, or Sabigan can just surrender. The guy replies, in the very distant future. He says that he was an instructor at the martial arts academy who could not use internal energy. Unfortunately, it was only because he was born with this trait, but alas, nothing could be done about it. Naturally, he was despised by others. He remembers his defeat in this battle, which happened in a past life. Then he remained kneeling with a spear broken in 2, while his opponent celebrated victory. In the end, he, an incompetent instructor known as the disgrace of the martial arts academy, suffered a terrible defeat in a public duel. Sabigan was expelled from his post and had to perform menial tasks and errands. He endured truly terrible days, sweeping the courtyard under the mocking gazes of the academy students. Man Sondok asks, what nonsense is he talking about? The guy says that basically he has been waiting for this moment damn long. He beckons the opponent with his finger, calling him a freak. The face of Man Sondok turns crimson with rage. In response, he insults the guy, asking how he dares to behave so arrogantly. His foot forcefully lands on the ring mat as he shouts that he wanted to leave the guy a part of his pride because he is an instructor. Then he adds that it is time to pay for his black mouth. Man Sondok, thrusting forward a spear engulfed in a red deadly aura, charges into attack using the bull demon technique. Opening his mouth in a scream and fiercely flashing eyes filled with malevolent energy, he rapidly approaches Sabigan. Using the first form, Bull's fierce attack, the opponent directs a stream of energy at the guy. Man Sondok looks bewildered, the feeling he was supposed to get from his spear. He realizes that he feels nothing. Not having met his target on the way, Man Sondok finds himself lying on the ring. The guy, standing again in his place, throwing the spear over his shoulder, says without looking back, although it looked quite decent, now Man Sondok must hit the target for it to have any effect, right? Jumping to his feet and hurling insults, the man waves a spear, trying to strike the opponent, but the guy easily jumps, dodging his attack. While he catches his breath, Sabigan lands a little further away. Veins bulge on Man Sondok's forehead from anger. He does not understand what happened. How could the boy so easily evade the bull demon spear technique, which he had practiced for decades? Looking at the guy, the man thinks. He was told he was weak. In front of him is like a completely different person. This is not at all what he heard. Sabigan says, it was slow. He asks, how is a man going to teach someone with such skills? Man Sondok thinks that this cannot be true. The guy was just lucky. He bursts off the spot with such force that the ring's surface breaks under his foot. He literally takes off into the air and in a jump attacks Sabigan, pointing a spear at him. Deadly energy bursts from his eyes as he shouts, die! He uses the bull demon spear technique, fourth form, falling bull strike. The enemy engulfed in a red deadly aura relentlessly approaches the calmly waiting guy. Sabigan looks at Man Sondok from under his eyebrows. His hand grips the spear shaft lying on his shoulder more tightly. He raises the spear and begins to spin it at an incredible speed. Sabigan freezes for a second, holding out his hand in front of him. His gaze is full of determination. The opponent, engulfed in a deadly aura, shouts, there is no chance that this unfinished spear technique can block him. Sabiga says, fireball. A fiery sphere bursts from his palm. Flames rush toward Man Sondok. His face shows confusion and disbelief at what is happening. The fireball hits him, and the man drops his weapon. The onlookers are frightened and amazed by this spectacle. Some students' faces show an expression of delight. Engulfed in flames, Man Sondok rolls around the ring, shouting, fire! An elderly man with a long beard, whose face shows bewilderment, announces that the duel is over. He says that the winner is Instructor Assistant Sabigan. The boy triumphantly raises his hand. His opponent continues rolling on the floor, shouting, water! Sabigan thinks about the time when he was captured by demons. Then he was taken to the demon realm and survived as best he could for hundreds of years. In the process, he realized something very important. He asks the defeated opponent, from whom the flames have already been extinguished, what does he think of his arts? Smiling, Sabigan says that this martial art is known as the fireball. At the same time, he thinks that high-level magic is indistinguishable from martial arts. The burned Man Sondok lies on the ring. Finally, the groaning man is carried away on a stretcher. Sabigan waves at him cheerfully, saying it was a good fight. The onlookers are surprised by what happened and wonder, what was that? Is this really martial arts? One of the students says that, according to rumors, this is the finger art of Hityan. One of the men sitting next to the elderly man who declared the guy the winner angrily asks, what nonsense is this? The second mutters confusedly, what is this? The guy hears congratulations, calling him Instructor Sabigan. He turns his head back. The elderly man says that he won this fight. However, he is surprised that the guy can use internal energy. A slight smile slips across Sabigan's lips. He casually replies, that. Just luck. A fateful meeting. His interlocutor is surprised. Luck? The guy says that a few days ago he ate some herb he had never seen before, and suddenly he was able to use internal energy. He says that fortunately he has quite a lot of internal energy. Suddenly he is interrupted by an exclamation. Is this a joke? The angry man sitting next to the elderly man shouts, how dare he say such nonsense to his elders? Does he want to insult them all? Sabigan, looking at the four elders sitting at the table, replies that whether to believe this or not is their choice. But what does it matter? The man shouts, what? Looking at him from under his brows, the guy asks a question. Did he cheat in the duel? And explains that it was a fight for the position of spear training. But there was no rule that the fight had to be conducted only with spears. Sabigan's gaze becomes unfriendly as he says he doesn't understand why he is being interrogated like this when he won honestly and fairly. The man, crimson with anger, tries to say something, but a hand falls on his shoulder, and the elderly man tells him to calm down. He is too heated. The man agrees with him. He is right. The elderly man tells the guy that he won the duel. He continues, then, since he won, Sabigan, raising his hand, apologizes for interrupting the elder. The guy says that since they are all here, he has a request. The man who had unfounded claims against him turns crimson with anger again. The elderly man is a little surprised. A request? Driving the spear tip into the surface of the ring, the guy respectfully bows his head and folds his hands in a traditional gesture, covering his fist with his palm. He says he officially requests a trial to be promoted to senior instructor. Sabigan confidently takes step after step. He pays no attention to the confused students looking after him. He listens with a smirk as they whisper behind his back. It's him. The one who participated in the duel. What? Really? Throwing his head back, he defiantly looks at the sky. Dragon Spring Academy, one of many martial arts training halls created by the Orthodox Alliance to prevent difficulties in Jianghu Murim. Her goal is to train martial arts masters who will become the backbone of the Orthodox Alliance in the future. They accept children aged 15 to 18 from sects and clans who are mature enough. Instructors are martial arts masters from the Orthodox Alliance. They are divided into assistant instructors and senior instructors. But in order for assistant instructors to actually teach children, Sabigan reaches out to the slightly open door. Behind him, a question is heard. What is happening? The guy slightly glances over his shoulder at the man who asked him the question. The man asks, how did he suddenly learn to use internal energy? Master of the Pavilion of Body Restoration Jinbek asks, what did he do? This person is not an instructor. He is a doctor who takes care of patients. Without looking back, Sabigan answers. He already said it was luck. The man shouts, nonsense. The guy himself knows perfectly well that he treated him for a long time. From the day Jean Beck learned that the boy could not use internal energy, he tried all possible methods to cure him. Among them were acupuncture, massage, and various medicines. Sabigan casts an interested glance at him, not knowing what to expect next from the interlocutor. Jean Beck, raising his hands to his face, says, if it were something that could be fixed so easily, then... The man sorrowfully asks himself, how can he be such a useless doctor? He says that he knows better than anyone how the guy was hated by others for this. With tears in his eyes, he admits that he is too ashamed to look the guy in the eyes now. Yinbek says that he is very sorry and asks for his forgiveness. Surprised, Sabigan listens to him with his mouth open. Then the guy's lips close. He thinks that the man has not changed at all. He is like a father to Sabigan. 542 years ago. No, now probably 15 years ago, Jinbek was the one who ran into the fire to save a dying child, not fearing a bandit ambush. This man was also the one who died trying to save others. He remembers how he died in his arms. He decides that this time everything will be different. Sabigan turns to the master of the Body Restoration Pavilion. Clenching the man's hand in his palms, the guy decides to try so that he does not die on that fateful day. He tells Jinbek that he does not need to blame himself and should not worry about him. Looking into his eyes, the man tries to say something. The guy, smiling and continuing to squeeze his hand, asks him to just trust him. He promises that from this moment he will solve all problems. Night falls, but the lights are still on in the academy windows. Sabigan, having taken off his shirt, stands by the window, looking at the moon visible in the sky. Above his head, a lamp burns with a dim light. The guy raises his hand to eye level, and above his fingers appears a runic circle. Sabigan thinks that when he regressed, he lost more than 90% of his mana. Now he can only gather about the 4th circle? What a disappointment. It took him hundreds of years to reach the 8th circle. He decides that he should still be grateful that he still has mana. Determination can be read in his eyes as he mentally says, yes. He has returned from this hell. He recalls again everything he had to endure from the first days of captivity. The history of Jiang Murim has changed, and the demons have not yet begun the invasion. However, the key word here is yet. The guy's hand clenches into a fist, destroying the runic circle. Standing by the window, he thinks that in 10 years the demons will begin the invasion. When that happens, Jianghu Murim will fall again. But this time, everything will be different because he has 300 years of memories. He also still has information about the demon army, such as the type of magic they use, as well as the artifacts and weapons they have prepared for the invasion. And most importantly, he knows how to defeat them. Sparks of deadly energy flare in Sabigan's eyes. The lamp's light is so weak that it barely disperses the twilight reigning in the room. His thoughts are interrupted by a man entering the room. He asks, "Is the guy here?" The latter responds and inquires, "What's the matter?" The man says, gritting his words angrily, that Vice Master of the Academy Zhang Semyun wants to see him. Sabigan is surprised. Right now, he clarifies, and he specifically asked him to deliver this message? Jinbaek says he doesn't mind and admits that he is more worried about the guy. The Master of the Pavilion of Body Restoration says, he thinks it concerns the guy's request for a promotion. He must be careful. Jinbaek warns that the trial will be difficult, and since Man Sondok, the person recommended by the Vice Master, lost in this way, he is sure that he has no positive feelings towards him. Looking at how the guy puts on his shirt, he adds, "In any case, why did Sabigan decide that he wants to become the senior instructor?" Smiling widely, the guy explains that this is the first step to fixing the situation in this academy. The moon fairly weakly illuminates the mansion. Sabigan walks across the yard, sparsely lit by small lamps. He thinks about how once the Dragon Spring Academy was well known enough to be considered the best of the 3 orthodox martial arts academies. The academy master, one of the top 10 martial arts masters, suddenly disappeared. The academy searched for him unsuccessfully for 2 years. It was difficult to replace such an experienced specialist. As a result, the Dragon Spring Academy lost its fame. The guy stretches out his hands to open the door panels. Sabigan stands near the table where 2 men, present at his duel with Mansondok, are seated. One of them asks permission to ask the assistant instructor Sabigan one last question. The senior sword technique instructor, vice master of the academy Jong Saemyun, who was enraged by the guy's victory, asks, is he seriously insisting on his request for a promotion? Winking, Sabigan carelessly answers, of course. He mentally insults this man, knowing that he is the accelerator of the Dragon Spring Academy's downfall. In Sabigan's memory, the day of the demon invasion resurfaces again. Chaos reigns everywhere, buildings are engulfed in fire. The boy relives the feelings that overwhelmed him, exhausted and wounded, when he saw the horrifying scene before him. Huge rifts opened from all sides, and monsters never seen before began killing people left and right. Cries of pain and pleas for help echo from all directions. This was the beginning of the invasion of unknown creatures later called demons. Young academy students tried to resist the monsters, but the demons mercilessly dealt with them. The monsters' jaws tore the bodies of the young people to pieces. Sabigan remembers how, amid the surrounding chaos, he heard a scream. Someone was asking Inspector Dunn to hurry. Looking back, the boy sees 2 men hastily leaving. Sabigan recognized them. If Jeon Se-myung, the academy's vice master, had not fled first, taking gold and jewels with him, if he had just reported the situation, if he had activated the academy's defense system, it would have prevented so many deaths. Standing before the 2 men who so disgracefully fled on that terrible day, the boy seems to hear the dying screams of the students who were sacrificed. Looking at Jeon Se-myung, Sabigan thinks, true, this has not happened yet, since he has returned to the past. But he will never forget that disgusting, ugly, self-satisfied face. Smiling, the boy asks the academy's vice master, did he call for him? The man says that he will tell him about the trial he must undergo if he wants to become a senior instructor. He reports that it is an attack on the fortress of Demonic Night. Sabigan asks in surprise, does he mean the gang operating in the mountains behind their academy? The vice master confirms, yes, let him kill them. That will be his trial. The Fortress of Demonic Night is a group of bandits located in the old Sacred Mountain near the Dragon Spring Academy. Due to frequent reports of damage caused by this group of bandits, an order was given to attack them in the interest of the peaceful residents. The guy reads the order signed by the vice master of the Dragon Spring Academy, Jong Se-myun. After finishing reading, he replies, all right, fine, he will do it. Sabigan asks, but what does this have to do with the instructor's job? The vice master answers, it concerns the most basic requirements for an instructor. Senior instructors are the main force of the academy. Dun Bu-yoon, the senior sword technique instructor of the Dragon Spring Academy, is the one who handed the guy the invitation from the vice master, glancing at him with disapproval. All senior instructors of the academy are considered martial arts masters. The senior sword technique instructor Lightning Blade Jong Se-myun and the senior sword technique instructor Tyrannical Tiger Dun Bu-hyun are currently present in this room. There is also the senior archery technique instructor Soul Pursuing Arrow Yun Baek, and the senior sword technique instructor Dark Shadow of the Divine Sword San Pilji, all officially recognized by the Orthodox Alliance. And all of them have achieved great successes, such as eliminating leaders of evil demonic fighters or defeating bandits. Heading to the door, the guy replies that he understands everything. He asks, so, how much time does he have to complete the task? Dun Bu-hyun, jumping up from his chair, shouts that he is a little arrogant. But Jong Se-myun raises his hand warningly, signaling him to calm down. The man stops insulting him but asks, how dare he behave so rudely? The vice master of the academy calmly says, 2 weeks. If he is late even by 1 day, he will forever lose his chance for promotion. Smiling broadly, Sabigan asks, 2 weeks? Heading to the exit, the guy says that they will see each other in 3 days. He promises that he will return by then. Dun Bu-hyun, clenching his fists, exclaims, that youngster! Jong Se-myun's face darkens. Addressing the vice master of the academy, the man asks, is he really going to promote that arrogant brat? Jong Se-myun's lips stretch into a smile. He says, if he really manages to. He reassures his interlocutor, saying there is no need to worry about it. Putting on a sad look but continuing to smirk, he adds that their poor assistant instructor Sabigan will never return. Dun Bu-hyun is surprised. What does he mean? The guy rushes, not touching the ground with his feet. He is in a hurry. Sabigan thinks about Jong Se-myun, calling him a lying scoundrel. He mentally asks him, does he really think his plan is unknown to him? Increasing his speed, the guy reflects on the Fortress of Demonic Night. It was during this period that the Green Forest Union began to flourish. People still do not know much about them. At the moment, it is not a large organization. The real problem is that... Excited, Dunbukyun asks Jung Semyun, "Is he serious? Could the head of the Green Forest Union be a master of martial arts of the highest degree?" Gloatingly chuckling, the vice master replies, "The master of the Demonic Night Fortress, Akuhem." The man explains that he is not an ordinary bandit leader. Even the Orthodox Alliance acknowledges this. But in reality, he is a former leader of an unorthodox sect called the Skybreakers. People believe he was killed by traitors several years ago. Jung Semyun continues his story. But in fact, he survived. He found and killed every one of the traitors. Due to the particularly cruel and sophisticated nature of his revenge, even the unorthodox Murim put a bounty on his head. He was in hiding and recently arrived here. Dunbukyun asks, "How does he know all this?" Jung Semyun responds with a question, "Why do you ask?" He admits that Sabigan undoubtedly made an impression today during the duel, but that was only possible because he concealed his true skills. The Vice Master says that this trial is a real situation. This is not a duel. He is sure that the guy will not return alive. Meanwhile, Sabigan continues his journey. He moves with incredible speed and soon finds himself in the forest. The guy uses levitation to speed up. With her help, he overcomes the chasm without wasting time searching for detours. He believes that if this Akuhem is as he remembers him, then the fourth circle of magic is not enough to defeat him. Sabigan reaches the top of the cliff and, levitating at an incredible height, says that he is in place. His feet touch the hard surface. Looking at the cliff towering above him, he decides to increase his mana and gather a circle. In his eyes, a purple flame ignites when he thinks that all his experience and knowledge have already once reached the 8th circle. Focusing his magical sight on the rock, he sees the entrance to the cave. Sabigan approaches closer and looks at the stone wall, which looks completely ordinary. He extends his hand to her, enveloped in a purple aura. His finger sinks into the stone. The guy knows that in reality this is a barrier made of mana. Sabigan's lips stretch into a wide smile. The guy is happy. He is in the right place. He lifts his leg and overcomes the barrier. No one could have imagined that there are several such places in the Central Plains, hidden behind mana barriers. Sabigan enters the cave, cautiously looking around. In front of him, on a pointed boulder levitating in the air, is the item he needs, radiating a purple aura. Looking at the crystal lying on a special stand, Sabigan thinks he knew about this. The mana stone is specially made. Demons are intelligent beings from another world who have repeatedly invaded other dimensions and conquered them. This became possible thanks to the technology of traveling between worlds. However, there is one significant drawback. In the process of passing through the interspatial portal, the time required for living and non-living beings differs too much. Even demons could not solve this problem. Sabigan remembers that ultimately, they came to this solution. In the worlds they planned to conquer, they secretly installed equipment that they would need in the future. The guy approaches the crystal, not taking his eyes off it. This stone is the source of their power. It restores their mana. For the inhabitants of the Central Plains, it is useless because they cannot use it, at least until this moment. Sabigan's hand reaches for the crystal radiating a purple aura. In the boy's eyes, lights of the same color ignite. Outside, peace and tranquility reign. The sun generously illuminates the mountain peaks. Suddenly, the purple energy destroying stones rushes in a stream towards the heavens. Night. A group of armed people moves through the forest. From their appearance, it becomes clear that their intentions are not good. Behind everyone walks a tall man, his eye burning with scarlet energy fire. The bald-headed strong man, turning his head back and addressing the fortress master, says, in his opinion, something is wrong here. The man asks, does that mean he made a mistake? The strong man hastily assures him that he does not think so at all. In the eyes of the fortress master of the demonic night, Akuhem, the deadly energy flares brighter when he orders him to shut up and search everything thoroughly. When he speaks, his sharp teeth, more like fangs, become visible. He adds that he definitely felt an energy explosion here. Akuhem says that losers like him will never understand. The bandit's gaze directed somewhere behind him makes the leader turn around. On a huge boulder sits Sabigan. Clapping his hands, he tells Akuhem that he knew that he was truly a master of the highest degree. He believed in him. Glaring maliciously, the fortress master of the demonic night asks, and who is the boy? Sabigan carefreely clarifies, who is he? Stretching his lips into a smile, he creates a magic circle above his palm, saying that he is an instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy. Sabigan, sitting on a huge boulder, mockingly looks at the bandits standing below. Demonstrating a magic circle on his palm, he introduces himself, saying that he is an instructor of the Dragon Spring Academy. The bandits exchange glances, puzzled. Instructor? Academy? But what is he doing here? Akuhem orders them to shut up, and everyone immediately falls silent, cautiously glancing at him. The hand of the master of the fortress of demonic night reaches for the sword hilt secured in the sheath behind his back. The man, whose head and body are almost completely covered with strips of cloth, says, "If the guy is telling the truth, does that mean he is the cause of that large energy explosion wave?" Sabigan mockingly asks, "What if it really was him?" With some amazement, the guy looks at the flash of blood-red energy emanating from Akuhem. The bandits watch the powerful energy explosion, which for a moment hides the guy from their sight. The master of the fortress of demonic night says that then he will kill him. That is why he is here. Sabigan asks, "Really?" Then the guy unleashes a stream of purple energy on Akuhem. The man tries to shield himself from it. Raising his hand wrapped in a purple aura, the guy creates a mana blade and in the blink of an eye deals with the crowd of bandits, mercilessly decapitating them with one strike. Akuhem watches the scene in horror. Fear is frozen in the eyes of the master of the fortress of demonic night. He does not understand what is happening. Meanwhile, Sabigan stretches out his hand forward, and a purple aura envelops the sword stuck in the ground near him. He says, "What a coincidence." The guy pulls the sword towards himself and tightly grips its hilt. Purple energy envelops the sword. The same energy burns in his eyes when Sabigan says that he also came here to kill him. The swords of Akuhem and Sabigan cross. Bloody red energy opposes the purple. Evil smiling, the guy says that a man should avenge his subordinates. The master of the fortress of demonic night, looking a bit confused, asks, "Who is he?" The clash of two energies leads to an explosion, and the opponents are literally scattered in different directions. They rush into battle again. Sparks fly from the strikes of steel against steel. The guy continues to fend off attacks, demonstrating virtuoso swordsmanship. The master of the fortress of demonic night forces the guy to jump back to increase the distance. Sabigan answers the opponent's question, "Who is he?" Well, he already introduced himself. He is an instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy. Continuing to fight, Akuhem thinks that it is hard to believe. The man mentally showers the guy with insults, understanding that he, so to speak, does not resist him at all. The master of the fortress of the demonic night grits his teeth in anger. He lets out a loud scream. Along with it, bloody red energy emanates from him. Under her onslaught, the guy is forced to drop to one knee, but he successfully resists her. The opponent uses the technique Divine Art, Sky Destroying. Core Liberation. The concentration of energy around him intensifies. Energy flashes burst from Akuhem's eyes as he, insulting the guy, furiously asks, "How dare he make him use this power on him?" The man asks, "Does he even know what this power is?" After being thrown off the cliff by traitors, he gathered all this innate core energy, dreaming of revenge. His speech is interrupted by Sabigan's question, "Who asked?" Akuhem literally chokes with indignation. He thinks he misheard and distrustfully asks, "What?" The guy uses freezing wave, and the man's legs begin to grow blue crystals. They form a narrow strip from Sabigan to Akuhem, covering more and more of his body. The guy says he doesn't care about the story of some useless villain. The master of the fortress of the demonic night looks down, and a question slips from his lips. "What?" Sabigan, concentrating a magic circle, says astral chain. Akuhem raises his eyes upward, watching the purple energy circles approaching him. They hang over him on both sides. Chains burst from them, rushing toward the master of the fortress of the demonic night. Chains wrap around the wrists of the man who still does not release the sword from his hand. Then they retract back into the circles, pulling his hands up. Akuhem glances at the circles, pondering how to free himself. The guy approaching him says that struggling is useless. Standing opposite the master of the fortress of the demonic night, desperately trying to break free, Sabigan says, "At the moment the chain touches a person, it drains their internal energy. This spell was specially created to defeat martial arts masters." Looking at the guy with hatred, Akuhem asks, "Where did he learn such sorcery? Is he from the demonic cult?" Sabigan says that it is magic, not sorcery. But after all, can much be expected from such a bandit idiot? The master of the fortress of the demonic night curses. He bitterly says, "To die in such a place." The guy asks, "What? Does he have regrets?" The man shouts furiously, "Yes." He has not yet avenged those scoundrels who manipulated his subordinates when he was in the Destroyers of the Heavens sect. He explains that the reason he worked with those disgusting guys from the Orthodox Alliance, and the reason he stayed in this mountain restoring his strength, all of it was to take revenge. His speech is interrupted by the guy's applause. Akuhem literally howled in helplessness. Sabigan says he was so determined. Laughing, he adds that this is exactly how revenge should be. Slowly, carefully, without giving up. The master of the fortress of the demonic night, whose body trembles with rage, asks, "Is the guy mocking him now? What could he possibly know? He is just a child raised in comfort." In the blink of an eye, the darkened face of the guy approaches Akuhem's face. The guy asks, "In comfort? Does it really look like that?" The man looks confused into his eyes, thinking, "What the hell?" He thinks the guy is not just one of the madmen. It seems something is wrong with him. Meanwhile, Sabigan's hand with a spread palm approaches him. Placing a hand radiating a purple aura on the prisoner's head, the guy says, "All right, he will let him experience this too." Looking down at the man shrinking under his hand, he adds, "The hell he endured for 200 years. Akuhem finds himself in an unfamiliar, gloomy area. Around him are ruins and remains of a fence. He looks around in bewilderment, wondering, what is this place? Everywhere he looks, only ruins and twilight. The master of the fortress of the demonic night asks, what did this madman do to him? The man sees a huge winged creature descending from the sky towards him, whose front limbs resemble serrated blades. The eyes of Akuhem widen in horror, and his mouth opens slightly. An explosion sounds, and flames devour everything around. Monstrous creatures, behind which giant monsters move, rush towards the small group of warriors. When the battle ends, the demonic army moves on, leaving behind a land strewn with dead human bodies. Then Akuhem sees a strange room where naked people are in huge flasks filled with green liquid. He feels the pain of those on whom demons conduct cruel experiments. A huge eye looks at him from the sky. The man sees mountains of skulls and human bones. Then the demon king Tarrant himself stands before him. His huge figure, engulfed in flames, inspires dread. The master of the fortress of demonic night loses control over himself. A scream bursts from his mouth. He falls to his knees, unable to look away from Tarrant. Horror is written on his face. Akuhem, kneeling, continues to scream. His hands no longer hold the chains, and his legs are no longer bound by ice crystals. His scream turns into inarticulate sounds, transitioning into whimpering. The boy standing next to him silently looks down at him. Sabigan asks the man, how is he? Akuhem stretches out a trembling hand. The boy explains that this is the future he will see in 10 years. The hand of the master of the fortress of demonic night firmly grabs Sabigan by the trouser leg. Kneeling and almost touching his forehead to the ground, he asks the boy to kill him. For a few moments, Sabigan looks at the trembling Akuhem at his feet. The man raises his face to him, tears uncontrollably streaming from his eyes. He repeats the request to kill him again and again. The young man listens silently. Akuhem says please. He says he won't be able to handle it. Sabigan, gripping the sword hilt tighter, replies, yes, he understands everything. Swinging the sword, he adds, but someone has to do it. Splashes of blood color everything around red. Vice Master of the Academy, John Se-myung, is furious. Cursing, he says he can't believe it. In the middle of the room, a huge sword sticks out of the floor, and next to it lies a bundle, the contents of which stain the carpet red. John Se-myung cautiously glances at the young man, asking, how is he? He didn't think the man would believe him if he brought only the sword, so he also brought the head. Smiling and holding his hands in front of him, folded in the traditional gesture where the palm of one hand covers the clenched fingers of the other, Sabigan says, well, then they should discuss his new duties as senior instructor. Morning has come. The sun generously illuminates the courtyard of the Dragon Spring Academy. A hand slams forcefully on the table. A voice sounds, this is nonsense! Senior Fist Technique Instructor Yu Woo-jin shouts. Just a few days ago, he was the disgrace of the academy, and now he's a senior instructor? What is going on here? Senior Archery Technique Instructor Yun Baek asks Dong Bu-chun. Did the guy really attack the Fortress of Demonic Night by himself? Senior Sword Technique Instructor Dong Bu-chun answers that he went to the Sacred Mountain in the morning. He says he found the bodies of bandits, as well as Akuhem, where according to Sabigan, they were supposed to be. He adds that he doesn't know how it happened, but everyone except Akuhem had their throats slit with one strike. The instructors exclaim, that can't be. Sabigan was the assistant instructor for spear fighting technique. Yu Woo-jin asks, does Dong Bu-chun really want to say that the guy was hiding that he knows sword technique? He can't believe it. What nonsense. The man sitting at the long table opposite the interlocutors replies, does he want to say that his eyes deceived him? They can check themselves if they don't trust him. They are interrupted by the voice of the Academy's Vice Master Jeon Se-myun. Enough. What are they doing now? The instructors mutter confusedly. Sorry. Jeon Se-myun, seated at the head of the table, looks gloomy and displeased. The man thinks that no matter how hard he tries, it makes no sense. Jeon Se-myun reflects that Akuhem is at least a master of martial arts of the highest degree. He himself met him and was convinced of this when he delivered an order from the Orthodox Alliance. But for Sabigan to kill him in one night, and along with all his subordinates, he admits that this is something even he, a master of the highest degree, cannot do. He wonders, could Jin Baek have helped him? But immediately dismisses the thought. No, that old man is not that smart. Jeon Se-myun decides that he will have to consider this later. He calls out to Dong Bu-chun. The Vice Master asks, can he still contact the Phantom Shadow Manor? Dong Bu-chun is surprised by the question. He clarifies, does Jeon Se-myun mean? Se-myun. Phantom Shadow Manor is one of the largest assassin organizations in Murim. They are known for being willing to do any job if they are paid for it. Jeon Semyun gives the order to send a request. He instructs to tell them to find out everything possible about Sabigan, even what he does every day. Dong Buchun replies briefly. He understands everything. Senior Fist Technique Instructor Yu Woo-jin asks, is the Vice Master really going to promote the guy to Senior Instructor? Extending the scroll, Jeon Semyun hurries to calm him down. He asks the man not to worry, saying that he has an idea. Yu Woo-jin takes the scroll, unfolds it, and reads. He asks, what is this? Jeon Semyun explains that it is a list of students for whom Sabigan will be responsible after his promotion. The Senior Fist Technique Instructor is clearly impressed by his words. He exclaims, wow! Well then, everything is clear. Then the man starts laughing uncontrollably. Struggling through laughter, he says that he did not expect less from the Vice Master. He admires. He came up with such a wonderful idea. Jeon Semyun allows himself a slight smile, noticeably liking Yu Woo-jin's words. Slightly bowing his head, he replies that he uses his position wisely. Laughing, the Senior Fist Technique Instructor says that the guy can quit his job before the Phantom Shadows manage to extract anything from him. Jeon Semyun echoes him, quietly chuckling. He agrees that it is quite possible, since Sabigan has so little experience. The Vice Master asks Dong Bu-hyun, he gave these lists to Sabigan, right? The man answers, yes, he handed them to him right before this meeting. At this time, the guy stands with his hands hidden behind his back, holding a scroll in one of them. Sabigan clenches the list handed to him in his hand. Jeon Semyun inquires, what did the guy say after reading it? Dong Bu-hyun answers, what could he say if he hasn't even seen the students yet? He just smiled and said that he received them. Meanwhile, Sabigan decisively strides across the academy courtyard. He thinks that these old idiots are doing exactly what he expected from them. Continuing to walk, the guy reflects that he returned to this time and place not just like that. Having learned about Nizarun's ability to send him back to the past, Sabigan asked himself hundreds, if not thousands of times, what should he do to prepare for the demon invasion? Mentally, he imagines himself holding a sword enveloped in a purple aura, while with his other hand, raised to chest level, he creates a magic circle. He thinks about the fact that he can do a lot, but ultimately the best he can do is to gather an army. Climbing the steps, Sabigan continues to ponder. Not weaklings like those who died before his regression, but a powerful army that has studied all kinds of magic and martial arts. Standing on the steps, the guy looks down at the crowd of students, clearly hostile towards him. Glancing at those present, Sabigan realizes that in front of him are guys who were marked as problematic among the freshmen. Looking more closely at each of them, the guy notes that they are undoubtedly talented. Stopping his gaze on some, he concludes that their personalities hinder them. Looking at others, he assumes that they may not be talented, or are neglected because they are not from prestigious families. Surveying the group, the guy understands. The senior instructors thought he would not be able to handle them, but they would never have imagined who those two heroes were, who showed themselves best during the demon invasion. One of them was a martial arts master who reached the evolutionary level in his early 20s, the last hope of Murim, leading the alliance against the demons, the leader of the Heavenly Sword Alliance. The other was a talented marksman, leading a squad specializing in assassinations and patrols, and personally killed most of the demons, the Divine Shooter. Smiling broadly, Sabigan says that he is pleased to meet them. The guy informs the students that today he is their instructor. Sabigan knows that these two heroes are now right in front of him. A struggle occurs. A muscular guy punches the more fragile-looking opponent in the solar plexus. The unfortunate one's eyes widen in pain. He cannot breathe in, and saliva drips from his open mouth. Curled up, he kneels, leaning on his elbows and bowing his head low over the floor. Rubbing his hands, the freshman of the Camellia class, the second son of the Dragon Tiger escort agency Gawkbok, towering over him, says their martial arts training is not over yet. He demands the opponent to stand up. Raising his head and wiping his chin with his hand, the student of the Dragon Spring Academy, freshman of the Camellia class, the eldest son of the one-star sword clan Tan Lejun asks him to stop. Gawkbok angrily asks, "What's wrong with him? Someone might think he's mocking him." Showing the young man a strong fist the size of his head, the second son of the Dragon Tiger escort agency declares that Tan Lejun should be grateful to him. At the same time, he insults the young man without much restraint. He says he is showing a weakling like him his skills in the martial arts Dragon Tiger Mountain Divider. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan replies that it's just fencing taught by his family. Gawkbok angrily exclaims, "What, the one-star sword clan?" He angrily asks again. Those useless martial arts that he can't even use properly against him. He wants to continue studying them. Tan Lejun's face darkens, but he remains silent. His hand, resting on the floor, begins to tremble as he gathers his thoughts and angrily shouts at his interlocutor, "You!" Leaning over him, Gawkbok, calling him an insulting name, orders him to stop clenching his fists. The big guy says, "If he's wrong, maybe they should have another duel." At the same time, he recalls how his opponent collapsed weakly on the ring next to the broken wooden sword. Tan Lejun's hand begins to tremble even more, and he hurriedly says, "No way." At the threshold of the classroom, where students have arranged a duel in the aisle between the desks, a young man appears. He says to the crouching youth Gawkbok, "Enough." Sternly looking at his classmates, the freshman of the Camellia class, the destructive swords clan, the second son of Yanvukan adds that exams will start soon, so they should stop making unnecessary fuss. Cursing, Gawkbok heads to the door, saying, "All right." Addressing Tan Lejun, he adds, "Let him consider himself lucky." Tan Lejun raises his head and thanks Yanvukan. The youth glances at the eldest son of the one-star sword clan. Then, without saying a word, he turns away from him. Embarrassed, Tan Lejun lowers his head. He is deeply upset by what happened and feels ashamed for not being able to stand up for himself. A man appears in the doorway and says, "Yanvukan, Gawkbok, Tan Lejun." The second son of the Dragon Tiger escort agency, slightly turning his head toward him, asks, "What's the matter?" The man says it happened suddenly. Stammering slightly, he reports that he just received an order from the academy director Jung Se-moon. He says that he was told to inform them that they will no longer study in the Camellia class. Instead, they will be transferred to a newly formed class. By that time, Tan Lejun had already gotten up from the floor, and all three look at the man in surprise, not believing what they heard. Gawkbok asks, "What?" Sabigan surveys the students standing before him, among whom are former students of the Camellia class. Smiling, the guy says, addressing the students, "Welcome." He says that from today he is their instructor. On the faces of some young people is surprise. What is happening? Others meet his statement mockingly, and even a little hostilely. Gawkbok shouts angrily, "Stop making things up!" The second son of the Dragon Tiger escort agency says angrily that he has already suffered because they had to suddenly move to another class, and now they even have an insufficiently qualified instructor. Tan Lejun even flinches away from him. He is clearly nervous. But Gawkbok continues to shout, "Do they really think he will listen to such stupid orders?" Sabigan's face becomes stern. He replies that the young man's choice of words when speaking to the chief instructor is quite audacious. But Gawkbok is not going to calm down. Without choosing his words, he says that he does not know what the guy did to become the senior instructor, but he is not going to learn from someone who still could not use internal energy. His words sound offensive. A slight, barely noticeable smile slides across Sabigan's lips. A magic circle concentrates in the hands folded behind his back. Using the flash technique, the guy instantly appears in front of Gawkbok, who clearly did not expect this. He even flinches back in fear. Articulating his words, Sabigan says, "Academy Rules, Article 3, Clause 5. A drop of sweat runs down the face of the second son of the Dragon Tiger escort agency. Slightly stammering, he asks, "What?" The guy steps on his foot with such force that the stone tile covering the academy courtyard crumbles under the sole of his boot. Gawkbok screams loudly in pain. Sabigan steps back, and the young man immediately falls to one knee, examining his leg and afraid to even touch it. Coldly looking at him, the guy says, "If a student shows bad behavior, he can be punished for the purpose of guidance." The second son of the Dragon Tiger escort agency snarls through clenched teeth. "You!" His fist enveloped in a fiery aura rushes forward. Sprinkling insults, Gawkbok attacks Sabigan, using the technique Dragon Tiger Mountain Splitting Fists. Easily dodging his blows with barely perceptible movements, the guy continues to speak calmly, swearing in violence towards a senior. Sabigan swiftly moves behind the confused but still flailing Gawkbok. The guy continues speaking, using internal arts during class without permission. Sabigan adds that worst of all, the second son of the Dragon Tiger escort agency, realizing the opponent is behind him, turns to him. Sabigan's fist, surrounded by purple energy, crashes into Gawkbok's solar plexus. A scream bursts again from the mouth of the young man, doubled over in pain. Raising his fist for another strike, Sabigan says, "This is a pathetic martial arts skill." Blows rain down on the second son of the Dragon Tiger escort agency one after another. Sabigan performs a sweep, and his opponent does a somersault in the air, flailing his arms in confusion. The young man literally crashes to the ground. Upon landing, he clearly feels pain. From above, a guy's shout reaches him, "Hey!" And the big guy flinches. Slightly smiling, Sabigan orders him to get up, saying that he is not finished yet. Tan Lejun watches with his mouth open as Gawkbok kneels before Sabigan, unable to stand up. The young man cannot believe his eyes. How can this be? He can't even believe that all this is happening to the very Gawkbok, who holds first place among new students in martial arts training. He would never have thought that the young man could lose so easily. The enraged Gawkbok, cursing, tries to rise on trembling legs. Sabigan delivers a kick to his jaw. The students are clearly stunned by what they have seen. The guy slowly approaches the young man who was knocked back by the blow, saying, "What a terrible state from the very first lesson." Clenching his hand into a fist, he adds, "A pity probably." Leaning over the still unconscious Gawkbok and raising his fist, the guy says, "The role of an instructor is to hold back tears and educate." The second son of the escort agency raises his hand, trying to cover his face. Suddenly, Sabigan's wrist is grabbed by someone's strong hand, and Yanvukan decisively stops the guy, already ready to deliver a crushing blow. He says that it is a bit excessive towards a student. A smirk appears on Sabigan's lips. He says, "So, he finally decided to act." Then, emphasizing each word, he says, "Young Master Yanvukan." This man is familiar to him. Before regression, Yanvukan was known as the leader of the Heavenly Sword Alliance. Yanvukan, first year, Camellia class. The second son of the N clan, one of the prestigious clans of the Central Plains, known for its devastating sword. From a young age, he was recognized in the clan as a genius of martial arts, and even among the new students of the Dragon Spring Academy, he demonstrated excellent skill. His talent far exceeded the capabilities of the Dragon Spring Academy. At only 20 years old, he reached super form. Becoming the youngest supreme martial arts master in history, he entered the top 10 martial arts masters of the Orthodox Alliance. Originally, he was supposed to live a brilliant life, be a respected person as one of the absolute martial arts masters of the Central Plains, and be enthusiastically accepted by all. That could only have been, but alas, only if the fateful events that changed everything had not happened. If demons had not appeared, whom Yanvukan met with sword in hand. From the very early stages of the demon invasion, he participated in more battles than anyone else. But soon the N clan became the target of concentrated demon attacks and was destroyed. All clan members, except him, were brutally killed. No matter how fast the youth hurried, he only arrived at the moment when the fire's flames were devouring the estate, whose yard was strewn with the bodies of dead people. Despite this, he did not go mad from despair and grief, like others. The young man extended a helping hand to everyone he could somehow assist. He traveled across the Central Plains, leading endless battles against demons. He gathered survivors and formed allied forces that surpassed both orthodox and unorthodox sects. Even in such a hopeless situation, when everything was against them, he led the remaining martial arts masters in a desperate last resistance. Sabigan still clearly remembers all of this. Yanvukan always rushed to the front line of the battlefield, and every time he unleashed his dazzling sword energy, even the huge demonic monsters that seemed to cover the sky were defeated in an instant. Without a doubt, he was the hero and the last hope of the Central Plains. Yanvukan's strong hand holds Sabigan's wrist. But now, in the boy's opinion, he is just another snobbish, aristocratic kid from a prestigious clan. Sabigan says with a smirk, "So, young Master Yanvukan has finally decided to act." With a sharp movement, the boy frees his hand from the grip of the second son of the destructive swords clan. Yanvukan says that this is quite amusing. At the same time, he does not forget to address the boy as an instructor. Sabigan says, "What?" The young man is surprised that the assistant instructor, who until recently could not use internal energy, suddenly became so strong. Yanvukan answers that, of course, this is unexpected. Then he adds, "But all the guy can do with this newly acquired power is just boast in front of the students." He is very sorry. Meanwhile, Gawkbok gradually comes to his senses. Along with this, he gains an understanding of what is happening. He grabs his head, muttering, "What a shameful spectacle." Looking hostilely into Sabigan's eyes, Yanvukan asks, "Is this also because of those fateful meetings that helped him gain power?" Mentally, Sabigan praises him. "Not bad, kid." Out loud, he asks, "Why, he is curious?" The guy adds, "If he obediently follows his teachings from this moment on, then he can tell him everything." Yanvukan replies, "No thank you, that won't be necessary." The young man sharply turns around, and as he walks away says that he does not know what tricks Sabigan used to suddenly change the student lists, but he promises that he will definitely file an official complaint to the academy against the person responsible for this. Yanvukan adds that he is not interested in learning from someone who behaves arrogantly solely because of luck. Sabigan listens silently, crossing his arms on his chest. 4 students led by Yanvukan leave the area. Gawkbok leaves with them. The remaining students, 3 young men and a girl, stay with Sabigan, who does not even try to stop the departing students. Gawkbok looks unfavorably at the guy over his shoulder. Yanvukan glances at the students who followed him. Tan Lejun is confused, he is in doubt and does not understand how to act correctly. Sabigan snorts mockingly, watching the departing students. Taking a step forward and approaching the eldest son of the One-Star Sword Clan, the guy says to Yanvukan, "Let him look at himself." He speaks as if he is special. So, does the young man think he can't give him anything? With these words, his hand falls on Tan Lejun's shoulder. Sabigan continues, "What if he tells him that in just 10 days of his training process?" At these words, his hand grips the youth's shoulder tighter. He declares that this student will be strong enough to defeat Yanvukan. The second son of the destructive swords clan freezes. Without looking back, he asks, "What did the guy just say?" With an evil grin, Sabigan says he will repeat it as many times as needed. after just 1 week of his training program. He continues, that pathetic weakling, whom Yanvukan considers lower than an insect, will be able to knock him out with 1 blow. That's exactly what he said. Tan Lejun asked the instructor, offended, what is he doing? The youth tries to say that Sabigan has gone mad, but he covers his mouth with his palm, not allowing a word to be spoken. Yanvukan finally looks back. His anger is almost tangible. He asks, is Sabigan really ready to take responsibility for these words? The guy laughs, then confidently declares, of course. Continuing to cover the mouth of the desperately struggling Tan Lejun, he asks, does the youth want a bet? In 10 days, he and this student will fight in an official duel. Sabigan sets a condition. If Tan Lejun wins, then Yanvukan will follow his teachings without objection. He says that if Yanvukan wins, then he can do whatever he wants. He can make him leave the academy, apologize, or fall to his knees and beg. He is ready to do whatever the young man wants. The second son of the destructive swords clan laughs in response. Something he wants? From Sabigan? Taking a step forward, he says that he needs nothing from the guy. Leaving the arena with his comrades, Yanvukan says that he better prepare for the duel that will take place in a week. Discouraged, Tan Lejun and unperturbed Sabigan watch him go. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan desperately grabs his head and lets out a scream. Sabigan raises his hand soothingly, saying that the young man scared him. Tan Lejun turns his head and looks at the guy. Then the young man lets out a wild scream again. Sabigan says that he is too noisy. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan grabs the guy by the shoulder and starts shaking him, asking, what has the instructor just done? Sabigan replies, let him look at himself. He is overflowing with energy. Almost falling to his knees, Tan Lejun sorrowfully asks, why does the instructor make him fight Yanvukan? Has he gone mad? What did he do to deserve this? Sabigan asks him to calm down and let him go. He promises that he will explain everything now. Angrily, the guy pushes away the student who is crazed with fear. Looking at the young man lying on the arena, drenched in tears, Sabigan decides to cancel today's lesson. He tells the students that they are free. Waving kindly at the departing students, the young man says that the schedule for the next classes will be sent to them individually, and they will receive it before the end of tomorrow. Tan Lejun continues to sob, lamenting that he is doomed. A public duel? Sabigan sighs, realizing that dealing with the young man will not be easy. He says that Tan Lejun simply must win. Why does he think he will lose? Now sighs the eldest son of the one-star sword clan. The young man says that during his first public duel after enrollment, he lost to Gawkbok. He adds that he means not just a defeat, but a shameful loss. Since then, that one has tormented him every day. While telling this, the young man adds that this is not all. He says that even that monster Gawkbok could not land a single blow on Yanvukan. He was completely defeated and lay unconscious on the platform. Tan Lejun is sure that a fighter like Yanvukan is beyond his abilities. Sabigan agrees. Yes, this young man is definitely special. The young man says that even without the support of the Yan clan, his talent in martial arts is truly one of a kind. Tan Lejun shouts in despair. If the instructor himself knows this, then why did he treat him that way? Smiling broadly, Sabigan asks him not to worry. Pointing his index finger at the young man, he decisively says that he is stronger. Opening his mouth, Tan Lejun looks at the young man in surprise. Student of the Dragon Spring Academy. First-year student of the Camellia class. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan. Tan Lejun before regression. Divine archer. Tan Lejun shouts indignantly. It's bad enough that they really can't do anything about their class and the main instructor suddenly changing. The young man asks, why should he participate in a public duel with Yanvukan? Sabigan calmly asks, does he still not understand what's going on? The guy explains that Tan Lejun must win the duel so he can prove his abilities. The young man continues to protest, shouting that it's his problem. He wonders, what will he get by being involved in this? An anticipatory smirk appears on Sabigan's lips as he says, revenge. Tan Lejun looks at him in bewilderment, then asks, what? The guy reminds his interlocutor that he himself complained about that big idiot beating him. The young man replies, so what? Sabigan asks, how did he feel when he recently beat Gawkbok? Recalling moments of beating, the guy wonders, was Tan Lejun excited? Did he feel relief? Was it so great that the young man was thrilled? With a sinister gleam in his eyes, Sabigan says, or was he? Leaning toward him, the guy asks, or was he angry that he couldn't take revenge himself? He adds that the young man himself said, even Gawkbok couldn't land a single hit on Yanvukan. But what if Tan Lejun becomes so strong that he can defeat the second son of the destructive swords clan? Then he could easily take revenge on Gawkbok. How does that plan sound? Wouldn't that be a good gift for him now? Tan Lejun answers, if he can really become strong as the instructor says, then he will do it. The guy, smiling quite a bit, says, of course. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan immediately clarifies that this has nothing to do with Gawkbok. He just wants to become stronger than he is now. A devilish smile appears on Sabigan's lips as he says, good, let's see. On the training ground stands a simulator in the form of a wooden dummy with several long handles. Sabigan watches from the roof of the house as the young man practices strikes with a wooden sword. The guy offers the student to test his skill level. He advises Tan Lejun to imagine that he is now fighting Yanvukan and recommends that he uses martial arts to full strength. The young man takes a fighting stance, gripping the sword tighter in his hand. A hail of strikes falls on the simulator, made as a primitive human figure. The eldest son of this one-star sword clan delivers strike after strike. Determination is written on his face. He swings the sword once again. Blows are falling like hail. The young man tries as best as he can. He freezes to catch his breath. Drops of sweat run down his face. Sabigan immediately shouts for him to continue and not stop. He demands that the student give his all. The long club of the rotating trainer hits Tan Lejun, striking directly on the cheekbone. The young man's vision darkens from the pain. Tan Lejun falls to the ground, unable to tuck himself in time. He gets on his knees, continuing to support himself on the ground with his elbows, and spits. Sabigan, propping his cheek with his hand, looks at him puzzled. It seems the student has disappointed him. The instructor's words reach the exhausted young man. Disgrace. Angry Sabigan asks, "Does Tan Lejun know what his problem is?" The eldest son of the one-star sword clan answers without raising his eyes that when performing the basic movements for some reason, his internal energy continues to dissipate. The young man says, at first he thought he had learned his clan's martial arts incorrectly, so he tried to check it several times. However, there were no problems with his basic movements. Then he thought that maybe the problem was in his dantian or meridians. So he was examined several times in the clan, but still nothing was found. He thinks that maybe he is simply not talented, or perhaps he has some unknown illness. Sabigan, smiling, replies, "No, that's not the case." The guy explains, "It's just that his meridian points are located farther than others." Tan Lejun raises a surprised face to the instructor, asking, "How is that?" Continuing to kneel, the young man inquires, "What does that mean?" Sabigan jumps down to the ground. He asks, "The young man still doesn't understand?" As he already said, he was born with meridian points farther along the mind meridian than most. The guy says, usually this is considered a rare condition that has more advantages than disadvantages. However, since the young man is still young and lacks internal energy, he faces this problem. Sabigan explains, he must know that all martial arts masters must expend their internal energy, created in their dantians, through their meridian points. But since the young man has wider meridians compared to others and an average amount of internal energy, it cannot concentrate. Approaching the training device, he adds, therefore his internal energy continues to dissipate. Tan Lejun says that he is hearing this for the first time. Sabigan replies that this is normal. Those terrible days resurface in his memory again. Dead bodies lie everywhere. Sabigan kneels, holding his right hand with his left, blood flowing down from the forearm. A person whose face is almost hidden by the hood of a cloak and a mask covering the lower part looks down at him. In his hands, the adult Tan Lejun grips a bow. Sabigan thinks that ultimately, he himself learned this information by chance. Now they have switched places, and the guy looks down at the kneeling Tan Lejun. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan, looking at the instructor, thinks, this atmosphere. It seems to him that Sabigan surely has some kind of story. A slight smile appears on the instructor's lips. The guy says, all right, now he will finish the explanation. Hugging the young man who stood up by the shoulders, he says, now that he knows the problem, they must fix it. Tan Lejun asks skeptically, is there really a way to do this? Sabigan answers confidently. Of course, actually everything is simple. He explains that compared to other people, the young man lacks strength due to his distant meridian points, which means he can solve this problem by increasing the amount of internal energy he has. The guy adds, since they cannot increase Tan Lejun's internal energy in such a short period of time. Looking at the bluish aura concentrating around the student, he says there is only one method he can suggest to the young man right now. Sabigan advises the student to gather internal energy until he begins to use his basic moves. He continues explaining, when Tan Lejun gathers enough of it, the young man's eyes literally burn with the energy concentrated inside him. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan rushes to the training dummy, swinging his sword. He delivers a powerful strike, enhanced by internal energy. He manages to cut the wooden dummy in half. Watching his actions, Sabigan finishes the phrase he started earlier. He will be able to show his true strength. In the eyes of the young man, watching the flight of the severed part of the training dummy, excitement shines. Crossing his arms on his chest, Sabigan proudly looks at the student. The jubilant Tan Lejun, raising his hands above his head, shouts, did the instructor see that? His internal energy really does not dissipate. The guy replies, yes, that's right. He saw it with his own eyes, so the young man can be calm before he falls. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan is surprised. Fall? He has never felt so energetic before. The young man shouts joyfully, never in my life! He slowly opens his eyes and sees a bright blue sky above him, with white clouds drifting across it. A cough bursts from the mouth of Tan Lejun lying on the ground. Catching his breath, the young man wonders. Did he fall? But why? A shadow falls on him. Sabigan asks, how does he feel? Struggling to shift his gaze to the guy, Tan Lejun complains that he has no strength. He explains, this is a minor side effect from using his power for the first time. Looking down from above at the student, Sabigan says that the young man has never used his meridians properly before, so his body, unadapted to such loads, went into shock. The guy adds that this is not a reason for too much worry. The side effects will naturally disappear in a few months. A happy smile appears on Tan Lejun's lips as he says, clear, in a few months. But realizing his words, his face suddenly changes. Wait, stop, in a few months? But the duel will take place in a week. Already standing, the young man listens to Sabigan's words, who says that there are two serious problems in front of him. The guy explains that when Tan Lejun resorts to a technique using energy, all his internal reserve accumulated up to that moment is spent in one strike. Then his body cannot withstand the recoil, and the exhausted young man falls to the ground. Sabigan says, however, the young man's energy core is also too small and does not allow him to accumulate energy in advance and hold it for a long time. If he does, he will not just fall. He risks getting into an energy deviation, which cannot be allowed. The guy asks Tan Lejun, staring at him and holding a sword in front of him. Well, how? Until now, everything is quite simple, right? The young man's face does not show that this is obvious to him, but he agrees. Yes, it seems he understands everything. Sabigan swings his club, and the young man asks, but what does this have to do with what the instructor is holding? The guy says not to pay attention to the details. More important in this situation is to think carefully. Throwing the club over his shoulder, Sabigan says, considering this, the young man can start accumulating energy only after the duel begins. He asks, how much time did he need to accumulate energy before? Tan Lejun answers not very confidently, about 7 minutes. The guy wonders, then how does he plan to hold back Yanvukan during this time? The young man looks confusedly at the instructor. What should he do? Raising his hand with the club up, Sabigan says that there is only one answer. Attacking Tan Lejun in a jump, the guy shouts, let him dodge as he can until he gathers all the energy. The young man manages to jump aside, and the instructor's club crashes down on the spot where he just stood. Tan Lejun, not expecting such actions from the guy, shouts fearfully, what is he doing? Sabigan orders him to focus and start gathering energy, and not to take his eyes off the opponent's weapon. In his free hand, the guy creates a magical circle of illusion. The stunned young man sees with amazement several hands armed with clubs rushing towards him. The instructor's weapon crashes down on Tan Lejun's head. The young man holds his head. A treacherous moisture gathers in the corners of his tightly shut eyes, which is about to flow down his cheeks in thin streams. Sabigan says. The young man complains, although he did not use any internal energy. Sabigan orders the student sitting on the ground to get up, saying they will continue the fight. Tan Lejun asks, is this training? The guy answers him, of course, this is dodge training. Continuing to hold his head with his hand, the young man indignantly asks, what kind of crazy training is this? Standing opposite the young man sitting on the ground, the guy asks, does the young man really think he is doing this just to mock him? The sun, already setting towards the horizon, shines on the instructor's back, slightly blinding the young man. Sabigan says, he just explained why Tan Lejun is weak and how to fix it. He even clearly demonstrated it. The guy adds that, besides this, he guarantees the student that right now this is the only way by which he can reliably influence Yanvukan in a week. Looking down at the young man, Sabigan asks, is the training painful and hard? Of course it is. But is it harder than the times when the young man was humiliated by Gawkbok and Yanvukan? The guy wonders, is the student really going to miss this perfect opportunity to prove his strength to everyone who treated him like trash? Tan Lejun has nothing to argue. He understands that the instructor's words are fair. The young man's memory recalls Yanvukan's contemptuous glance thrown over his shoulder. Tan Lejun's hand grips the handle of the training sword tighter. He apologizes to the instructor. Jumping to his feet, the young man expresses a desire to continue evasion training. He says he can endure the whole day if necessary. But his enthusiasm immediately changes to anxiety when he hears the guy's words. The whole day. What is he making up? Warming up his shoulder, Sabigan says that he will do it without a break for the entire remaining week. The young man screams in fear. What? Warning that he is starting, the guy rushes into attack. Tan Lejun, covering himself with the wooden sword, cries plaintively, "Don't!" Tears stream from his eyes. A week later on the ring, surrounded by a crowd of students, Yanvukan and Tan Lejun stand opposite each other. Those present freeze in anticipation of the start of the duel. Yanvukan, crossing his arms on his chest, pierces the opponent with his gaze. The eldest son of the One-Star Sword Clan looks exhausted. Bruises and abrasions are visible on his face. One of the spectators says, I wonder how long Tan Lejun will last. The young man standing next to him replies, "Last? He will be crushed with one blow and fall to the ground." Students from Sabigan's group are talking among themselves. Didn't he prepare any countermeasures? The young man in glasses standing next to them says he saw his training several times in passing. He recalls what he saw. In his opinion, the training looked more like a beating. The young man says that Tan Lejun spent the whole week just taking hits from a stick. Gawkbok, standing in the crowd with his arms crossed on his chest, thinks, "What an idiot." He believes that if the young man were trash, he would just sit in the corner and not stand out. He thinks that this weakling, who is always dancing in front of him, is going to beat Yanvukan? Nonsense. Looking at Sabigan, Gawkbok mentally tells Tan Lejun that he fell for this swindler's trick and dug his own grave. Yanvukan addresses Instructor Sabigan. The young man says that earlier he refused any conditions, but now he has changed his mind and wants to announce his demand. Sabigan calmly agrees. Fine, what is it? Looking arrogantly at the guy, Yanvukan says that if he wins, the instructor must leave the academy. He states that he never wants to waste time like that again. Smiling, Sabigan agrees. Fine. He swears by his name that he will fulfill this condition. The guy tells Yanvukan that he knows what will happen if he loses, right? In case of defeat, the young man must attend his classes and training without complaints. Yanvukan replies that he remembers this. Smiling broadly, Sabigan says, "Fine." Then he asks, "But the young man is not mistaken about something?" The guy says that now Yanvukan should focus not on him, but on Tan Lejun, who is standing in the ring. The elder son of the one-star sword clan, meanwhile, took a fighting stance, holding his sword in front of him. Yanvukan shifts his gaze to the opponent, whom he does not take seriously. Sabigan says, "All right, it's time to start." He claps his hands, attracting the attention of those present. The guy announces that victory will be determined when one side surrenders, loses consciousness, or drops their weapon. Sabigan warns that any deadly or life-threatening strikes are strictly prohibited. In such cases, he, as the judge, will make the final decision. The opponents measure each other with their eyes. Tan Lejun is more than serious. In Yanvukan's eyes, there is boredom and confidence. Giving a hand signal, Sabigan announces the start of the duel. Tan Lejun is extremely focused. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek from the tension. Sabigan announces the start of the duel. Yanvukan does not rush to draw his sword. His gaze literally pierces the opponent. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan looks a little confused and does not hurry to attack. A movement invisible to the eye and Tan Lejun's arm, cut off almost at the shoulder and gripping the sword, flies to the side, splattering blood in different directions. Drops of warm red liquid hit the young man's face. He does not understand what is happening. He sees his limb flying off to the side, splashing blood. The voice of Yanvukan reaches the confused young man, offering him to surrender. He looks at his hands holding the sword and realizes that they are completely fine. Yanvukan, looking at his confusion and surprise, says, "What an idiot." The second son of the destructive swords clan asks, "How did the young man agree to fight him when he is so shocked by just his slight murderous intent?" Tan Lejun tries to control the trembling in his hands. He is amazed. What he just saw turns out to be only a murderous intent. The young man thinks with horror. That means if he wanted, he really could do it. He imagines Yanvukan cutting off his limb with a single swing of the sword. Uncontrollable trembling shakes his whole body. He thinks he cannot do it because people consider Yanvukan the best of the best in the academy. He is sure there is no chance that such a terrible fighter as he can defeat the second son of the destructive swords clan after only a week of training. He feels small and insignificant compared to students like Gawkbok and Yanvukan. From the whirlpool of self-flagellation, he is pulled out by the voice of the instructor calling him by name. The boy's face is absolutely impassive, and a slight smile glides on his lips. As if in a dream, Tan Lejun sees Sabigan approaching him with a stick in his hands, surrounded by a purple aura. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan experiences conflicting emotions, which are clearly readable on his face. The young man closes his eyes, trying to pull himself together. He thinks about what he needs to remind himself. He must remember that he wants to become stronger than he is now. Tan Lejun orders himself to remember why, on that day, a week ago, he decided that he wanted to become stronger. Yanvukan calls the young man an idiot. After all, he gave him a chance to get out of this battle without injuries. The second son of the destructive swords clan rushes into attack. Drawing the sword from its sheath, he attacks Tan Lejun mid-jump, saying that it is his own fault. The opponent's blades cross. A slightly puzzled expression appears on Yanvukan's face as he meets resistance. The second son of this clan of destructive swords is surprised that the young man reacted in time. It was an unpleasant surprise for him. Tan Lejun steps back, increasing the distance between them. He thinks it could have ended badly. The chi he gathered has almost dissipated. Meanwhile, Yanvukan decides to use the Supreme Dragon Sword technique, Sky Splitting. He uses the first form, Berzerovsky Dragon's Rage Stream. The young man swings his sword, and at first glance, chaotic energy circles surround him. Tan Lejun manages to dodge the strike that almost grazed his face. In his mind flashes, this chi of the sword is so powerful. Continuing to retreat from the enemy's attacks, he thinks that maybe it's just his perception. Tan Lejun realizes with relief that it is easier to dodge the enemy's attack than he expected. The spectators watch the duel with tension, which, as many thought, would be decided by a single blow. But time passes, and the duel continues. Gawkbok is surprised by what is happening. He clearly did not expect such agility from Tan Lejun. Yanvukan exclaims, "It seems the young man has indeed learned something." He uses the third form of the technique, Supreme Dragon Sword, Sky-Splitting, Double Dragon Fangs, and his sword is enveloped in a powerful aura. The second son of the clan of destructive swords, raising his blade above his head, fiercely attacks the enemy. Tan Lejun's gaze is tense. He carefully watches every movement of Yanvukan. Suddenly, the young man realizes that this is the same technique that Instructor Sabigan used in training. He pushes off with his foot and performs an incredible somersault, jumping over the opponent's head. Yanvukan watches him with surprise, raising his head up. Tan Lejun lands, rejoicing that he managed to stay on his feet. There is no more fear in the young man's gaze. He is focused and fearlessly awaits Yanvukan's next moves. The second son of the Destructive Swords clan attacks again. His eyes are filled with the light of inner energy. He strikes blow after blow, but Tan Lejun successfully dodges. The young man, showing extraordinary flexibility and amazing reaction, avoids the opponent's attacks, marveling at his strength, speed, and accuracy. However, he did not expect less from the sword technique of the best swordsman clan of the Central Plains. Dodging and tracking with his gaze the blade that passed right by his face, Tan Lejun thinks, "This does not mean he cannot avoid his strikes." Yanvukan continues to attack rapidly. The eldest son of the Single-Star Sword clan does not understand why, but this sword technique. He remembers that during training, Instructor Sabigan moved exactly the same way. He used the same moves. The movements of Yanvukan and the Instructor are practically identical. Dodging another strike, Tan Lejun realizes that the opponent is using the same technique that Sabigan applied to him all last week. Surprise and caution flash in Yanvukan's gaze. The opponents stop and freeze facing each other. The students are surprised. Yanvukan retreated? Is this really happening? No one can believe it. Someone even suggests that the duelists are pretending. While everyone wonders why Yanvukan did this, the second son of the Destructive Swords clan stands, tightly gripping his sword and not taking his eyes off the opponent. Slightly tilting his head, he raises the sword and grips its hilt tighter. Tan Lejun hears with surprise that the young man is apologizing to him for calling him an idiot. Yanvukan says he must admit that he has learned a lot over the past week. Raising the sword, surrounded by a sparkling aura, with the tip down, he adds that he does not know where he learned about the Supreme Dragon Sword, the Sky Cutter. Surprise flashes in Tan Lejun's eyes. Frozen, he watches as Yanvukan raises the sword tip to the heavens, and a powerful energy vortex spins above him. The second son of the clan of Destructive Swords uses the technique Supreme Dragon Sword, Sky Cutting, Cruel Dragon Annihilation. Sternly looking at Tan Lejun, he says, "If the youth dodges this as well, he will admit his defeat." The spectators raise their hands, shielding their faces from the powerful whirlwind surrounding the ring. Shouts are heard, "What is this? Sword technique?" Students scream in fear. What kind of terrifying sword technique is this? Gawkbok watches what is happening, slightly opening his mouth. He cannot believe that Yanvukan decided to take such a step and calls him crazy. Tan Lejun clenches a sword in his hand, enveloped in a faint light of bluish aura, and takes a step forward. He boldly strides towards the powerful whirlwind. Scared cries are heard. Where is he going? The night before the duel. Tan Lejun struggles to catch his breath. Sweat streams down his face. The instructor standing opposite him says that the young man dodged well. He believes that now it might be feasible. Wiping sweat with his hand, Tan Lejun asks, "Will this really allow him to dodge all of Yanvukan's attacks?" The instructor replies, "No." The young man's eyes widen and he screams in horror. Dodging the enemy's blows, Tan Lejun recalls Sabigan's words. Yanvukan is not an idiot. Right now he is probably underestimating the young man. But if he continues to dodge his sword strikes, he will take other measures. The instructor says, if he holds out until the end, his opponent will most likely resort to the most powerful sword art that Yanvukan can currently use. The hand of the second son of the Destructive Swords clan tightly grips the hilt of the blade, around which a powerful whirlwind of energy flows. Sabigan told Tan Lejun that this technique is called Cruel Dragon Annihilation. During its execution, it creates the impression that a fierce dragon has materialized. This martial art generates a powerful sword chi. The instructor warned the eldest son of the One-Star Sword clan that he would not be able to dodge this attack. Sabigan confidently stated that it is pointless to try to jump or retreat to dodge. It will instantly grow and engulf the entire arena. Tan Lejun asked him a question. Then how? How should he act? After all, Yanvukan will be practically invincible. Sabigan ordered him to listen carefully. He said that there is nothing invincible in this world. the sword chi storm, working together, endlessly moving in all directions. That's just what it looks like. It is not a perfect martial art. First and foremost, Cruel Dragon Annihilation is a martial art designed to destroy most enemies who are stunned by its incredible power and try to flee. Tan Lejun understands what Sabigan wants to say. He hesitantly says he means. Smiling broadly, the instructor replies, "Yes, there is only one way out." The eldest son of this one-star sword clan step by step closes the distance. In his head sounds the voice of Sabigan, ordering him to keep moving forward, only forward. And the young man approaches Yanvukan, over whom the energy whirlwind has already reached full strength. The young man's face is focused, and determination and confidence can be read in his eyes. His behavior surprises Yanvukan, who clearly expected a completely different reaction from his opponent. The hands of the second son of the destructive swords clan grip the sword hilt even tighter. Tan Lejun recalls the words of Sabigan. Of course, Yanvukan will try to respond instantly, understanding that his cruel dragon destruction has been read by the opponent. But in this case, it will simply be a reaction to the situation, in which he is surprised by what happened. The young man, who approached the opponent at a dangerous distance, dodges the sword strike that he unleashes on him. Tan Lejun raises his blade upwards, surrounded by energy flashes. Sabigan said, "This will be his moment." The instructor told him to use his suppressed anger, which he had held back for so long, and strike this arrogant upstart. The young man follows his recommendations exactly. With a shout, Tan Lejun brings his blade down on the opponent. Yanvukan is struck by his momentum. His face shows surprise and bewilderment. The swords of the rivals approach each other. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan delivers a crushing blow. The instructor standing next to the young man asks, "How does he feel?" Tan Lejun asks confusedly, "What?" The instructor stands, supporting Tan Lejun by the waist. The young man's hand wraps around his shoulders. The students greet his victory with enthusiastic cries. Only Gawkbok does not share the general enthusiasm. He is clearly angry, and does not even try to hide it. Sabigan asks the young man, "This is wonderful, isn't it?" He raises his eyes to him, clearly still not realizing the full significance of what happened. A joyful smile appears on Tan Lejun's lips, and he exhales, "Yes!" Holding a mace behind his back, Sabigan walks slowly through the academy courtyard. The door opens and he enters the room. His students are sitting at the tables in the room. The young man stands before them. The young people fall silent and look at him. Among them is Tan Lejun. He looks at the instructor kindly and hopefully. Sabigan searches with his eyes for the second son of the destructive swords clan. He finds him. The youth is clearly angry and does not even look in his direction. Smiling broadly, Sabigan says, "All right." He suggests starting their first lesson. A fist forcefully slams down on the table and curses are heard. Vice Master of the Academy, Chong Semyun, sitting at the head of the table, curses, "Weren't these the same ones who were for this just a minute ago?" His face darkens with anger. Continuing to curse, the man raises his hand to his head, asking, "How did it all come to this?" Words addressed to him pull him out of his gloomy thoughts. They trusted him and left everything in his hands. What does all this mean? Senior Fist Technique Instructor Yu Wujin asks. Wasn't the goal for Sabigan to leave voluntarily? The man continues to ask questions. Why do the students instead voluntarily follow him? What is happening? Especially Tan Lejun from the one-star sword clan and Yanvukan from the Yen clan. Both students now insist on continuing training under Sabigan's guidance. Senior Archery Technique Instructor Yun Beck asks, what if they force them to change classes again, like last time? Yu Wujin says the students even threatened to leave the academy and report this to the Yen clan. The instructors shout that they should never have trusted a genius like Yanvukan to some newcomer. This is directly related to the academy's reputation. This is a critical issue. The vice masters ask, is he going to take responsibility for this? The man shouts, now they are trying to pin all this on him. They are just parasites desperately trying to win the Yen clan's blessing. Jung Se-myun wonders, are they seriously saying that Yanvukan lost to some low-ranking youth from the one-star sword clan? He is corrected by the instructor sitting next to him, saying that technically the youth refused to continue the duel. According to the students who watched the battle, it was an actual defeat. The vice master interrupts him. Does he hear himself? Yanvukan is one of the greatest geniuses in history, even among the Yen clan. Jung Se-myun angrily thinks about Sabigan. The more he learns about the guy, the less he understands. He decides that he can no longer leave him unsupervised. He mentally returns to the idea he previously voiced. The vice master asks, have they still not received a response from the Phantom Shadow Estate? Dong Bu-hyun says, since they said they would consider their request. Jung Se-myun is beside himself with anger. A mere group of mercenaries dares to behave so arrogantly. Suddenly, a voice sounds, warning that he better be careful with his words and actions. The vice master looks around, trying to understand what is happening. One of the inspectors, jumping up from the chair, examines the room, looking for the owner of the voice. He exclaims, who is that? Behind Jung Se-myun appears the figure of a man. In the dim light, His eyes flicker with an ominous red color. He says, "What a foolish question." The Vice Master freezes. He is clearly frightened. The man thinks, "What does this mean? He's a master of martial arts of the highest degree, and he did not feel this man at all?" John Sim-young, turning to him, says, "Could it be?" The man interrupts him. "Didn't he say that himself?" Behind the warrior stand two more men, whose faces are hidden by hoods and masks. He says they are here to fulfill a request. Representatives of the most elite mercenary group in Jianghu, the Phantom Shadow Estate, have arrived at the academy. The warrior says, "Now let him tell him more about this Sabigan." The paper depicts the face of Sabigan. The mercenaries stand in the courtyard, hidden in a secluded place where they cannot be seen. Phantom Shadow number 1 carefully examines the drawing, saying, "They spend hundreds of niangs to watch one rookie instructor?" The bald warrior says, "Which is very strange for a place with such a bad reputation. They seem to be swimming in money." Phantom Shadow number 1 replies, "This just shows how corrupt they are. However, it's none of their business." The third warrior stands silently, arms crossed over his chest. Phantom Shadow number 7 still decides to join the conversation. Sighing, the man asks, "Don't these orthodox sects make them laugh? They always pretend to be paragons of virtue, but now secretly order checks on their subordinates." The bald man, Phantom Shadow number 5, chuckling, says, "As if they themselves are any better, taking such pathetic requests for peanuts." Phantom Shadow number 1 scolds him. "Number 5. Looking at him unfavorably, the man asks, "Has he forgotten about their mission? Until they find and subjugate him, they have sworn to carry out any dirty and despicable tasks." Phantom Shadow number 5 hastily bows his head and assures that he misspoke. He asks for forgiveness. Phantom Shadow number 1, whose face is still hidden behind a mask, replies, "It's nothing. They just need to focus on the mission." Rolling up the scroll with the image of Sabigan, the warrior wonders, should they also watch Jin Beck, who apparently raised the boy since childhood? He tells Phantom Shadow number 5, "Just find him now and keep observing the target." Phantom Shadow number 7 asks, "Does he think the rumors about him having a fateful meeting are true?" The warrior, hiding the scroll, says not to take such nonsense seriously. Phantom Shadow number 7 objects, but they still said that he supposedly could not use internal energy at all, and then overnight became a martial arts master. If this did not happen because of a fateful meeting, then what else? In response, he hears, "What if Sabigan has hidden patrons?" Phantom Shadow number 7 gasps in surprise. Phantom Shadow number 1 continues, "Or maybe he infiltrated here after being framed by some faction with dark intentions. Probably this is what the clients suspect, which is why they hired them. That is, he might be much more dangerous than they assumed." The warrior adds, "Let them not let the target learn about them, and be extremely cautious." Phantom Shadow number 5, putting on a mask, chuckles, saying to the captain, "What a funny joke." The man is sure that no matter how strong the boy is, he will never be able to detect the hidden techniques of the phantoms. Bowing his head, Phantom Shadow number 1, whom the other two men call the captain, replies, "Then let's begin." Sabigan and Jinbek stand on a small bridge under which a river flows. The doctor says that lately he has heard a lot about Sabigan at the academy. The man admits that everything being talked about surprised him greatly. Jinbek asks, "Is the guy sure that everything will be fine with him? It seems people are really starting to oppose him." Casually tossing a stone in his hand, Sabigan replies, "Jealousy and envy always accompany the path of heroes." He assures that there is nothing to worry about. The doctor says, "This fateful meeting was probably truly incredible. Who would have thought the guy would change so much?" Jinbek says, "Now that he thinks about it, it seems everything probably started with that duel. He was honestly shocked then." Laughing, Sabigan replies, "Even he thinks it was a bit too much." The man says, "If the guy had lost that duel, it would have been a disaster. The vice master of the academy was clearly trying to get rid of him." Sabigan thinks, to be honest, he really was expelled then. The guy recalls how before he returned to the past, when he couldn't use magic or anything else, he was brutally defeated in a duel with Man Sondok. He was stripped of his assistant instructor position and demoted to a laborer. Ultimately, he couldn't bear the shame and left the academy. For some time, he wandered aimlessly, unable to earn a living. Eventually, he became an escort warrior in an escort agency. Despite still being unable to use internal energy, he put all his blood and sweat into training physical techniques and spear fighting. Surviving countless dangerous escort missions, attacks by unorthodox sects and bandits, after several years he ultimately became a first-rank escort warrior. Sabigan spent more than 10 years in that role. He visited all corners of the Central Plains and over time created a wide network of contacts and information. And then one day he came to the academy in memory of old times and met Jinbek. And in the evening of the same day, demons invaded their world, and he faced monsters unseen until today face to face. Sabigan swings and throws a stone with force. It flies into the coastal bushes. The guy leaves the bridge, and Jinbek, following him, asks, "Why did he suddenly throw the stone?" Sabigan, spreading his hands, says he just saw an ugly frog and couldn't hold back. They head to the house. The doctor is surprised by the guy's answer. Why did he want to harm the poor frog? Sabigan laughs. Jinbek forgot how he caught and fed him frogs as medicine when he was little. When they disappear from sight, ghost shadows number 5 and 7 rise from the bushes. Ghost shadow number 7 holds his head where the stone hit and curses. Number 5 asks, "Is he okay?" The man removes his hand, revealing his swollen eye. He says that this madman suddenly threw a stone at him. Number 7 asks, "Could it be that they have already been discovered?" Number 5 answers, "Would he just leave if he had discovered them? He thinks he was just unlucky." Ghost shadow number 5 asks, "Does he seriously doubt the cultivation methods of the estate over such a trifle?" The man hastily replies, "No, how could he?" The shaved-headed warrior says, "Good. Let him be more confident in his skills." The guy returned to his quarters, and they will continue to observe him. The day passed quietly. The sky was painted in sunset colors. Sabigan sits by the window on a chair, crossing one leg over the other. He thinks about the fact that his first goal after regression is completed. He wonders, is it time to bring her? Sabigan thinks about the girl. If his memory does not fail him, then at this moment she should be in. His attention is drawn by some sound. He says that the door is open and invites the visitor to come in. The guest says that he behaves as if he was waiting for him. Sabigan, straddling a chair and folding his arms on the backrest, replies, he thought that he was already starting to get nervous. The guy deliberately pronounces the visitor's name, Yanvukan. The young man asks, "What's the matter? What is that disgusting expression on his face?" Sabigan is interested. What brought the young master of the clan of destructive swords Yen to such a modest place? Yanvukan does not hurry to start the conversation, looking sternly at the instructor. At this time, the guy lies down on the bed, propping his head with his hand, studying the guest with his gaze. Tired of playing silent treatment, he asks, "What?" The young man explains the reason for his visit, that duel. He says that during the fight, Tan Lejun was able, although clumsily, to react to all his main movements of the Supreme Dragon Sword, Heaven Cleaving. Yanvukan admits, at first he thought it was just the result of 1 week of training. But, looking back, he realizes that those were movements that go beyond instantaneous reactions. The young man says that it was as if he knew all the movements and trajectories of his swordsmanship technique. Sabigan listens attentively, fixing him with a hostile look. Yanvukan, angrily flashing his eyes, adds, "The one who taught him the unique swordsmanship of the Indestructive Swords clan, N, the Supreme Dragon Sword, Heaven Destroyer, must be Instructor Sabigan, right?" He is interested in how an outsider could know the martial arts of his clan in such detail. Smirking mockingly, the guy replies, "Who knows?" He says that the martial arts of the Indestructive Swords clan, currently considered the greatest sword clan in Zhongyuan, are quite well known among martial arts masters. Doesn't it seem so to him? Yanvukan angrily replies, "Stop joking. This was not the level of superficial knowledge." The young man asks, "Did the instructor really think he wouldn't notice?" Sabigan replies that of course he should have understood it. If the young man hadn't, he would have been very disappointed. Yanvukan says not to try to change the subject. Sitting on the bed, Sabigan interrupts him. "Wait." Standing up, he asks the young man to be more honest if he wants to become his student. After all, let him admit that what really interests him is not this. Yanvukan is surprised by his words. He tries to say something, but Sabigan interrupts him again, saying that in fact the young man came to check if he knows the same as Yanvukan himself, the flaws of the Supreme Dragon Sword, Heaven Destroyer, which he himself felt, right? In the student's eyes are confusion and surprise. He did not expect such insight from the instructor. The technique Supreme Dragon Sword, Heaven Destroyer, was perfected hundreds of years ago and passed down in the clan as a unique swordsmanship art. Currently, this combat technique is considered the greatest swordsmanship art in Zhongyuan. It possesses incredible destructive power, constantly changing sword movement trajectories, and has no gaps. Sabigan says that from early youth, when Yanvukan began studying this art, possessing outstanding wisdom, the young man understood something. What he understood was that the Supreme Dragon Sword, Heaven Destroyer, is not an invincible art. The guy adds, but as the heir of the great and destructive swords clan, Vukan could not admit this. The young man's hand clenches into a fist at these words. He angrily asks, "Does the instructor look down on the martial arts of his clan?" Sabigan replies, "Let him think as he wants. He only asks to be allowed to say one more thing." Leaning toward the young man, he says that in the near future, the day will come when these things will cease to exist. What martial arts masters, including Yanvukan himself, so highly regard, traditions, honor, nobility, and reputation, all of this will lose its meaning. In Sabigan's eyes, evil sparks flare up when he says that Yanvukan should think only about one thing, becoming stronger than he is now. And let him without hesitation cast aside everything that stands in the way of this. Sabigan steps away from the young man, and without turning to him, adds that later they will have time to talk about this in more detail. He says, everything later, and for now let him follow his instincts. Yanvukan looks thoughtful. After a short reflection, the young man says, he agrees to assume that everything is indeed so. Surprised by the guy's actions, Yanvukan asks, why did the instructor suddenly grab a wooden pillow? Sabigan, standing by the window, raises his hand holding a wooden item with a semicircular notch. He answers, nothing special. The young man shouldn't worry about it. It's just some annoying frog outside. Night has come. 3 phantom shadows settled on the very edge of the roof, from which the entire courtyard of the academy is visible as if on the palm of a hand, peering into the darkness. The captain stands with his arms crossed over his chest. The other 2 warriors sit behind his back. In the open window, Jinbak is visible, sitting at a table on which a burning candle stands. One of the warriors says that the man used to be an ordinary medic working in Gamsu. But 5 years ago, he joined the Dragon Spring Academy and became responsible for the Body Recovery Pavilion, where patients are treated. Phantom Shadow number 5 continues to say that despite his medical abilities, he barely learned martial arts and apparently has little experience in other areas. The captain replies that they have checked on him since he is closest to Sabigan, but in his opinion, the man looks like an ordinary medic. Phantom Shadow number 5 believes that Jinbak's impeccable past seems a bit contrived. The captain interrupts the conversation and asks him to wait. Looking at the distorted face of number 7, who besides a bruise under the eye also has a clearly swollen cheek and a bandage on his head, the man asks, what is wrong with him? The bald-headed strongman, stumbling, tries to say something. He tells about the misadventures of Ghost Shadow number 7, who today got hit with both a wooden pillow and a stone that flew straight into his eye. The captain asks, are they sure their presence was not detected? Number 5 replies that neither the doctor nor the guy showed any caution, so he thinks everything is fine. Number 7 disagrees with him. He believes they were exposed. Isn't that so? The captain orders him not to doubt the sanity of their clan. He suggests that the guy must have a bad habit of throwing things. He says they have had to deal with worse things. Let him endure a little. Number 7 lowers his head low. Tears stream down his cheeks, but he is forced to agree with the captain's decision. The ghost shadows return to ambush again. Number 7 says, he warns the elder in advance. If something like this happens again, he will not hold back. He will behead the guy himself. Number 5 replies, he understands what the man feels, but he needs to calm down. They stay away from the house, so such incidents should not happen again. Number 7 says distrustfully, who knows? What if this madman wakes up and suddenly decides to practice archery? Number 5, noticing something, interrupts him. Quiet. He says someone is coming and orders the man to hide. Sabigan comes out of the house and heads to the yard. The guy walks slowly along the path along which bushes grow. Approaching the place where the ghost shadows are hiding, he says that he feels very bad. Sabigan, slipping his hand under the skirts of his kaftan, searches for the trouser ties, loudly complaining that he drank too much tea. The spies are alarmed by his words. Number 7 is clearly frightened. He thinks, no, this can't be right. A thin yellow stream flows onto the head of the man, who is clenching his teeth tightly. Number 5 covers his mouth in horror with his hands, watching the stream of liquid pour over number 7's head. The ghostly shadow number 7, cursing, jumps to his feet. Calling the guy crazy, he shouts, what is he doing? But immediately he falls silent, and a look of bewilderment appears on his face. Sabigan silently looks at the man holding a teapot in his hands. A crooked smirk appears on his face as he, handing him the teapot, greets him and asks, doesn't the man want some tea? The battered face of the ghostly shadow number 7 becomes utterly miserable. Tears stream from his eyes as he, cursing the guy, exclaims, so he knew all this time and did everything intentionally. A blade of a hidden dagger slips out of his sleeve. The man, shouting that he will kill the guy, jumps over the bushes separating them. In the jump, he swings his hand, in which a sharp knife blade is hidden. He strikes, but his hand meets a barrier on its way. Sabigan, using magic, has established an impenetrable dome, protecting him from the attack of number 7. Looking at the guy's face, visible through the light haze of the protective aura, the warrior is puzzled. What? Sabigan's hand forcefully descends on the man's face. The guy knocks the opponent off his feet, literally pressing him into the ground. Phantom Shadow number 7 lies on the ground, his head half buried in the earth. Frightened number 5 jumps to his feet with an exclamation. 7th. Sabigan, standing over the defeated opponent, says, this is what those get who poke their noses into other people's business. Laughing, he calls the spies his dear friends from the Phantom Shadow's estate. Insulting the guy, number 5 reaches for the sword in the sheath on his back. He freezes, hearing the command to stand. Behind Sabigan, the captain of the Phantom Shadows lands. Folding his hands in a traditional gesture, he greets Instructor Sabigan. He is impressed that the guy really exposed them so quickly. Turning his head back, the guy replies, "Correct. He is Sabigan, the one they were following. He assumes that before him now stands the leader of these frogs." Smiling, he wonders if it is really normal to reveal one's personality like this in front of the surveillance target. In the captain's eyes, the light of inner energy splashes as he draws the sword from the scabbard secured behind his back. The man says that is a stupid question. If he kills the guy right here and now, what problems could that cause? Slightly tilting his head and smiling grimly, Sabigan says, "Does this really suit him? Isn't he at least curious about how he knows about all of them?" The captain replies that they will find all that out soon. He suggests starting by cutting off Sabigan's limbs one by one. With these words, he rushes at the guy, who immediately throws the teapot aside. The man throws knives enhanced with energy forward. The daggers are about to pierce the guy's body, but around his hand, a bluish aura haze is already glowing. Sabigan uses a mana blade to deflect the captain's attack. The daggers, sliced into several pieces, fall to the ground. The guy barely manages to crouch as the Phantom Shadow #1 sword rushes over his head. Sabigan sharply straightens up, and his hand, enhanced by magic and turned into a mana blade, strikes the forehead of the attacking captain in mid-jump. Stretching his lips into a smile, the guy says, "Not so fast." Phantom Shadow #1 clearly did not expect such resistance but continues to press the guy. Using the power of inner energy, he blocks the opponent's strike with his bent elbow. Sabigan thinks that although the man lacks the overwhelming destructive power of Akuhem, but the guy is forced to admit that his opponent is fast, precise, and deadly. Each of his techniques is a lethal strike aimed at vital points. Dodging the captain's sword, Sabigan thinks that in particular, the density of energy contained in this sword is staggering. The barrier will not hold for anything, and he will not be able to continue parrying it with his mana blade. Deflecting another attack, the guy only becomes more convinced that his assumptions are correct. The captain, increasing the distance, lands near his subordinates. #7 is still lying on the ground, but already has his head off the ground. #5 tries to cover his partner, standing in front of him. The opponents stand facing each other, not rushing to engage in battle again, but not lowering their weapons either. The captain says, "Strange." The man says that he finds it hard to understand what the matter is, but the power and style that Sabigan uses are fundamentally different from the martial arts of orthodox sects. He believes that it cannot be that the guy just stumbled upon this power. Could it really be demonic art? Rubbing the back of his head with his hand, Sabigan replies, "Aha! Has the man ever seen demonic art in person? Years have passed since the demonic cult fell. What nonsense." He says that it has nothing to do with demonic arts, although in some ways the captain is right. This is not a typical martial art. Phantom Shadow #1 awakens all the power of his inner energy. He says that now he understands that Sabigan is not one they can simply subdue. He holds no personal grudge against the guy, but surrounded by a sparkling green aura, the captain, using the technique of the Phantom Shadow's estate, declares that he will have to take Sabigan's life. Red lights of deadly energy ignite in the man's eyes. He says that all this is done for the sake of fulfilling the mission of the Phantom Manor of Shadows. With these words, the man shoots up from his place like an arrow. Sabigan watches the captain's further actions. He swiftly pushes off from the tree trunk. The man's speed is so high that it would be difficult for an ordinary person to follow his movements. The captain uses the soul-destroying step technique. The trajectory of his movements is extremely complex, and his motions are unimaginably fast. This is an exclusive movement technique that, erasing all traces of presence, confuses the enemy thanks to its high speed of movement. Sabigan raises his hand, which he has turned into a mana blade. The captain uses the moment of confusion and applies the Phantom Soul Flash. He cuts off the guy's hand, enveloped in a bluish aura glow, and without reducing speed, moves on, leaving the wounded enemy behind. Amazement is on Sabigan's face. The strike was delivered too quickly and was impossible to foresee. The captain's face is stern and resolute. He acts not out of personal motives, but so that the reputation of the Manor of Phantom Shadows remains as unshakable as before. Sabigan, having used illusion and remained unharmed, rapidly catches up with the captain. The latter senses movement behind his back. With surprise, the man looks back, asking, "What the?" Sabigan's fist rushes straight into his face. The guy delivers a crushing blow, knocking the captain off his feet. Phantom Shadow #1 flies far back, losing the mask covering his face. The fifth number is shocked by this spectacle. A shout flies from the man's lips. "Sir!" The captain, having come to his senses a little, tries to get up. He asks, "How did the guy do that?" The fifth number fusses around him. Sabigan, turning to him, says, "So he is proud of his stealth skills, right?" He uses a special technique, and purple sparks flash in his eyes. He says, "Let his man, of course, forgive him," but he sees right through him. Sabigan looks at the warriors, using thermal vision, coloring their bodies in different colors depending on the temperature. The guy approaches the captain sitting on the ground and says, "Well, should they have a little talk?" Sabigan calls the man Lord of the Phantom Shadows estate, then corrects himself. No, leader of the Istok sect. A surprised expression appears on the captain's face. The mysterious sect, like a ghost in Jianghu, has never appeared at any official events. It is unclear whether they are orthodox or not. Their true goals, like the entire sect, are shrouded in mystery. This was very important to them, but it was precisely this secrecy that played a cruel joke on them. Decades ago, during a massacre, all direct blood relatives, including the leader, were destroyed. But most in Jianghu did not even notice this. Only those who were born and raised in the Istok sect and remained loyal to it until the end knew the truth. Those who survived this tragedy appeared under a new name, the Phantom Shadows Estate. Now they gather every scrap of information throughout Jianghu. They became a top-level mercenary organization that carries out all kinds of dirty and dangerous tasks. Sabigan, looking into the eyes of the captain sitting on the ground, says, "However, all this is done for one single goal, which is the restoration of the fallen Istok sect. This is the mission they all talk about, isn't it?" The captain cannot believe that the guy is so well informed. He says, "Impossible." The man says that the true history of their sect is kept in the strictest secrecy. Over the past decades, it has never leaked out. Sabigan asks to be allowed to be frank. He says the captain needs to complete 2 missions. The guy asks him to do 2 things that he will assign, and he will give them information about why they have been chasing all this time. The man looks at him warily. His hand, which he rests on the ground, clenches into a fist. The captain asks, "How dare he talk such nonsense?" The man says, 20 years. They spent a whole 20 years. During this time, they combed through the Central Plains. They were helped by a grain of hope hidden in their souls. All this was done for their mission. Raising his face to Sabigan, the captain shouts, "Does he even understand what they are looking for?" The guy interrupts him, saying, "The blood of the Istok sect." Surprise flashes in the man's eyes. The guy, showing him a mark on his wrist, says, "More precisely, a unique lineage that can fully inherit the martial arts of the Istok sect. There should be a strange birthmark on the left wrist, right?" The man thinks. He is right. The foundation of restoring their sect. That is exactly why they wandered for so long. But even in the Phantom Shadows estate, only a few chosen ones know this secret. He asks the guy, "How does he know this?" Sabigan replies, "Enough. That is all he will tell him. Now let him choose." Creating a magic circle in his palm, the guy says, "The choice is simple. Either he accepts his request and gets the information, or he spends the rest of his life tracking people." Phantom Shadow number 1 bows his head low, sinking into thought. He raises his gaze to the guy standing before him, his hand reaching for the sword lying next to him. Sabigan's gaze becomes stern. He closely watches the man's movements. The captain raises his weapon. Hiding the sword in the sheath fastened on his back, he, standing before the guy and bowing respectfully, says he accepts this mission. Raising his eyes to Sabigan, the man adds, "However, if it turns out that he deceived them, he swears the guy will regret it." Sabigan, showing 2 rows of even teeth in a smile, says, "Fine." Then he will give him the first task. In the room, dead bodies of people lie in puddles of their own blood. A girl sits on a man lying on the floor, placing her hand on his face. He asks her to stop. On the forehead of the man whose face is covered by the girl's hand, surrounded by a purple aura, veins bulge. Inarticulate sounds burst from his mouth. With the other hand, also surrounded by inner energy, she holds his hand, pressing it to the floor. Looking into his eyes, the girl calls him the deputy leader of the Black Scorpion Gang, the demon of fistfight MANHWA. She says that after the attack on this place with her subordinates a month ago, they killed all the men and raped all the women. The girl declares that the surviving women entrusted her to kill him. Insulting her, the man tries to free his hand, but she pins his limb to the floor with her knee. His fingers tremble, and with fear mixed with surprise, he realizes that he cannot gather his inner energy. What is this? MANHWA does not understand why his inner energy is slowly disappearing. He believes that this is simply impossible. Continuing to shower the girl with insults, the man asks, "Isn't she afraid of what is about to happen?" After all, he is the deputy leader of the Black Scorpion Gang. Tilting his head back, the girl raises a blade above her head, saying, "She already told him about this." MANHWA desperately shouts, "Stop!" His eyes widen. The girl's fingers resting on his face continue to glow with a purple aura. Leaning over him, she greedily gazes into his face. The girl stands up and looks at the dead body lying at her feet. She closes her eyes and exhales wearily. Suddenly, a dove flies into the open window from the night darkness. Hearing the flapping of wings, the girl looks around. A bird rushes towards her, and she raises her hand up, protecting her face. The girl sees that a note is tied to the pigeon's paw. She decides that this is her next assignment. She unfolds the message and reads its contents. Instructor of the Dragon Spring Academy. Sabigan? The young man delivers chopping blows with a training sword. His face shows anger and concentration. Approaching him, Sabigan says, "Let him not do foolish things and release steam." He orders the youth to spread his legs apart and slightly bend his wrists down. The guy commands, 200 more times in this position. Forward! The youth curses, trying to catch his breath. Sabigan raises his mace above his head, saying, "What kind of disrespectful attitude is this? Does he not like his teaching methods?" The student shouts, "No!" He asks the guy, before he hits him, to allow him to explain everything. The other students continue training. The youth, pointing somewhere to the side, asks the instructor, why does he not force him to do anything? Sabigan follows the direction indicated to him, and Yanvukan stands, holding a training sword in his hands. His eyes are closed and his face has a detached expression. It seems that mentally he is somewhere very far from the training ground. Sabigan says that Yanvukan is doing perfectly well on his own. The student is surprised. Doing well? He is not doing anything at all. The instructor's mace falls on the youth's head. Sabigan says, does he think he is on the same level as Yanvukan? Let him shut up and use his sword with more diligence. The guy, throwing the mace over his shoulder, turns away and leaves, while the student continues practicing with the sword. Sabigan slightly glances sideways at Yanvukan, thinking, yes, this is good. Mentally, he advises the young man not to cling to the original swordsmanship techniques described in the Supreme Sword of the Dragon, Severing the Heavens, and to practice fencing as his intuition suggests. A brilliant talent will help him reach a higher level. The young man's thoughts are interrupted by a student addressing him. Sabigan asks Tan Lejun standing before him, has he already completed his chi circulation? He answers negatively, saying that he continues to be anxious. The young man asks, can he really just do as the instructor ordered and circulate his chi? Sabigan replies that there is no other way to solve his problem except to accumulate a sufficient amount of internal energy. He adds, of course, unless Tan Lejun has secretly taken rare elixirs. He hastily replies that he has not done so. Sabigan, continuing on his way, says to the young man who remains standing, then, besides eating and sleeping, let him continue to circulate his chi. Tan Lejun replies, he understands. The young man thinks that he is rushing too much. He must have realized that he only defeated Yanvukan in that duel because of tricks. Walking along the alley, Sabigan reflects that nothing can be done about this. This is not a problem that can be solved immediately. Besides, he has more important problems. He mentally returns to the matters that worry him more. 10 days have passed since that memorable conversation with the captain. Sabigan thinks that if no one contacts him, perhaps there will be problems with his plans. He is called, being addressed as Instructor. The young man looks back and darkens. He says that he and Instructor Dong Bu-hyun have not seen each other for a long time. Then he adds that he is glad to meet. The man replies, it seems to him that Sabigan is not at all glad to see him. He asks, why did the guy suddenly have such an expression on his face as soon as he saw him? Sabigan explains that he is busy right now. He has classes with students, and the man is disturbing him. Dong Bu-hyun exclaims, busy, huh? He has just been loafing around since early morning. The man curses mentally, if it weren't for that scene he saw that day. He recalls a forest clearing strewn with the dead bodies of bandits. Out loud he says, in any case, let the guy immediately go to the main hall. He informs that the vice master of the academy wants to see him. Sabigan stands before Jong Se-myun, who is sitting at a desk in his office. The man says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He asks, how's the guy doing? Smiling earnestly, Sabigan replies, very well indeed. He is happy to have the opportunity to teach his students, who possess such outstanding talents. This makes him feel the value of the senior instructor's work every day. He adds that all this is thanks to Jong Se-myun, creating a class of outstanding students. The vice master, clearing his throat, says that is a relief. Jong Se-myun says he knows that the guy is doing well, but as he knows, they, the Dragon Spring Academy, are a martial arts academy under the Orthodox Alliance. He explains that since Sabigan became a senior instructor, despite lacking experience, the Alliance seems to have encountered many problems. Continuing to stretch his lips into a smile, the guy asks, oh? Is the Alliance interested in such a simple instructor as him? The vice master demands that he behave more respectfully. At that moment, the door to the office opens, and Sabigan turns his head to look at the visitor. His attention is drawn to long female legs visible in the revealing slit of a pink dress. Meanwhile, Jong Se-myun says that he regrets to inform that the Orthodox Alliance has sent an inspector to provide support to the guy. A girl with an impressive bust size, wrapped in the pink fabric of her dress, steps toward them. She has changed from the short outfit in which she carried out the previous assassination order on Manhwa to a more elegant and refined attire. Stopping, she greets Instructor Sabigan, saying that her name is May Solen, and she is assigned by the Inspection Department of the Orthodox Alliance. On Sabigan's face is written frank surprise, which he does not even try to hide. The girl questioningly says, Instructor? The guy laughs and apologizes, saying that he was enchanted by May Solen's beauty. Blushing, the girl thanks him for the compliment. The Vice Master says that Inspector May Solen is a rising star among the women of the Orthodox Alliance. She is an incredible master who has reached the heights of mastery at an unprecedented age. Chon Seung adds that he should not act rashly and do everything possible as a senior instructor. Let him be careful and not show rudeness towards Inspector May. The girl insincerely smiles at these words, covering her eyes. The guy chuckles, folding his hands in a traditional greeting, and exclaims, "Of course!" He casts a cold, testing glance at the girl. Sabigan mentally returns to that evening when he gave the captain of the Phantom Shadows the first assignment. They then stood in a rather secluded corner of the yard, hidden from prying eyes by a stone fence. The guy asks, "Does the man know the heavenly maiden who takes the souls of killers?" The captain looks puzzled and surprised. He says he does not understand why Sabigan suddenly mentioned her name here. But of course he knows her. She is a hired assassin working alone, without connections or comrades. The girl is famous for never having failed a single mission she undertook. He adds that he has never met her personally, but her victims were found with their lives drained. The man says that there are also rumors that she is an incomparable beauty. He asks, even fearing to suppose that it might be true, could their mission really be to kill the heavenly maiden who takes souls? Smiling broadly, Sabigana answers, no. The guy explains that his task is to call the heavenly maiden to the academy. The captain cannot hide his surprise. What? Sabigana says for the man to tell Jong Seung that due to unforeseen circumstances, he is forced to cancel their arrangements. A fist strikes the table with force and a shout is heard. Cancel? Jong Seung, sitting at the table, protests. What is the captain saying? How irresponsible of him. The man, whose face is again hidden under a mask, says he sincerely apologizes. However, he can do nothing as an urgent matter has arisen. The captain promises the vice master that instead he will introduce him to a person who is perfect for this job. As an apology, he will also pay the commission. Phantom Shadow number 1 tells Sabigana that he has already contacted her several times regarding his missions, so he can carry out his assignment without much trouble. He asks the guy, but why would he do such a foolish thing? The heavenly maiden is a ruthless and cautious killer. No matter how strong Sabigana is, she will still find a way to kill him. Smiling cheerfully, the guy asks, "What's the matter? Is the captain really worried about him?" The man says, if the instructor dies before giving him the promised information, then he will face a dilemma. Sabigana agrees with him. Yes, he is right. She is a very dangerous woman. That is why he needs her even more. And now May Solen, or the heavenly maiden who takes the souls of killers, stands before him, looking embarrassed. Sabigana bows his head in a greeting bow, smiling triumphantly. Amid the reigning chaos and devastation, those called demons flee. An energy beam rushes down from the sky, and an explosion shakes the mansion. A humanoid creature, whose face is mostly occupied by uncovered jaws full of sharp fangs, creates a magic circle in its clawed paw. Surrounded by 3 magic circles and floating unsupported in space, he casts a double spell combining the Void Cannon and Judgment Thunder, directing them at the ground. Looking down, he watches the result of his efforts. A powerful explosion shakes the earth. Standing in a magic circle, Sabigan, whose fingers are tipped with metal claws, continues to observe what is happening below. White hair falls over his forehead. Eyes sparkle from beneath the strands, containing not a drop of pity or compassion. A voice reaches him. This is not all he has, is it? The Demon King Tarant, shrouded in flames, awaits his answer. From below, he looks up at Sabigan hovering in space. The latter looks at him in surprise. He cast 8th class magic several times in a row, and he doesn't have a scratch? Tarant says, let Schwitz von Grentel resist even more. Otherwise, he will be executed immediately. Enraged Sabigan, cursing, orders him to shut up. He creates a sphere glowing with an unbearably red light and throws it at the Demon King. He sends the most powerful weapon from his arsenal to Taranto, a nuclear explosion. The Demon King raises his hand, meeting the pillar of light rushing towards him. Rings of fire spread around like ripples on water. Sabigan tries to discern the consequences of his attack. He cast a 9th level spell, the spell of extreme destruction. Sabigan wonders, did it disappear from Tarant's touch? No, it does not disappear. The force directed at the enemy returns back to the guy, and he barely manages to create a defense. A dazzling beam strikes his shield, shattering it into fragments. Young Sabigan feels the sense of falling. With horror, the guy wakes up in his bed. He clenches his teeth tighter, sweat pouring down his face like hail. Looking out the open window, beyond which the blue sky is visible, he thinks that no matter how many times he has experienced it, this memory remains damn terrible. Walking through the academy courtyard, Sabigan thinks that for now, he seems to have crossed the highest mountain. After the regression, the speed of search and security provision for May Solen was one of the most important priorities in his entire plan. The problem, despite its importance, was that he did not know her exact location during this period of time. Fortunately, Jong Se-myung and the Phantom Shadows estate are moving exactly according to plan. In the future, even Tan Lejun and Yanvukan, the top forces, will not be able to match May Solen's level of abilities. he thinks. Now the next thing he needs to do. His thoughts are interrupted by the strange behavior of the bustling students. The young people are talking among themselves. She is so beautiful. If a fairy descended to Earth, she would probably look exactly like her. On the platform, May Solen is conducting sword training. In a pink dress and elegant shoes, she performs movements more like a dance. The girl pushes off the ground and performs an incredible somersault. Then she gracefully lands and spreads her arms to the sides. May Solen swings the sword. Her face shows an openly bored expression. She makes thrust after thrust, moving extremely lightly and gracefully. Finally, she stops and stands, closing her eyes. The girl opens her eyes and something catches her attention. She sees 3 students peeking out from behind a column, admiring her. The young men continue to stand, unable to take their eyes off her. The girl folds her hands in a traditional gesture, greeting Instructor Sabigan. She says she swung the sword a little during the morning training and hopes she didn't distract anyone from important activities. The guy also greets her, replying, "Not at all." He says she handles the sword excellently. May Solen agrees with him. Actually, it turned out pretty well. She says she planned to find him and talk. He hears whispers behind him from his students. Could it be she is addressing one of them? Sabigan asks, "Is she saying that to him?" The girl answers, "Yes," and suggests, if he of course doesn't mind, to take a little walk with her. Sabigan agrees. Of course, he would gladly keep her company. They walk together through the academy courtyard. The guy says she has wonderful sword skills, as expected from a member of the Orthodox Alliance. May Solen replies that it embarrasses her a little. There are many stronger martial arts masters in the higher echelons of the Alliance. Glancing at her, Sabigan thinks, how shameless. She is an inspector and therefore part of the Alliance, but her entire personality is a lie. The girl says he makes an impression. Sabigan is surprised. He? May Solen replies that she recently heard that he won a public duel with a single strike, and even single-handedly defeated the notorious Green Forest Alliance. He looks much more like an incredible martial arts master than she does. Sabigan thinks, wow, she already did her investigation? Out loud, he says, it was just luck. Recently he stumbled upon a fateful encounter, so he has nothing to boast about. Smiling, the girl says that she does not think so. She adds that the academy students also do not think so and claim the opposite. May Solen says that from conversations with students, she learned that lately his methods have been somewhat harsh. She also found out that he helps students solve their problems, never discriminates by origin, and is truly a remarkable instructor. The guy says, did they say that? What good guys? He continues walking and the girl stops. Looking at the guy's hands folded behind his back, she says, and also his hands. The girl notices the shape of the calluses and muscles on his palm. She believes that for at least 5, or even more than 10 years, he has not let go of a weapon even for a single day. He trained endlessly despite countless sufferings. Tears and healings that happened so many times they cannot be counted. Only in this way can such hands be made. May Solen says that he should be proud of himself not because of some fateful meeting, but because he is truly a master of martial arts. The guy looks at his palm with interest. The girl standing behind him continues to look at his back. Taking a step to catch up with him, May Solen says, although, if she remembers correctly. Approaching, the girl puts her hand on his shoulder, her chest almost touching his back, and almost whispering in his ear says that Sabigan never told about this wonderful meeting. Didn't he? She asks coaxingly. Could he tell her more about it? The guy answers, he believes that he has no choice, and he will be honest with her. Looking at his palm, he says, the truth is that this power did not appear as a result of some miraculous encounter. He did not want it either. The reason he kept insisting that it was a fateful meeting was that he had no other way to explain it. He pronounces, cult of the demonic spirit. A look of caution and curiosity appears in the girl's eyes. Sabigan asks May Solen if she has heard before about a group called the cult of the demonic spirit. He says that just recently, but the girl grabs him by the chest and he falls silent in surprise. Staring intently into his eyes, May Solen asks, what is he? How does he know this name? Although no. Her face darkens as she asks the question. How did he learn this name? Sabigan, covering his mouth with his hand and pretending to be surprised, thinks that the girl has fallen for it. Several decades ago, long before the demon invasion began, there was a large religious sect of the heavenly demon, simply put, the demonic cult. Those who became followers of the powerful teaching of the heavenly demon and joined the sect soon developed their abilities to an incredible level. And this posed a threat to the central provinces, which considered the cult heretics and began a decisive offensive. In the end, the greatest war in the history of Jianghu broke out between the cultists and the Orthodox. Many strong warriors died in battle, and as a result of the war, the Central Plain was victorious, completely destroying the demonic cult. Many years have passed since the sect faded into oblivion, and to this day, peace reigns in the world, or rather, reigned. The followers of the demonic cult, who survived the war, secretly continued to exist as the cult of the demonic spirit. a fact unknown even to the government of the Central Plain. Only those who personally met its representatives knew about the cult. May Solen asks the guy, what connects him to the cult of the demonic spirit? Sabigan looks frightened and shouts, what's gotten into the inspector? He promises that he will explain everything, if only the girl lets him go. As soon as she unclenches her hands, he sharply turns away from her. The girl apologizes. She explains that she lost control of herself for a second. May Solen says that something else is much more important. Sabigan turns his head and looks at her over his shoulder. He says, judging by her reaction, it seems she knows much more about the cult than can be learned from rumors. May Solen doesn't know what to answer him. After hesitating a little, she says that the existence of the cult of the demonic spirit, which he mentioned, means more to her than anything else. Sabigan, looking offended, continues to stand with his back turned to the interlocutor. May Solen asks, can't he tell in more detail and thoroughly where he learned about the cult? Taking advantage of the fact that the girl can't see his face, the guy smiles triumphantly. She's hooked. Turning his face to her, on which no trace of amusement is visible anymore, he says, of course he will explain everything to the inspector. Continuing the walk, Sabigan says that immediately after he was officially removed from the position of assistant instructor, he says that, reflecting on why internal energy is still beyond his reach, late at night he was walking outside the academy. The guy says that it was then that he was kidnapped. May Solen, casting a sympathetic glance at him, asks again, kidnapped? Sabigan says, exactly. He didn't even know how to react to what was happening. As soon as he came to, he saw before him a man he still cannot forget. A faceless man, hiding his face behind a mask, with an eye shining with deadly energy, told him, if he resists, he will die as if he never existed. He offered to accept his fate and consider it an honor to serve for the sake of the great revival. Sabigan says the man who spoke these words had a terrifying voice. The guy adds that the man called himself a demonic scientist. The girl's eyes clearly show confusion. Her hand clenches into a fist and trembles. Sabigan says that after that, he conducted all kinds of experiments on him, forcing him to swallow unknown poisonous substances and performed operations that made his body and internal organs feel like they would tear apart from pain. The guy stretches out his hand and a fiery sphere forms above his palm. The girl looks at him in surprise. Continuing to hold the fireball, Sabigan says, one day, when he regained consciousness, he found himself completely alone in their hideout. And instead of internal energy, he could use true heavenly chi. May Solen asks again, true heavenly chi? He means... The guy clenches his fist, and the sphere disappears. He answers, yes, such a rare power that many don't even know of its existence. He says, to master true heavenly chi, one must use their own life force. The girl says, honestly, she finds it hard to believe all this. The very fact that this is possible. Sabigan says he has no internal energy. How else would he use this power? If the girl wants, he can demonstrate it right now. He adds that it may sound ridiculous now, but she will have no choice but to believe his words. The guy says, even though the existence of true heavenly chi is in question, the information about the cult of the demonic spirit is entirely based on his own experience. May Solen looks thoughtful. Turning away from this girl, Sabigan smiles triumphantly. Thanks to this, he will be able to start getting closer to the girl. He asks, does she still not believe? Then let her not refuse to go somewhere with him. He says that he invites May Solen to visit the place where he was held captive. The place where they left him after abandoning him alone. The girl's face shows hesitation. Smiling, Sabigan extends his hand to her. He explains that when he came to, there was no one around, nor anything they had used on him. But perhaps some traces of what happened remain there. Continuing to smile, he says that it takes quite a long time to get there, and today there has already been enough talking. If she doesn't mind, they can meet tomorrow night outside the academy and go to that place. Sabigan watches the departing girl, whom he promised to take to the place he told her about. He now looks stern, and the gaze with which he sees May Solen off is heavy. Of course, all of this was a lie. He had never encountered followers of the cult of the demonic spirit in his past life. His power is a kind of magic that has nothing to do with true heavenly chi. Mentally, he tells the girl moving away from him that all this lie is needed to use her. In this lie, he was able to directly tell her everything that really happened to him. He remembers the pain he had to endure in the demon laboratory. Tied to a table, he could not resist, and they did whatever they pleased with his body, and he just screamed, unable to withstand the hellish pain. Some creatures, more like giant insects, were talking among themselves. One of them asked about his condition. Another replied that the initial reaction was a complete rejection of the demonic energy. He added, "It is amazing that susceptibility gradually increases. Compared to beings from other dimensions, this is an incredibly rare specimen." His interlocutor says, "Enough." By the standards of his dimension, he was considered one of the weakest beings. He orders to keep watch over the prisoner so that he does not die immediately, and orders to continue subjecting him to increasing exposure to demonic energy each time. The response is, "It will be done," and Sabigan screams uncontrollably again from unbearable pain. He is thrown to the floor, once black hair has become completely gray. Two men rush to him shouting, "These demonic creatures, God!" They help him get back on his feet, saying, "Hang in there." The guy is coughing, droplets of blood flying out of his mouth. He is kneeling. A voice sounds, "Not bad effort." His owner is ready to bet that today will be the day of his death. Sabigan raises his eyes to her, and his lips stretch into an evil smile. He says, "Really? What a coincidence." He is ready to bet that she will be next. The guy deliberately pronounces her name, May Solen. The girl standing over him has her head and eye bandaged, as well as the stump left from her left arm. May Solen snorts, saying it seems it's still too early for him to die. Then she deliberately adds his name, Sabigan. The guy stands, immersed in memories from his past life. He has already left the academy courtyard and is on a path lined with trees on both sides. The guy looks around carefully. Looking at the bushes near the path, Sabigan says, "Hey, get out!" He takes a stone and meaningfully tosses it in his palms. From the bushes jumps out Phantom Shadow number 7 begging him to wait. Cursing, the man shouts, "No need!" Sabigan throws the boulder and says, there is a reason why he pretended to be caught on the hook and went away. He asks, did he really think that he wouldn't notice if he left only one person to watch him? The man sighs. What a misfortune. Sabigan throws him a couple of scrolls, telling the man to take them. Unrolling the scroll, Phantom Shadow number 7 asks, "What is this?" The guy explains. First of all, a map with a detailed description of the required location. Also, there is information here that will be useful when he is in the right place. At first glance, there is a cave hidden behind a rock. But when he is inside, let him draw symbols from the second scroll everywhere. Sabigan says that the man cannot understand them, but that is not required. It must be done before tomorrow morning. Phantom Shadow number 7 raises his hand, stopping the guy. He clarifies. The instructor seems to want him to go there right now and do it. Smiling, Sabigan answers, he guessed. The man is clearly not enthusiastic and, not hiding his displeasure, asks, but why him? The guy, whose face shows a displeased and promising grimace, responds with a question. What? Cursing, the man rushes off, clutching scrolls in his hands, and hurries away. Sabigan shouts after him, until tomorrow morning. He thinks that it is quite difficult to fully outline such a vast territory in one night, but it is enough for the symbols to be noticeable to everyone passing by. Sabigan contemplates what will happen next. He is confident that everything will be under his control. Twilight envelops the Academy of Dragon Spring. Lights are burning in some windows. Chon Samyun, sitting at the table, asks, "So, how is the investigation progressing?" He addresses the Heavenly Maiden standing before him with arms crossed over her chest, the Soul Taker, calling her by her nickname. She frowns discontentedly and asks to be called May Solen. Such a ridiculous form of address only causes laughter and awkwardness. After clearing his throat, the man apologizes to her. He inquires, "Has anything been found out? Has anything been discovered about the place the boy mentioned?" The girl shakes her head negatively. She thinks that, honestly, such power is not a blessing at all. She herself did not wish for it. May Solen replies that she cannot report anything definite yet. To avoid confusion and to receive more accurate information, she will need more time. The Vice Master asks her to approach the investigation with all diligence. The man is sure that Sabigan is hiding something. He believes that recently his actions have been inexplicable. Chon Semyun adds, if it turns out that he is a spy sent by some dangerous faction, he could become a serious threat to the Orthodox Alliance. The girl responds, whether he's a follower of the Orthodox Alliance or the demonic cult, honestly, she cares little. She adds, but for the operation to go smoothly, she needs to check something just in case. The Vice Master asks, what exactly does she want to check? May Solen drives a knife into the table in front of the man. Gripping the knife handle, she leans toward the Vice Master and says, if it turns out that Sabigan has a dark past or other motives, young Semyun wouldn't mind if she slit his throat, would he? In the girl's eyes are anger and determination. She mentally addresses Sabigan. It doesn't matter if it's a lie or a trap. If it turns out he tried to deceive her with such petty schemes, she will extract every word of confession from him, and his death will be painful and long. Does he understand that? The next morning, sunlight generously illuminates the academy courtyard and the forest approaching it. Sabigan sits on the floor in the lotus position. His body is surrounded by a faint purple glow. First of all, he decided to focus on the middle energy core, where mana regenerates. It has grown even stronger thanks to the high-quality mana stone he absorbed earlier. But he has still only reached the level of a 6th circle mage. At this level, he seems capable of handling 1 or 2 high-level martial arts masters. And in the academy, essentially no one poses a threat except perhaps one person. But he has problems with the lower core. Although it is very small, he clearly feels the presence of internal energy. There are no problems with blood vessels and meridians, martial arts, or self-improvement practice. It is the body constitution he was born with, his curse. Even Master Jin Beck said he had never encountered such a physique before. But ironically, it is precisely because of this body constitution that he was able to survive and be here now. At the time he was captured by demons, he only possessed a few general techniques and knew the basics of martial arts, but they did not kill him. Instead of death, he became an object for experiments, and all because of this cursed rare body constitution. And also in his memory emerges that May Solen, whom he met in a past life, crippled in body but not fallen in spirit. Not in an exquisite outfit, but in pants and some unpresentable dark blouse clinging to her body without sleeves. Behind him a voice sounds. What is he doing? Cultivating his energy or something like that. Sabigan slightly turns his head back and looks over his shoulder. Phantom Shadow number 7 says that he spent the whole night on his feet, following his instructions. Cursing, he complains that the guy makes him do all sorts of strange things. Sabigan looks irritably at the man standing in front of him. The guy, with feigned surprise, asks, "And what exactly did he ask him to do?" Number 7 looks at Sabigan with some confusion. The man literally explodes, stomping his feet, shouting, "Has he completely lost his nerve or what?" The guy stands up and, putting on a shirt, says that he was just joking. It was only a joke. He adds that it was excellent work, and asks the man to disappear from sight. While number 7 huffs with anger, Sabigan, approaching the open window, thinks, so only one thing remains to be done. During the day, the guy watches the sparring of the students. The young people deliver and block strikes. Sabigan, standing aside, watches them. He thinks that now he only has to show May Solen the cave that he disguised as a cult refuge, and feed her this convincing story. Sabigan imagines how he shows the girl the cave. He believes that although everything looks somewhat sloppy, it is not so important, because the entrance to the cave is hidden by a barrier set by demons. And in the eyes of martial arts masters, it looks like heretical sorcery that only occultists can use. And now the most important point becomes any information about the cult of the demonic spirit, because she still hasn't managed to dig up anything about it. Behind him, light footsteps of a girl are heard. Sabigan thinks, even if she suspects him, she will have no other choice but to take the bait. He turns his head back and looks at the girl approaching him. Sabigan greets May Solen, wishing her a good morning. In response, the girl says that she will go. She says that she will go with him to the place he mentioned, and which is presumably connected to the cult of the demonic spirit. Smiling at her, the guy thinks that from this moment on he will selectively feed her false information, step by step igniting in her the desire to take revenge on the cult of the demonic spirit. He says aloud, "Good. He will take the girl there." Sabigan suggests meeting her outside the academy tonight. Meanwhile, he thinks she is a person he can manipulate at his discretion. The world into which the demons came quickly lost its colors. The sky became crimson, and twilight reigned constantly. Through clenched teeth, the man spits out sprays of blood along with a cough. Laying the head of the exhausted man on her lap, May Solen strokes his dirty hair with her surviving hand. The man's heart turned into a glowing purple light hemisphere, bursting out of his chest. Someone's fist is pounding on the door. A voice sounds, "Hey there, outside, it's urgent, here!" Sabigan desperately pounds on the door, calling the demons who captured them monster-like creatures. He shouts, "If they continue like this, the man will die." May Solen orders him to stop. She says it is already too late. Her palm lowers onto the man's eyes. The hemisphere on his chest has fallen and shrunk in size, almost hiding in the hollow of his chest. The guy stops shouting and freezes. A heavy, oppressive silence sets in. Sabigan lowers his head and sighs. He feels bitterness and despair. 2 humanoid creatures appear. Grabbing the man's legs, they drag him out of the room. Sitting by the wall, May Solen and Sabigan silently watch the body of their unfortunate comrade. When the door closes, the girl says, "And now, only the 2 of them remain." May Solen asks a rhetorical question. Are they the last masters of the arts? Sabigan replies, "It's too early to say. Maybe there are other camps like this one." He adds that perhaps somewhere out there are other survivors. The girl sighs and closes her eyes, saying, "Life is so wretched. It would have been better to die on the battlefield." She asks, "Does the guy want to know something extremely funny? This is far from the first time something like this has happened to her." Sabigan looks at her in surprise. He asks, "Does she mean that a similar situation happened to her during her work in Jianghu?" Looking down at her feet, May Solen answers, "Yes, it was the cult of the demonic spirit. She doesn't think it's worth telling the guy about it, since he wouldn't understand anyway." The girl shows Sabigan her hand, which is enveloped in purple energy. He asks, "And what kind of ability was that? Energy absorption art? Did she get it as a side effect from experiments?" May Solen confirms his guess. Yes, this is the first time she has shared it with anyone. The guy says that he also found it interesting because this ability even worked on those monsters. He would never have thought such a thing possible from such experiments. Sabigan asks, "In the end, did the girl manage to take revenge?" The glow around the girl's wrist fades. She answers, to be precise, she surrendered. May Solen says that in 10 years she failed to find even a single trace of the cult of the demonic spirit. Finally, she realized that it is an incredibly huge organization beyond her reach. The girl asks Sabigan, does he know why she joined this war? The guy says that obviously it was done for her own future and the survival of martial arts masters. May Solen casts a glance at him. A slight smile slides across her lips. Sabigan looks at her, waiting for her answer. Then he says, "No, just let her not say that." The girl answers, "Yes, he understood everything correctly." She tells that while everyone else desperately fought to protect Jonghu from these monsters from another dimension, for the sake of future survival, she falls silent for a moment, then admits that she behaved like the lowest scoundrel who was too tired to live. But at the same time, she was so cowardly that she could not take her own life. May Solen says she joined the war only to find her death. Lowering her head so low that strands of hair hide her face, the girl quietly says, she could not even imagine that they would slowly die in such a place. Sabigan asks her not to give up. Throwing his head back, Sabigan closes his eyes and asks the girl not to act as if everything is already over. After all, they are still alive. The guy says he is not going to die in this dump just because his spirit was broken. Does May Solen know how desperately he fought all this time while being treated like a cripple who cannot even use internal energy? He adds that now, when everything turned out this way, all that remains is to grit his teeth and survive. Sabigan says, if they somehow escape from these monsters, looking at the girl and pointing at her with his finger, the guy says, no ifs. They will do it. And then they will track down this cult of the demonic spirit, or whatever it is called, and take revenge. He promises to help her with this. He asks the girl who does not take her eyes off him, well, how now? Has even a tiny hope ignited in your soul? May Solen says, ha, what is he talking about? He is just a cripple who is unable to use internal energy. Sabigan, using martial arts, rushes forward swiftly. Green plantations flash around him. He thinks about the fact that the memories he buried hundreds of years ago are beginning to resurface in his mind. The guy thinks it's because he met May Solen again after he returned to the past. Sabigan clenches his teeth tighter, deciding that there is no time for pointless emotions. He thinks that the main thing now is to secure May Solen a strong position as a figure on the chessboard. The guy thinks that even if May Solen herself does not yet understand her abilities, they are still one of the key conditions for victory over Tarrant. He is not going to say any sorry or please understand. Accelerating with his help of magic, Sabigan thinks he has gone too far to waste time on such feelings. Under the tree stands May Solen, waiting for Sabigan. She does not notice that someone is watching her. Crossing her arms on her chest, the girl stands, staring at the tree trunk. May Solen thinks the same as the guy. She has gone too far to waste time on such feelings. The girl reflects on the fact that she searched the entire perimeter with special thoroughness, but found no traps or suspicious traces nearby. She thinks, maybe the guy installed something in the place he mentioned. And if not, May Solen wonders, could it be that he was also once captured by representatives of the demonic cult? Mentally, she returns to those difficult days for her when she was a prisoner, with a cord chained to her legs so she wouldn't escape. Lost in thought, the girl stands by a tree, staring at it with a sightless gaze. She feels someone's presence. Without looking back, the girl says, he arrived quite early, although she is not fond of chatting. The face of a heavily balding man with bared teeth appears before her mental eyes. She casts a worried glance to the side. Someone's hand rushes toward the girl with incredible speed. A little girl frolics in the snow. A man and a woman admire her, standing a little aside. The little girl enjoys the snowfall and cheerfully shouts, "Snow! Snowball! How cold!" The man, chuckling, says, "Well, little girl, even such weather suits her." The woman shouts worriedly to the girl that she might get hurt, and asks her to be more careful. The little girl slips, stepping on a stone, and falls into the snow. She starts to whimper. It hurts. A woman hurries to her, saying, "Well, you know, but Mom did warn you." She leans over the baby and reaches out her hands to her, asking, "Can she stand up?" The woman says something else, calling her affectionate names, but the girl is brought back to reality by a harsh voice addressing her, generously using offensive expressions and demanding that she wake up. May Solen comes to her senses and opens her eyes. The girl finds herself tied to a support pillar in a large room. A man is staring at her, the top of his head bald. There is neither pity nor compassion in his gaze. A warm kaftan is open on his mighty chest. A sword is in a sheath behind his back. The girl is surprised. She remembers this face, under her palm, radiating a deadly aura. The leader of the outcast gang Black Reckoning, the true deadly light, Visan Tak, addressing her as the heavenly maiden who takes souls, says he will avenge his brother whom she killed. The outcast gang Black Reckoning, a notoriously infamous gang that commits all sorts of dirty deeds, from robberies and murders to kidnappings and slave trading. But the girl would never have thought that the gang leader and his deputy are biological brothers. Although now, looking at the man, she sees that they look alike. Mentally, May Solen reproaches herself. Too relaxed. Usually she would never have ended up in such a situation. But to her misfortune, since the words about the cult of the demonic spirit reached her ears, she stopped paying attention to anything. Visantak says, when he was told that she hurt his younger brother, he thought that the girl must have seduced him with her figure. He is surprised that her martial arts skills are also quite good. Because of this, a lot of blood had to be shed. The man recalls that during the fight with May Solen, several of his henchmen were left lying dead in the forest clearing. The girl says with contempt in her voice, how talkative he is. She asks, what is it? Does he also want to have fun like his dead brother? May Solen wonders. Isn't that the reason he put so much effort into catching her? Grinning with a smug smile, the man says, and she is clever. True, if he wanted to kill her, he would have done it immediately. Grabbing the captive by the hair, causing her to wince in pain, he says, if the rumors were false, he would have finished her off with one sword strike. Visantak leans over the girl, making her look him in the eyes. He says he never thought the heavenly maiden, the soul taker, would turn out to be a completely ageless beauty. Smirking, the man adds, he feels that today he will enjoy heavenly pleasures. His hand reaches for the sword in the scabbard strapped to his back. He says he will first cut off both her hands, with which, according to rumors, she drains internal energy. Visantak, continuing to hold her hair in one hand and the sword in the other, adds that after all his subordinates here are satisfied, he will kill her, carefully cutting off every bit of that beautiful skin from the bones. Quite a few men have gathered around them, listening to their leader with burning eyes. He removes his hand, allowing the girl to lower her head. Visantak says, shouldn't he at least do this so that his younger brother can sleep peacefully in his grave? May Solen snorts mockingly. Isn't this method too dirty to call it revenge? Mentally, the girl curses. She thought she finally found a clue that would lead her to those scoundrels. Could it be that now she will have to meet death at the hands of these animals? She closes her eyes, deciding to accept her fate. Well, all right then. Visantak swings the sword, intending to cut off the girl's wrists tied behind her back. May Solen thinks, perhaps for a mercenary blinded by thirst for revenge, this is quite a worthy end. The bandits with eyes burning with lust urge their leader. Let him cut off her hands and they will start the fun. It's time for them all to have fun. Suddenly, between this crowd of men and Visantak with his captive, Sabigan appears, enveloped in a purple aura. The girl, like the leader, looks at the guy in surprise. An extremely powerful deadly aura emanates from Sabigan, literally paralyzing everyone present. May Solen says with distrust in her voice, Instructor Sabigan? The guy does not answer her. His facial features are distorted with rage. His eyes flash with purple lightning. His face and clothes are splattered with blood, and his mouth is snarling, showing snow-white teeth. From behind, a man with a raised sword lunges at him, shouting, "Who does he think he is?" Sabigan, using the Speshka method, swiftly moves around the room, delivering strikes. His hand, enveloped in a purple aura, tightly clamps around the neck of the man attacking him. The guy, maintaining absolute composure, stands holding the choking man above the floor. Sabigan is angrier than ever. Because of this scoundrel, the plan he had been thinking over for hundreds of years almost went to hell. He resorts to the lightning strike technique, and the man's body is shaken by a powerful electric discharge. The armed bandits freeze with their mouths open. The girl is no less shocked than they are. The guy's hand holds the charred body of the man. One of the bandits asks, "What was that just now?" "Lightning?" Visantak, swearing, yells at his subordinates. "Why are you standing there like statues?" He orders to quickly finish off the guy. The bandits, huddled together, advance on Sabigan. The guy creates a magic circle, saturated with a purple aura. His body is soaked with this aura. He stands, continuing to clutch the burnt body in his hand. A moment, and he disappears from the bandit's sight. Visantak is surprised. "What?" He asks, "Where did he go?" Meanwhile, the guy appears behind one of the bandits and points his hand, with the index finger straightened, sending the magic circle he created to the back of his head. Sabigan uses the air shot technique, and the bandit's head is blown off. The decapitated body releases the sword from the weakening hand and falls backward. Sabigan, without stopping, swings the sword. One of the bandits, with beads on his neck, freezes in fear, not believing his eyes. With one move, the guy deals with him, and the beads scatter in different directions. Sabigan turns to face the frozen bandits, who look at him fearfully. The guy creates a mana blade. Its formidable appearance causes fear in the opponents, who greatly outnumber him. The men's bodies tremble, and an inarticulate sound bursts from the throat of one of them. Gripped by panic terror, they turn to the door with a wild scream and try to escape by running. Like lightning, Sabigan rushes forward, dealing with the fleeing bandits. Cries begging for life to be spared and pleas not to kill are heard. But Sabigan pays no attention to anything. The girl watches as the room fills with dead bodies. May Solen cannot believe her eyes. Watching the guy deal with the opponents, she wonders, is this really the same man she met 2 days ago? With wide open eyes, she watches what is happening. Noticing the danger, she shouts, "Careful behind!" Visantak approaches Sabigan from behind, ready to strike him with his sword. The man strikes with his sword, wishing death upon the guy. In Visantak's eyes are mixed surprise, fear, and disbelief at what is happening. He freezes with the sword in his hands, mouth open. The guy, using the stone skin technique, which prevents any weapon from harming him, turns to him with an angry expression. Sweat drips down Visantak's face. Stammering, he says, "A protective barrier of enhanced chi energy?" Sabigan's fist strikes the man's cheekbone. A powerful blow throws Visantak far back. The fallen bandit leader makes a gurgling sound. His eyes roll back, streams of blood flow from his nose and mouth. Sabigan, approaching him, raises his leg, under which a magical circle appears, glowing with a purple aura. He uses the gravity press technique. The guy holds his foot above the bandit's face. Sabigan's face is distorted with rage. His eyes shine with purple flames. He hisses insults and wishes death upon Visantak through clenched teeth. The man tries to stop him, but the guy forcefully lowers his leg. Night. On the roof of a house standing in the forest, a hole gapes, from which a faint glow is visible. In the center of the hall, where dead bandits' bodies lie on the floor, a larger indentation is burned, in the center of which stands Sabigan, clutching a sword in his hands. The guy stands motionless. Silence reigns in the room. A girl calls him by name. Sabigan turns his head upon hearing her voice. May Solen stands behind him, holding a knife in front of her. She is clearly ready to repel an attack at any moment. The girl asks, "Who is he?" Cursing, she repeats the question, "Who is he?" Sabigan immediately turns to her and exclaims joyfully, "Inspector May! What a happiness that she is safe and sound." Stretching his lips into a smile and heading towards May Solen, he says that he was so worried when he did not find her at the meeting place, so he went to look for her. His tracking skills are quite good, aren't they? The girl makes a warning gesture with her hand, indicating that he should keep his distance. Sabigan sighs, realizing that he made a mistake. He thinks that at this rate, his original plan, to control her using the information he managed to gather before regression, has failed. Sabigan could not even imagine that someone would decide to attack May Solen at this time. Looking at the determined girl, he wonders, what should he do now? He simply cannot abandon her. And the reason is obvious. May Solen is the most important element in the battle against the Demon King, who cannot be replaced. As a person who fought against the Demon King Taranta, the guy can say that the most overwhelming ability of all was the nullifying barrier that turns all attacks into nothing regardless of their characteristics or form. If there is initially no way to destroy it, then any further preparation becomes meaningless. And as far as he knows, only one creature is capable of removing this nullifying barrier, May Solen. Only she has the ability to absorb the opponent's internal energy upon direct contact. He is sure that she also knows this. However, the true essence of her skill lies in the ability to absorb and erase any concept. Sabigan thinks, of course, to reach the level that allows removing Taranta's barrier, May Solen needs to strengthen her abilities as soon as possible. Since there has been an information leak, he will immediately subdue her, and only then force her. The girl screams for him not to come closer. She says that if he moves even a finger, she will kill him. The girl shouts his name warningly. The guy, whose clothes are stained with blood, freezes, holding the sword in front of him. A scream echoes in his ears. "Sabigan!" May Solen, leaning over him with a bandage on her forehead falling over her eye, asks him to look at her. Shaking his only surviving hand, she asks, "Can he hear her?" She demands that he answer her. The guy's head lies on her knees. His body convulses in spasms. It feels as if an electric current runs through his body. He reaches out to the girl with a wasted hand, unable to utter a word. They watch him through a monitor. A question is heard. Is he still alive? The same monster-like creatures resembling giant insects talk among themselves. The higher-ranking one says that this must be a pain that will tear his whole body apart, but his strength of spirit is truly remarkable. His subordinate replies that the guy's death is only a matter of time. Humans are unable to use magic. He adds, "Can they really just leave him to die like this?" His interlocutor, a spider-like creature, says he doesn't care about the guy. They have already gathered all the data on this mutation they could collect. He believes that Sabigan could become a threat if he survives. He thinks it's better to discard him now. The guy's body arches in pain and he screams wildly. May Solen looks anxiously into his face, thinking that all the types of energy they are infusing cause a reaction and rejection. Do these creatures really intend to kill him? The guy barely utters her name. "May Solen!" She immediately responds, "Yes, it's her. She is here." The tormented Sabigan, with electric discharges still running over his skin, asks to be killed. He says he can't endure anymore. May Solen asks him to stop talking this nonsense. She reminds him that he gave her his word. The girl says he promised her that they would survive and take revenge together. Sabigan's eyes close and the girl panics. No, not this. Consciousness is slipping away. Looking at the boy writhing in pain, May Solen realizes that his body is breaking down faster and faster. She sits on the floor, holding Sabigan's head on her knees. The girl remembers their conversations, how the boy encouraged her. Closing her eyes, she asks Sabigan to forgive her. The boy comes to his senses and opens his eyes. The pain is gone. Rising, he wonders, what happened? The streams of various types of energy that fought inside him, were they completely washed away? He brings his palms to his face and examines them carefully. Behind him, May Solen's voice is heard. She is glad to see that he is okay. Sharply turning his head back, he asks, "How did this happen?" She answers, to be honest, she wasn't sure she could do it. Colorful small particles swirl around the girl. Not believing what happened and deeply shocked by her act, the boy jumps to his feet with a shout, "You!" But immediately, he weakly drops to his knees and pounds his fist on the floor. The girl asks him not to waste his strength and just sit quietly, since just a few seconds ago he was already 1 foot in the grave. May Solen looks at her palm, around which colorful particles also swirl, and then says, since she discovered that her powers affect those monsters, she realized she can absorb more than she thought. Carefully examining the hand, the girl continues to speak. She somehow managed to absorb everything into herself, but the energy is too alien, so she could not get rid of it. Maybe she would have succeeded if she had revealed this ability a little earlier. Sabigan shouted at Istuplano, calling her a crazy woman. He thinks now is not the time for chatter. The guy says bitterly, she is dying instead of him. The girl wearily closes her eyes. Sabigan continues to frantically beat his fists on the stone floor, muttering, Why? Why did she do it? A light, barely noticeable smile glides over May Solen's lips. She says, he himself said that one should not give up. She reminds him of their conversation and asks, shouldn't he be held accountable for the words he said? Sobbing, the boy calls her a foolish woman. He admits that he said it so that she would continue to live. Sabigan says that he never thought about such an outcome. The girl is sitting on the floor, leaning her back against the wall and looking at him. May Solen asks the guy to keep living, let him survive, and occasionally remember this silly woman. And finally, one more thing. Sabigan and the girl stand facing each other, holding weapons in their hands. The guy exhales wearily, pondering how to take control of the situation. May Solen clenches a knife in her hand, watching his every move intently. He throws the sword aside. Sabigan asks the girl to calm down, assuring her that there is no threat to her. May Solen, looking at him sternly, says, does he think she will believe that? How did he find out that she is being held here? And those strange martial arts he used earlier, are they really martial arts? She asks the question. Innate abilities? He surely doesn't think she will believe that nonsense. Looking at the guy, who was slow to answer her questions, May Solen says, initially, everything he said about the demonic cult was a lie, right? She demands that Sabigan answer her question. What is his true identity? The guy says, if he answers that question now, she probably won't believe a single word he says. He suggests instead telling her what he can do for her. May Solen asks, and what is that? The guy raising his index finger says, first, he can help her take revenge on the demonic cult. Then he adds, second, he will make her martial arts and energy absorption abilities stronger than they are now. The girl looks at him cautiously, even somewhat frightened. Sabigan continues, third, he will take responsibility and protect the girl from all threats on the way, just as he did just now. Sabigan, extending his hand to her, says that for all this he will ask her for only one thing. Standing with his hand outstretched, he says, let her stay here next to him. He needs nothing more from her. May Solen does not hurry to lower the knife. She asks distrustfully, stay next to him? What nonsense is the guy talking about? She clarifies, is he proposing to become his concubine? Sabigan sighs wearily and lowers his eyes. Then he explains, no, he meant exactly what he said. The guy says that he will have difficulties if the girl gets into trouble, like this time, and suddenly dies. May Solen snorts mockingly. And why? Now that the truth is revealed, he decided to say any nonsense that comes to mind? The girl's gaze is merciless and stern. May Solen asks, does he think she is unaware of his intentions? He wants to tame her step by step and remake her according to his standards, right? She calls him a pervert and advises him to get lost, because she prefers death to all his fantasies. Sabigan asks, is the girl sure of what she is saying? Even if she takes this step, will everything be fine? He says that her parents would be saddened, and then adds, Lanlin. May Solen cannot hide her surprise, looking at the guy with wide-open eyes. The child sleeps in the woman's arms. A voice is heard. Oh, this child. The woman raises a frightened look and, addressing the old man sitting opposite, asks, what is it? The The child's father, sitting next to her, anxiously inquires, "Does the baby have some problem?" The old man, stroking his long gray beard, answers that their daughter has no health problems. After a short silence, he adds, "Unfortunately, this child was born with a very difficult and strange fate." The woman, holding the baby to her chest, asks, "What? Why is he saying that?" The old man inquires, "Have they already given her a name?" Stammering a little, the child's father says that they have not decided yet. The elderly man asks them to name the girl Solen, because names possess special power, and Solen means winter orchid. Then the girl will be able to survive even the harsh frosts. The now-grown Solen, clenching her fists, shouts at her mother and father, "How stupid they are! How could they believe in such a thing?" The father replies that they, of course, did not believe in those tales. They were just worried about her, so they could not act otherwise. Raising his index finger, the mother says, "Therefore, after leaving the old man, they discussed everything and decided," gently cupping the girl's face with her palms and carefully lifting her head to look into her eyes, the mother says, "Even if the real name is already chosen, in her childhood years they will call her by a sweeter name." Leaning over her daughter and smiling gently, the woman says, "Therefore they gave her the nickname Lanlin, which means shining orchid. Until the harsh winter comes, they hope their daughter will become a flower shining in their embrace." Pushing the mother away with her hand, the girl asks her not to speak like that. The woman is surprised by her words. The little girl declares that they do not need to worry about anything. Whatever happens, she, Lanlin, will handle everything. The frightened and devastated girl sits next to the bodies of her dead parents lying face down on the ground. The man's palm covers the woman's hand. Behind them, a strong fire blazes, destroying their home. The girl cannot take her eyes off them. A quiet and hopeless whisper escapes her lips. "Mama. Papa." Behind Lanlin, footsteps are heard. A voice says, "So, this child is the bearer of that rare nature?" Tears roll down the child's cheeks. She raises her head and looks at the man standing before her. He asks, "Her name is May Solen, right?" The man who approached her looks faceless. In the darkness, only his right eye burns brightly with red fire. He says that originally she was destined to live and die like a weed, but let her know that she has been greatly honored to help accomplish the great resurrection. The tip of the dagger is almost at the boy's face, but he doesn't even try to do anything. He just stands and watches. The girl asks, "Who is he? How did he find out about this?" May Solen shouts, "How does he know her name? Only her family members know him." The guy deflects the knife blade to the side with his fingertips. He says the girl won't believe him if he tells her, so he sees no point in it. He turns his back to her, saying that he told her everything he could in the current situation. The choice is hers. Sighing, Sabigan heads to the door. Opening the door, he adds that the previously voiced promise is not empty words, so he hopes that she will carefully consider everything before making a decision. The guy leaves the house, and the girl stands and watches him go, not knowing what to think. Her gaze is tense. A drop of sweat runs down her cheek. She needs to make a decision here and now. She remembers how they first met in the Vice Master's office, how she grabbed him by the chest when she suspected his connection to the demonic cult. Before her mind's eye stands the fierce face of the guy, splattered with blood. She sees his eyes practically radiating purple discharges. Before her again stands Sabigan, extending his hand to her. Cursing, the girl grips the dagger handle tighter. Phantom Shadow number 7 sits on the edge of the table, arms crossed over his chest and one leg crossed over the other. The room is dimly lit. The man listens to the sound that put him on alert. Sabigan enters the room. His clothes are stained with blood. The man hurries to him, saying, "Where is he wandering in the middle of the night?" He asks, "Did the guy even check the work he was ordered to do the day before yesterday?" He, like an idiot, wasted a lot of time running around for the task he was assigned. Sabigan glances at him with hostility. Red bloodthirsty sparks flare up in the guy's eyes. Number 7 quickly leaves the room, saying, "He sees that the instructor is very tired. They will talk later." Sabigan watches him leave. Without undressing, he throws his arms wide and falls onto the bed. From his lips escapes, "Damn it." In the morning, Sabigan stands at the edge of the training ground, hands behind his back, watching the students. He sighs, thinking that, naturally, the girl will just leave. The guy believes she will do it, even if she wants to take revenge on the demonic cult. She is too dangerous and suspicious a person, so May Solen will never trust him. If he were in her place, he would have retreated himself, deciding to conduct his own investigation. Sabigan mentally curses himself, calling himself an idiot for planning to ruin the whole plan because of what happened 200 years ago. He thinks that it is not too late yet, and he should go after her at all costs. The student practicing techniques in front of him gets distracted and looks over his shoulder. Behind him sounds the voice of May Solen, greeting him. The guy looks back. The student bows in a welcoming gesture. The girl asks the student, her name is Soso, right? And wishes her a good morning. Smiling, May Solen apologizes to the instructor for distracting him during the lesson. but asks if he could spare her some time. Sabigan, surprised by her appearance, agrees to listen to her. The students sit in the lotus position and immerse themselves in meditation. The guy and May Solen, standing aside, watch them. The girl suggests he drop the formalities and switch to informal address. She asks him to extend his hand. The girl carefully takes his wrist in her palm, surrounded by a purple aura. She says that there are no traces of internal energy in the blood vessels throughout his body. She thinks it is true that he cannot use his internal energy. Sabigan asks, does she believe him? Pushing his hand away, May Solen replies, let him not make her laugh. He has fed her so many lies. And now he thinks she will just take and believe him? From their very first meeting, everything was a lie, wasn't it? Both about innate abilities and about the kidnapping by the demonic cult. They walk slowly across the academy courtyard. The guy admits, that's right. Initially, he wanted her to start an investigation against him. The girl rates his mental abilities low and believes that he got close to her from the start to later take advantage. May Solen asks, who is he? She would extract all the answers from him but thinks he is not the type to easily open up. She adds that she will allow him to deceive her one last time. Sabigan gives her a surprised look. The guy says, he thought she would just leave. The girl says, naturally, that would have been the right thing to do. How can anyone trust the words of such a liar? May Solen says decisively. She doesn't care about anything else. But no matter what, he must keep his word regarding the demonic cult. Looking into the guy's eyes, the girl says, even if this turns out to be a lie, she will kill him with her own hands. Slightly smiling, Sabigan says he promises, then adds that he definitely promises to take revenge on them, as she wishes. Closing her eyes, May Solen says, if only not for that phrase he threw at the end. Looking at the guy, she tells that she thought about it all night, but still cannot understand. How did he find out about her nickname? This secret, unknown to anyone, including those scoundrels from the demonic cult. Sabigan does not rush to answer. He raises his eyes to the sky and mentally returns to his past life. The dying girl says that she has one last request. She trusts him with her secret. Actually, her parents gave her a second name when she was little. It was a happy time that did not last long. The girl says, Lanlen. It means shining orchid. Sabigan listens to her without raising his head. Trying to smile with unruly lips, May Solen asks, doesn't it perfectly suit her current state? Colorful particles continue to swirl around the girl. She adds that she wants to remain a beautiful memory in his mind, erasing those that bring sadness and suffering. Sabigan, still looking at the sky, reminds the girl. He already said she would never believe it. First-year student of the Dragon Spring Academy, Ninsoso, looks puzzled. She is clearly worried. The girl, folding her hands in the traditional gesture of respect, greeting and gratitude, thinks she has faced the greatest challenge of her life. Ninsoso stands opposite three girls looking at her, thinking this is a huge crisis affecting not only her, but also the fate of their class. One of the female students calls out to her. Hey, commoner. She orders the girl to stop standing still and answer directly. The second girl, pointing at her with her index finger, says, if she dares to lie, she knows what will happen, right? If she doesn't want half of her body to be blown away, she better tell the truth. Now Soso continues to silently gaze at the female students, awaiting further continuation of the conversation. The girl with black loose hair says that the girl must say everything, hiding nothing. She adds, if for any reason their class does something that could tarnish the academy's name, she will definitely take action, even if it means telling the family elders about what happened. Looking at Mokdanvu, Ninsoso thinks that this girl is a freshman just like herself, only studying in the Flying Dragon class. She is known as the Golden Jade Leaf. She comes from the noble Mok family, one of the most famous clans among the Orthodox. The hand clenches into a fist. The girl heard that the academy receives huge support every year from the noble Mok family. She wonders, what if Manhwa says something bad about their class? In the worst case, half might just disappear. Mentally, Ninsoso addresses Instructor Sabigan, asking him not to worry. She will definitely prove their class's abilities. She promises to protect their class from the evil hands of the noble Mok family. The girl decides to resort to a special level of problem-solving in the academy. Incident log, Ninsoso. On the training ground, Ninsoso practices combat techniques, demonstrating extraordinary agility and speed. She throws forward palms wrapped in a shining aura, striking an imaginary opponent. Watching her actions, May Solen says, not bad. The movements have clearly become smoother than before. Ninsoso exclaims, Inspector? She clearly did not suspect she was being watched. May Solen says she used too much energy to make the turn. She advises trying to avoid sharp transitions. Looking at her, Soso thinks that about 2 weeks have passed since the inspector arrived at the academy. At first, the student was a little nervous. She had heard that the inspector was watching their class here. But after spending time with her, she was relieved to see that she is a kind and gentle person. May Solen says that she should continue to study hard, and Ninsoso promises to do everything in her power. A shout reaches them. General Assembly. There is an important announcement. On the unfolded scroll, 3 large hieroglyphs are depicted. Pointing at it with a pointer, Sabigan says that from today this will be the name of their class. One of the students, raising his hand, asks, "Special purpose class? What kind of strange name is that? It doesn't sound cool at all." The instructor replies that they are a special purpose class, period, because it is about a class with a very important goal that no academy student can achieve. Tan Lejun, raising his hand, asks, "And what is the goal of their class?" Sabigan answers, "The defense of the world of martial arts of the Central Plains." Now Soso thinks about the class teacher that, despite his oddities, he is still a wonderful and admirable master. Although initially the instructor was known for his complete inability to use internal energy, unexpectedly a month ago he surprised them all by demonstrating his incredible and majestic chi energy mastery skills at a public event, and then quickly passed the promotion exam and became the instructor in charge of their class. She heard them say that it was just a coincidence, a lucky chance. But Soso sometimes feels that he has become a completely different person. In the end, this is good both for the instructor and for them. So everything turned out as well as possible. Now Soso turns his head with surprise and looks a little scared at May Solen, who loudly says, "What nonsense is this?" Approaching Sabigan and pointing at him with her finger, the girl says, "He gathered the students and makes them train hard. Is this some kind of child's play for him?" The guy replies that he is quite serious. He asks, "Does she consider the defense of the Central Plains martial arts world a joke?" May Solen wonders, does he even have permission from the Academy's top leadership to use this name? Slightly smirking, the guy says, he thinks he needs to go and report this right now. He asks, will she go with him? He believes she can help him get the leadership's consent. Soso anxiously watches their confrontation. Sabigan and May Solen stand opposite each other, arms crossed over their chests, measuring each other with challenging looks. The student notes that at first they behaved politely and courteously towards each other, addressing only formally. But lately such minor disputes happen very often. She wonders, is the inspector dissatisfied with the instructor? No, it reminds her much more of... Watching May Solen actively proving something to Sabigan, Soso tries to figure out how to express it better. She has the feeling that some wall between them has collapsed. The student wonders, what happened between these two? Her story is interrupted by one of the girls standing opposite her. Flushed with anger, she shouts, "Enough unnecessary talk! Who would even be interested in listening to the love story of 2 instructors?" Ninsoso is surprised. What? They themselves said to tell absolutely everything. The girl asks, then who do they want to talk about? And here's in response about Yanvukan. Manhwa says she doesn't care about the others. She asks to tell how Yanvukan is doing. Ninsoso is surprised. Why did she single out Yanvukan? But she answers aloud, okay. She recalls everything she knows about this young man. At first, he refused to transfer to their class, like Manhwa herself, but after an argument with the instructor, he decided to stay in their class. The girl thinks that in fact she has nothing special to say about him. She decides to start the story by saying that Yanvukan does not undergo any training similar to what they go through. Manhwa exclaims in surprise, "What?" The girl's aura instantly reddens. She says, "So the instructor neglects Yanvukan?" Soso hurriedly tries to reassure her that it's not like that. She doesn't understand why she suddenly got angry. She says that while they are undergoing basic training, she has seen Yanvukan fight Sabigan several times. As far as she knows, the young man is the only one in their class who has crossed swords with the instructor. Besides that, most of the time, he stands motionless in front of the training scarecrow. The instructor even warned them not to disturb others during training. The girl insists that the instructor definitely does not neglect them. Manhwa asks, "So, Yanvukan is completely satisfied with his position now?" Soso asks again, "What?" She can't say anything about that because she doesn't know herself. She says uncertainly, but it seems he has no complaints. Manhwa stands, slightly lowering her head and lost in thought. Then she decides that she knows enough for today. She turns around and heads away, telling Soso over her shoulder that they will see each other next time. Her friends follow her, telling the girl to keep her mouth shut. One of them adds that from now on she will be watching her. The girl standing still watches them go. She clearly feels relieved. Then she raises her hands in a victorious gesture and shouts, "Hooray!" The girl is happy that she protected their special assignment class. Only later did Soso learn that Manhwa and Yanvukan had been engaged since early childhood. But the girl is glad she was able to resolve the unexpectedly arisen problem. The setting sun colors the sky in orange hues. Under the cover of night, Phantom Shadow No. 1 appears at the academy. As soon as he lands on the roof of the building, a voice behind him says, "Long time no see." Behind the captain stands Sabigan, who has hidden his hands behind his back. The man says, "Amazing. After all, he used the strongest concealment technique." Sabigan reminds him, he had said earlier that their praised techniques do not work on him. The guy adds, "What matters more is that the captain personally came here. That means the entrusted mission was completed, right? Looking unfavorably at the captain, the guy says, if he suddenly came here for no reason. But the man, not listening to him, throws him a small bottle and Sabigan catches it. The guy closely examines what the captain brought him. In his hand is a small bottle containing an insect resembling a purple praying mantis. The insect also looks intently at the guy and clicks its jaws. Number 1 says, this relates to the second point of the request that Sabigan voiced to him. The man, crossing his arms on his chest, says, first, this is the exact location of the unknown, but most likely somewhere in Hubei or Chongqing province, places with a small population. The second point, it must be an environment transformed into a heterogeneous and bizarre form. Sabigan's request was to find a specific place meeting these two conditions. He thought it would be difficult to accomplish since the search area is huge, but it did not take much time to fulfill the request. The captain adds, and all because it was a spectacle impossible to miss. He recalls how he and Number 5 approached a bizarre place, more like someone's fantasy. The man asks Sabigan, what kind of place is this anyway? The guy continues to study the contents of the bottle with his gaze. The insect makes some sounds. Sabigan replies, in any case, he won't believe it, even if he tells him. Red deadly lights flash in the boy's eyes. He says, but if you explain it in simple words, they saw signs of a catastrophe. He clenches his hand and crushes the bottle along with its contents. The invasion of the demon race into this world will occur in 10 years. Looking back, Sabigan realizes that signs of the invasion appeared long before it began. About 4 to 5 years before the invasion, strange plants and animals were discovered that had never been seen on the Central Plains. About 2 years before the invasion, mutated beasts began attacking people. 6 months before the invasion, people started suffering from mysterious and unexplained diseases. Demons were behind all these events. By dispersing highly concentrated forms of mana across the Central Plains, they applied a cruel tactic of changing the environment, turning the battlefield into one favorable for themselves. The Demon King called this terraforming. They had long developed such a tactic and successfully used it. Sabigan learned about this later when he became their slave. In that case, what about the places where the very first and largest interdimensional gates opened on the Central Plains? During the invasion, an entire city was destroyed in one day. After that, the largest interdimensional gates ever known were discovered in Hubei. If you analyze all the facts, the foundations of terraforming may already have been laid. Previously, this was just a hypothesis, but now Sabigan has proof. The boy looks at his palm, to which the crushed insect is stuck. He realizes that the Central Plains are already gradually becoming polluted. Therefore, he decided to personally verify the situation and take countermeasures. With the help of a magic circle, he gets rid of the insect remains. The guy says, great job, Number 1. Sabigan says, as he promised, the captain will receive the information from his subordinate in a few days. He will need time to present all the data in detail, so the man will have to wait a bit. Phantom Shadow Number 1 calls the guy by name, and he looks back at him. The man asks, what is his true nature? What does he know? He is clearly hiding something. The captain asks, what does Sabigan need? Turning away, the guy says, he already said. If he tells now, the man still won't believe him. So there is no need to ask. Leaving, Sabigan, without looking back, waves goodbye, saying that when the time comes, he will tell everything. Even if the captain begs him not to, so let him wait for that moment. The guy asks himself, isn't it time for him to prepare to leave this cursed academy? Standing on the roof of a tall building, he surveys the courtyard and buildings of the Dragon Spring Academy. A voice calls out to the senior instructor Dong Bu-yun. The hand drawing characters on the parchment trembles and draws a line going down. The man responds. At the head of the table sits the vice master, before whom lies an unrolled parchment and an inkpot with a pen. To his left sits Dong Bu-yun. John Semyun asks, is the selection of those who will be sent to the Heavenly Combat Tournament going well? The senior instructor assures, of course. They choose from the best students of the academy. Dong Bu-yun begins listing the students selected for the tournament, from the Flying Dragon class, Li Bigem and Mok Danhwa. From the Camellia class. Jeon Semyun interrupts the interlocutor, asking, is Yanvukan still refusing to participate? Senior instructor answers, yes, that's right. Recently he went to him again to persuade him, but the young man stated, it will only interfere with his training. Chon Semyun sighs. These so-called young masters are all the same. Dong Bu-hyun suggests not to dwell too much on this. Li Bigem, although not as gifted as Yanvukan, still possesses significant talent, isn't that so? The vice master says that instructors should in any case ensure that the selection is carried out as strictly as possible. He reminds that they know this is the most important event of the academy in the outside world. The Heavenly Combat Tournament is an event organized by the Orthodox Alliance, in which 3 great academies participate: the White Military Academy, the Heavenly Academy, and the Dragon Spring Academy. The most outstanding students of each academy gather to test their combat skills by competing against each other. The results are very important as they affect the Academy's standing in the outside world. Dong Bu-hyun addresses the Vice Master. He looks questioningly at the senior instructor. The man asks Chon Semyun, is he sure they can resolve this issue on their own? He knows that the right to select participants for the Heavenly Combat Tournament belongs to him. The Vice Master asks him not to worry about such trifles. He reminds his interlocutor that, just as well as Chon Semyun himself knows, this demonic sword has absolutely no interest in such outside world events. He has spent the last 2 years in his closed training hall, not showing his face even once. The Vice Master tells the senior inspector, let him consider that they have been given tacit consent to do everything themselves. Dong Bu-hyun obligingly says, well, if the Vice Master says so. He laughs rather insincerely. In the doorway appears Sabigan, smiling joyfully with the words, he apologizes for his intrusion. Approaching the table, the young man says, oh, here are exactly all those he was looking for. They are both here. Dong Bu-hyun, rising from his chair and not hiding his displeasure, asks, what's the matter? Sabigan wishes the men good morning and reports that he, as the senior instructor, has a very important message. Continuing to radiate joy and smile, the young man says that he and the students will participate in the upcoming Heavenly Combat Tournament. A fist forcefully slams down on the table. An indignant voice sounds, what nonsense is this madness? The Vice Master asks Sabigan, does he really think that anyone will allow them to do this? The guy casually wonders, why not? If he returns with victory, won't that solve all the Academy's problems? Chon Semyun angrily replies, let him put aside his damn foolishness. The Heavenly Martial Tournament is not some petty friendly exchange of courtesies between warriors. It is a grand event attended even by high-ranking martial arts masters of the Orthodox Alliance. The Vice Master shouts that they cannot send such a bungler as him there. Sabigan, without stopping smiling, covers his eyes and exhales, then says, so, Chon Semyun considers him a bungler? The guy says, let's take a look. Then he turns to Dun Bu-hyun asking, he was originally appointed for the selection, right? The man looks at him gloomily, not understanding what he is getting at. Sabigan asks, does he truly believe with all his heart that he is suitable for this role? Dun Bu-hyun responds with a question. In what sense? The guy says, a person without real skills and lacking awareness. All the man has are base feelings and age. He is simply a fossil. Why wouldn't he, for the sake of the younger generation, step aside and leave this place to others? Crimson with rage, Dun Bu-hyun shouts, what did he just say? The Vice Master asks the man to keep himself under control. Dun Bu-hyun, turning to him, asks, is he really suggesting that he endure such humiliations? Chon Semyun answers, why does he allow himself to be provoked by such a bungler? The guy smiling says, ah, what a shame. Sabigan adds, all this time he thought that the value of a martial arts master was determined by his skill. But now he sees that some prefer just to look for excuses. Dun Bu-hyun shouts angrily, let Sabigan shut his mouth. The man threatens the guy to go outside, and there he will smash his face. The Vice Master asks the man to calm down again. The guy, grinning predatory, thinks that this is exactly the answer he wanted to hear. Sabigan thinks that if he publicly defeats Dun Bu-hyun, Chon Semyun will be disgraced. And then by pressing a little more, the guy could take on the supervisory role over the Heavenly Martial Tournament. He knows that the tournament is held at the White Martial Arts Academy located in Shanxi. To get there from the Academy of Dragon Spring in Jiangxi, it will take about a month. If they deviate slightly from the original route, they can even pass the very place where Number 1 discovered the demonic zone. He thinks. Of course, if it is about verifying the accuracy of facts, he will get there alone many times faster. But that is not his only goal. Sabigan decides, if Chon Semyun continues to obstruct him even after he crushes Dong Bu-hyun, then he will have to provide evidence of all the corruption schemes in which he was involved. A sinister aura begins to thicken around the guy. He looks defiantly at the senior instructor, provoking him to a fight with his entire demeanor. Dun Bu-hyun warningly raises his hand, signaling to the Vice Master that he should not interfere. He asks the guy, what are they waiting for? He accepts his challenge, and today he definitely will. All three turn to this door with surprise. Dun Bu-hyun, slightly stammering, asks, what is this? In Sabigan's eyes, purple energy flares up. From the corridor come the footsteps of a person approaching the office. Still standing at the threshold, he begins to say that he hasn't visited here for a long time and ends up hearing a rather amusing conversation. Sabigan's gaze becomes angry and cold. The guy looks up from below at the man who entered the office. On Dun Bu-hyun's face are confusion and fear. Chon Semyun is clearly worried. The guest asks Sabigan, so he is saying that the value of a martial arts master is determined by his skills? The man adds, yes, a true martial arts master must have such strength of spirit. He laughs loudly, then says that the guy is exactly as people talk about him. He declares that he likes this young man. The vice master is stunned by such a statement. An indistinct sound escapes his mouth. Dunbukyun, nervous, brings his hand to his lips. The senior sword technique instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy, gloomy shadow of the divine sword, Sanpilji says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He asks the vice master and Dunbukyun, how have they been? Jeon Samyun inquires, what brought him here today? Sanpilji replies with a question. What kind of question is that? Frowning, the man asks, is he now saying that there is a place in the academy where he cannot go? The vice master hastily assures the man that he did not mean that at all. Sabigan thinks that he actually has the same question. What the hell is he doing here? Meanwhile, Sanpilji asks everyone to relax. He joked, and there is no need to look at him with such frightened eyes. The guy thinks that this person is not interested in teaching others. He is obsessed only with honing his own martial art, the most sincere martial arts fanatic. One thing Sabigan can say for sure. Among all the martial arts masters he has met after regression, this person is the strongest. Sanpilji says that he went out to get some fresh air. Then he decided to check how true the interesting rumors circulating around the academy are. He adds that he heard discussions here about participation in the heavenly tournament, right? The vice master answers, yes. But, to be precise, Jeon Samyun says that this young man suddenly appeared at the doorstep and started making demands. Sabigan listens to his speech with a sour face. Sanpilji, addressing the guy, asks, is he going to represent their academy at the heavenly tournament? Sabigan answers affirmatively, yes, but not only as a leader. The guy says he wants to personally select students for participation. The man laughs. Complete nonsense. How bold. Abruptly ending the fun, Sanpilji becomes serious and asks the guy a question. Does he mean that his students surpass the best students of their academy in strength? With a scowl, Baigan drills him with his gaze and replies, exactly so. A slight, barely noticeable smile appears on Sanpilji's lips. He says that it seems not even a month has passed since the guy became the senior instructor. In such a case, insisting on participating in an official event like the Heavenly Combat Tournament is too unreasonable. Dunbukyun immediately supports him. Exactly. He is absolutely right. Sanpilji says he himself said, combat skills are the true measure of proficiency and determine the master's worth. Sabigan is already dizzy from their quarrels. Dunbukyun, stammering, asks what Sanpilji means. Clapping his hands, the man replies, all right, here is what they will do. He proposes to hold public martial arts competitions to determine the representative. Those initially selected to participate in the Heavenly Tournament will compete with the cadets nominated by Sabigan. This way they will determine who is stronger. Sanpilji, addressing the guy, asks, a reasonable proposal, isn't it? He adds, if he is so confident in his students that he is ready to present them as representatives of the academy. Purple sparks flare up in Sabigan's eyes. The senior swordsmanship instructor finishes the sentence. So, they are outstanding talents. He is right. At that moment, the guy recalls all the failures of his students. Tan Lejun, like the other students sitting in the auditorium at the desks, is surprised. He asks, what is this sudden martial arts competition? And one that is a selection, where the opponents are representatives of the academy? With Bigan scratching the back of his head, he answers, well, somehow it all turned out that way. One of the students, cursing, shouts, what kind of heavenly battle tournament is this? He hadn't even thought about participating. What kind of instructor arranges this without even bothering to ask their opinion? The guy reproachfully says, oh, what a bunch of ungrateful scoundrels. He gives them a chance to broaden their horizons, and all he hears in response are complaints. Approaching him, May Solen says, this is far from the first time he does something without consulting anyone. The girl states that she would like to hear the reason why he suddenly decided to participate in the tournament. Showing off a little, Sabigan raises his hand, saying he wished his fine cadets would get out of this hole and see the wonderful huge world. May Solen asks, did he just say hole? About the academy where he teaches? The guy starts giving arguments, from which Yanvukan catches only separate phrases. Trainings memorized as if from a book. Fights without a sense of tension, to break out of this low-quality education system. The second son of the destructive Swords clan says, enough of this nonsense. All eyes turn to the young man asking, is the schedule of matches ready yet? Sabigan is angry and calls him a scoundrel without a sense of tact. Unrolling the scroll, he adds, of course, he just received it on the way here. Glancing through the list, the guy says, so first of all, he pronounces the name of the first-year student in the special purpose class, Yamjarun. The young man immediately responds, yes? Sabigan says that his opponent is Sanjin, a first-year student from the Wild Tiger class. The boy's face is twisted by an evil grimace. He grabs his head, exclaiming, damn it! The instructor asks, what's wrong? Is he acquainted with him? Sanjin covers his face with his palms and remains silent. The young man sitting next to him explains that they opposed each other back when they studied in the same class. He says that the whole process is hard to explain, But no matter how many times Yamjarun challenged him, the result was always the same. He suffered a crushing defeat. The young man objects. It wasn't bad enough to use the word crushing. The deskmate replies that in any case, he never managed to win even once. Yamjarun mutters embarrassedly. Well, true, but still. Sabigan says, well. The guy advises the young man. Since he was beaten, he should try to snatch a victory. Then he announces the next student, Chomak. Yamjarun gets angry. He is very ashamed. To his deskmate, the guy announces that his opponent is a first-year student from the Flying Dragon class, Manhwa. The young man is shocked by his statement. Almost crying, he asks, "What?" He grabs his head, muttering that he can't believe it. Manhwa. That's it. He's done for. Sabigan asks, "Who is she?" He feels like he has heard that name before. He has explained that Manhwa is the eldest daughter of the noble Mok family. The family members stand on the same level as many great martial arts masters. When it was announced that some students would transfer to this class, she briefly came to them. Sabigan recalls her, that's the bold girl who refused to study with them. Well, he doesn't really care about that. Ninsoso, raising her hand, asks the instructor not to worry. She says that Manhwa is her friend, and if she talks to her, the problem can be solved. Sabigan replies, "Fine, let her try," and asks for permission to immediately announce the name of her opponent. He tells the girl that her opponent is a second-year student from the Wild Tiger class, Hwangi. Sabigan asks, "Who is that?" Ninsoso answers that she knows. He is the eldest son of a man famous across the continent. The guy exclaims, "Ah, right. He is related to the instructor Dong Bu-hyun. Yes, that's quite a scoundrel." He moves on to the next student. The turn comes to Yanvukan. After naming him, Sabigan makes a small pause. The guy announces that Yanvukan will fight against a third-year student from the Flying Dragon class, Lee Bigum. The youth's aura turns red. Sabigan looks questioningly at Yanvukan. He asks, "And what is that reaction?" Tan Lejun wonders, does the inspector really not know Lee Bigum? The youth explains that Yanvukan's opponent is a senior well-known throughout the academy, the best student among the third-year students. Sabigan replies, "Who said he doesn't know? But how is that related to them tiptoeing around him?" The guy waits for an answer from his students, who are not in a hurry to explain. Yanvukan says, "The thing is, they don't get along with each other. Lee Bigum is the deputy owner of the Lotus Sword Hall, and this hall was founded by a side branch of the Yen clan. In other words, they don't really get along." Smiling, Sabigan asks, "So is he stronger than Yanvukan?" The youth again does not rush to answer. A barely noticeable smile slips across his lips. Finally, he replies that he doesn't know for sure right now. The instructor says that is quite enough. Sabigan says, and lastly, Tan Lejun. The youth immediately becomes alert, clearly expecting nothing good. The instructor says that his opponent is the one who studied with him earlier in the Camellia class, Gawkbok. Tan Lejun's face becomes unhappy. The youth asks, "Gawkbok will face him? Sabigan is not joking?" The guy replies, "No. This is the very Gawkbok who acted all high and mighty and in the end ended up on the floor." Sabigan says, he heard that he persistently asked to be allowed to fight alongside him. Stammering, the youth says, "Such a monster." Students sit at desks, holding their heads. What a setup. Now they will be humiliated in front of the entire academy. Sabigan, standing behind Yamjarun and Chomak and leaning over them, embraces them by the shoulders. The guy asks the dear students not to worry about anything. Do they really think their mentor will stand silently and watch them be made fools of? The young men look at the instructor with hope, slightly encouraged but at the same time puzzled by his words. Sabigan says they need to remember that without pain there is no victory. Smiling broadly, the guy states that there is exactly 1 week left until the competition. They need to put in a little more effort than usual, right? Sweating under the pressure of the instructor's full body weight, Chomak replies that he somehow no longer cares about winning. He is satisfied as it is. Continuing to smile, the guy responds. He wasn't really interested in his opinion anyway. Fairly smiling, Sabigan watches the students training as they squat with a huge load, in the form of stones tied to a club, on their shoulders. The young men are sweating, their arms and legs trembling. Sabigan announces that next week the intensity of their basic training will be tripled. Tears stream down Chomak's face, and Yamjarun's eyes become unnaturally round. Hearing the instructor's words, the young men let out a loud scream. The guy, ignoring them, says this is special training conducted for a limited time. Ninsoso approaches Sabigan and asks, "What about her?" The guy looks thoughtfully at the student, pointing a finger at May Solen, who clearly did not expect such a setup. Sabigan says that her training will be handled by an outstanding, wonderful, magnificent, and true master. The girl shouts that she did not sign up for this. Ninsoso is delighted. Wow, how great. Yanvukan says that, as always, he will train by himself. Sabigan, without even looking back, waves his hand raised up, saying, "Good." He He believes in him. Behind Sabigan appears Tan Lejun. The young man addresses the instructor. He asks, maybe he also needs some special training? The instructor replies, no. Let him continue to practice the breathing technique. The young man objects. But in such a situation, isn't it time for the instructor to teach him something new? Sabigan asks, how many more times should he repeat? This is the only way for him to become stronger as soon as possible. Tan Lejun tries to object, but still. The guy looks at him discontentedly, saying, today he is so stubborn. He asks, what's the matter? Is it because Gawkbok became his rival? Moving away from the student, Sabigan says, stop trembling with fear without a special reason. After all, he is the one who managed to defeat even Yanvukan. Approaching May Solen, the guy asks her to occasionally watch his fools. At the same time, Sabigan points to Chomak and Yamjarun. The girl is outraged. What? On what grounds? And where is he going in the middle of the lesson? Raising his index finger admonishingly, Sabigan says that he urgently needs to check somewhere. He adds, if someone looks for him, let them come up with something. May Solen shouts, wait! But the guy is already enveloped in a cloud of purple energy, and he literally dissolves into the air. The girl is angry. She thinks, what a nuisance. So he asked her to stay nearby to manipulate her as he pleases? Standing next to her, Ninsoso, looking at the girl with admiring eyes, asks, which training will they start with? Night. Tan Lejun meditates, sitting in the lotus position. In the solar plexus area, a concentrated energy cluster shines. The young man slowly inhales and exhales. He keeps thinking about the instructor's words. Stop trembling with fear without a special reason. After all, he is the one who managed to defeat even Yanvukan. Rising to his feet, Tan Lejun thinks that this is not so. Now everything is perfectly clear to him too. The reason he was able to defeat Yanvukan during that duel was that he recalls their battle and believes that before the duel the instructor showed him the entire swordsmanship technique of Yanvukan. Walking across the platform, the young man thinks that if they met again, he would never be able to defeat him. Looking at his hand, Tan Lejun reflects that his inner energy has certainly increased compared to before, but now the development process is gradually slowing down. He sadly thinks about the fact that the duel will take place in a week. The young man imagines with horror that he will have to fight Gawkbok in front of everyone. He wonders if this training will be enough to defeat the opponent. Light behind the closed door attracts the attention of the young man. Approaching, he slightly opens the door leaf and cautiously peeks into the hall, wondering who is training at such a late hour. In the middle of the hall, Gawkbok is practicing strikes. The young man's teeth are clenched tightly. Drops of sweat stream down his face, but he continues to strike the imaginary opponent blow after blow. Tan Lejun, seeing the opponent's training, is unpleasantly surprised and even frightened. Gawkbok, having felt something, stops and freezes, listening. He turns his head to the open door, but there is no one there. Tan Lejun hides behind the door, fearfully covering his mouth with his hand. The young man wonders, maybe he imagined it. Why is Gawkbok training at such a late hour? He decides that he confused him with someone else and breathes a sigh of relief. Apparently his mind was clouded while he was practicing breathing techniques. Tan Lejun does not see that Gawkbok is peeking from behind the door, his face twisted in a furious grimace. A loud scream echoes over the academy. Frightened, Tan Lejun sits on the ground. Above him stands Gawkbok with his hands on his hips, speaking without choosing words to the scared young man. Does he really think he can shout in the middle of the night as if he had done something outstanding? The second son of the Dragon Tiger Escort Agency, Gawkbok, fills with anger. Insulting Tan Lejun, he asks, so, does he secretly watch other people's training sessions? Stammering, the young man asks, what is Gawkbok doing here at such a late hour? The young man angrily demands, what is he mumbling there? In his opinion, he can no longer even train. Tan Lejun closes his eyes and turns away, expecting a blow. Then the young man timidly looks at Gawkbok standing before him. Tan Lejun says, but when they studied in the same class, he never once engaged in something like personal training? The young man exclaims, ha! Just look at this little brat. Gawkbok raises his fist, saying, now he even talks back to him? Looks like he's very comfortably settled in that place and wants to stay away from him. Tan Lejun covers himself fearfully with his hands. He closes his eyes and trembles, expecting that any moment now a huge fist will fall on him. Already raising his hand, Gawkbok freezes, pondering something. He unclenches his fist and lowers his hand, then spits contemptuously. Gawkbok says that now getting rid of him until losing consciousness is pointless. The young man looks at him from under his arm, not understanding what is happening. The young man tells him to get lost and promises that in a week he will smash him to a pulp in front of everyone. Gawkbok leaves. The confused Tan Lejun looks after him in bewilderment. Looking at the second son of the Dragon Tiger Escort Agency walking away, the young man thinks, did he just leave? Is that really Gawkbok? Tan Lejun breathes out with relief. He does not know why he acted that way, but is very glad that his fears did not come true. The young man praises the gods. Suddenly he freezes and reflects on his behavior. He remembers sitting on the ground, covering himself with his hand and waiting for the blow. Looking at his trembling hand, Tan Lejun realizes that he felt relieved that Gawkbok did not beat him. With his other hand, he holds the uncontrollably trembling wrist. The young man decides, no, this won't do. This is completely unacceptable. Yamjarun stands, gripping a stick in his hand. He is surrounded by students watching him. With a shout, the young man throws forward the hand holding the club. Suddenly, a strong side blow crashes onto his cheek. The young man catches his breath and wipes his mouth with his hand, asking, "Is this some kind of joke?" Behind him stands a green-haired giant, raising a club to strike. The man who hit Yamjarun says, he thought the young man had mastered martial arts since he challenged him to a duel. Delivering blow after blow, the giant says. He cannot help but look at himself with pity the moment he started to get nervous because of that thought. Yamjarun falls to his knees and catches his breath, leaning on the club. The giant, throwing his club over his shoulder, approaches him saying, "Hey, what's wrong with him?" Coming closer, the green-haired giant stops and says, "A minute ago he attacked him as if he was going to kill him." However, this scene gives the impression that he is the bad guy here. Isn't that so? He asks. And what was Yamjarun even hoping for, challenging him with such abilities? Why is the young man staring? Is he angry because he insulted his family? Is that the reason for his rage? The guys watching them talk among themselves. One of them says that in the end, origin shows who is who in reality. The second replies, did he really hope to fight him on equal terms? Meanwhile, the giant continues mocking Yamjarun. Can he really change anything? After all, everything he said turned out to be true. Both he and his family are low-born nobodies. The young man jumps to his feet and lunges at the offender, demanding that he shut up. But the green-haired giant simply dodges his blows, continuing to mock him. He decides to go on the attack, and insulting the young man says, if he didn't want to take blow after blow like that. Yamjarun falls, blood spurting from his mouth. His opponent, leaving the young man behind, finishes the phrase. Then he should have kept quiet. Laughing, the big guy says that Yamjarun is a disgrace to the Orthodox Alliance. The young man opens his eyes at the scream, demanding that he come to his senses. Chomak leans over the young man lying on the ground. Yamjarun asks, what happened? The friend wonders, does he remember nothing? Chomak explains that the young man fainted during training. He overexerted his body too much. Yamjarun says, so that's what happened, damn it. Chomak falls to the ground next to him, saying, that's complete nonsense. The friends lie there, not even trying to get up. Chomak, sighing, wonders, why should they continue training like this for the next 6 days? Is the instructor trying to kill them? Yamjarun asks. By the way, where is that Sabigan? Grinning maliciously, the young man only asks not to be told that he is somewhere having fun while they go through these hellish trainings. The club forcefully falls right on the young man's face, making him cry out in pain. Sabigan, patting his palm with a baton, says, calling him a shameless student, that he is actually here. Chomak exclaims, oh, instructor! Yamjarun gets up and, sitting on the ground, covers his face with his palms. The guy looking at him says, judging by their appearance, they have finished all the exercises he gave them. The instructor adds, strictly speaking, for insulting a teacher and bringing shame on the clan, a severe punishment is assigned, but since they worked hard, he will pretend not to have heard their words. Yamjarun moves one hand away from his face, revealing his nose reddened from the blow. The young man replies, what the hell, insult to the teacher and bringing shame? They do not belong to the same clan after all. Sabigan tells the students sitting on the ground that they are really doing everything to deserve victory. Chomak wonders, where has he been? The inspector has been looking for him all day. The guy says, does he really think that he will spend time on entertainment? He has many matters to resolve. Then he adds, one way or another, isn't it time to start individual training sessions to prepare for the public battle? Chomak, jumping to his feet, asks again, 1 second. What did the teacher just say? Are there still some trainings left? But they were already training according to some strange scheme. And now they face another load? Sabigan answers imperturbably, so what? That's how it should be. While they were talking, the dark time of day came. The guy asks, do they really think they can defeat those guys relying only on basic training? Chomak, almost crying, says, that is, of course, impossible. Such a result cannot be achieved in just 1 week. The young man adds, it is worth starting with the fact that their skills are average. How can they defeat someone like Sancho Jin and Manhwa? He demands that the instructor think and tell them if they go through hellish training, will they really manage to defeat them? Sabigan pronounces no. He says he will not lie. No matter what they do all week, their chances of winning are extremely small. Chomak says, ha! He thought so. Yamjarun asks, in that case, what is the point of all these trainings? Sabigan answers, that if they can endure all the trainings he gives them for a week, then at least they will avoid a shameful defeat in front of everyone. Chomuntek leans towards his friend, asking, "And these words should be motivation for them?" He says he doesn't care and leaves. He is not concerned about the heavenly martial tournament. The instructor can kick him out of class or beat him. He does not want to stay. Yamjarun watches him leave. A smile appears on the instructor's lips. The fang-toothed Sabigan from a past life, shrouded in a purple haze, asks, "Pull his guts out through the anus?" Let him just say it, and he will do it immediately. Continuing to smile, the guy says, "No. Control yourself, Schweitz von Grentel. Sabigan is different now." A question reaches him. The words about avoiding a shameful defeat mean. Standing next to him, Yamjarun asks, if he endures this 6-day training, will he be able to properly fight that scoundrel Sancho Jin? Sabigan asks him, "What's going on?" Honestly, he expected that one would start quarreling with him first. The young man admits, of course, these trainings are killing him too. Yamjarun says that unlike Chomuntek, he has a reason to continue. Filling with anger, the young man says, he must take revenge on Sancho Jin at any cost. Red sparks flare in Yamjarun's eyes. He says, of course, now the instructor will say he can't teach him because his goals are perverse, but Sabigan is not going to lecture him, is he? Purple flashes sparkle in the boy's eyes. His mouth grins, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. He says, under no circumstances. This is the perfect answer. The young man receives an extra point from him. Yanvukan at this time stands on the training ground, gripping a sword in his hands, opposite a wooden dummy. He, closing his eyes, raises the sword and holds it in front of himself. A voice nearby forces him to open his eyes. Someone says, he thought the young man was not interested in some tournament. Yanvukan looks at the person who asks, why did he suddenly become interested in the heavenly combat tournament? The young man, frowning, answers, did he really come here at such a late hour to talk about this? Then adds, Lee Bigem. In front of Yanvukan stands a third-year student of the Dragon Spring Academy, Flying Dragon Class, Lotus Sword Hall, Deputy Master Lee Bigem. The second son of the Destructive Swords clan says that he and Lee Bigem have not seen each other for a long time. He expresses hope that he has been well all this time. The Deputy Master of the Lotus Sword Hall replies, let him keep those useless greetings to himself. They are not close enough to exchange such phrases. Lee Bigem suggests he better say what he is actually thinking. He asks, why did he raise such a fuss by expressing a desire to participate in the heavenly combat tournament? Yanvukan answers, it seems there was some misunderstanding. It was not him, but the instructor supervising their class who took this decision on his own initiative. Lee Bigem laughs. And is that the only excuse he could come up with? Breaking off his laughter, the young man shouts furiously, why can't he be honest? Let him just say that he boiled with resentment because he took his place, and Yanvukan belatedly gave in to his greed. Lee Bigem says, wherever Yanvukan may be, he cannot sleep peacefully until he proves to everyone that he is the best. He adds mockingly, a young gentleman from a renowned family. The second son of the clan of Destructive Swords says, Lee Bigem has not gotten rid of the habit of making assumptions based on his erroneous fantasies and rushing to conclusions. Passing by Lee Bigem, the young man adds, he will not stop him. It's time for him to go to his place. The Deputy Hallmaster's sword, the Sword of the Lotus, is laid flat on Yanvukan's shoulder, and he stops. Lee Bigem says that Yanvukan should not be mistaken. The young man explains that the reason he has tolerated his contemptuous attitude so far was out of respect for the family. But if the second son of the clan of Destructive Swords provokes him in such a way, then that is a completely different story. If Yanvukan thought he would save his face even in a public contest, then he is very wrong. Apparently, he thought the fight would be easy for him because Lee Bigem belongs to a side branch of his family. He asks Yanvukan, what is the purpose of his admission to the Academy for Martial Arts Training? Of course, to prove to the world the truth that ignorant people do not know. He adds, the truth that the warrior's skill before him, who has never rested on his laurels and constantly developed, surpasses the skill of his family, burdened with its noble name and worldly concerns. A smile slides across Yanvukan's lips. Without looking back at his interlocutor, the second son of the clan of Destructive Swords says, what a relief that at least in one thing their thoughts coincide. Lee Bigem is surprised. What? Turning back, Yanvukan pushes Lee Bigem's weapon away with his sword, saying, let me add that one should not draw a sword when not intending to strike. Such actions only tarnish the family's reputation. The young man turns away from Lee Bigem and leaves. Lee Bigem shouts after him, what does that mean? And insults him. Yanvukan says they will see each other at the public contest, but now he has to go. Lee Bigem's face contorts with a furious grimace. His eyes radiate powerful energy. He forcefully lowers his sword, and its tip strikes the platform, shattering its surface and knocking stones out of it. Yanvukan does not even look back, despite the noise made by the young man. Lee Bigum, whose veins on his forehead bulged with anger, insults him again. In the morning, Tan Lejun walks through the academy courtyard, lost in thought. He remembers Gawkbok. The words of the escort agency's second son still ring in his head. Get out of sight, as well as the young man's promise to crush him into a pancake in front of everyone in a week. Despair appears in the young man's eyes. Both the fact that Gawkbok trained alone until late at night and the words he left at the end indicate that he is preparing very seriously for the public combat competition. Tan Lejun thinks to himself that he is doing everything the opposite way. Yamjarun, half squatting, freezes in a tense position. A red aura emanates from him. From the effort exerted, he even closes his eyes and clenches his teeth tighter. Drops of sweat stream down his face. Tan Lejun looks at him in surprise. Mentally, he notes that today's training is different from yesterday's. Chomak, lying on the ground with his head propped on his hand, calls out to Tan Lejun, telling him not to bother the young man unnecessarily. The eldest son of the one-star sword clan looks at him in surprise, then asks what Chomak is doing. The young man replies, "Can't you see? He took a short break to rest from this damn special training." Tan Lejun, scratching his head, says confusedly, he, of course, does not intend to lecture him. But is he sure it will be okay if Instructor Sabigan sees this? Closing his eyes, Chomak lazily murmurs, he won't come today. He explains that he heard Sabigan was training Yamjarun all night in this strange stance, and then left the academy early in the morning. Tan Lejun realizes the information he heard for a few moments. Then the young man asks, did he train them both in the new technique all night? Chomak replies, no, he was not involved in that. The instructor only trained Yamjarun. He was so tired that he didn't even want to eat, so he went to sleep. Tan Lejun recalls asking Sabigan, maybe he also needs some special training, and he answered that today he is too stubborn, and added that the young man just needs to continue practicing the breathing technique. His hand clenches into a fist as he thinks about the instructor training with Yamjarun all night long, while he was brushed off, being told there was nothing to teach him. He feels insignificantly small compared to Gawkbok. Tan Lejun wonders, so he just has to keep practicing the breathing technique as the instructor said, and then fight Gawkbok in front of everyone. He gets angry and his aura takes on a red hue. Tan Lejun decides that this is not acceptable. The girl's hands are folded in a traditional gesture expressing respect. The palm of the left hand covers the right wrist clenched into a fist. Ninsoso thanks May Solen for today's training. She replies that the student worked hard today and suggests she go rest. May Solen herself closes her eyes and thinks about how Sabigan is still nowhere to be seen. And because of him, she had to train the children all day long. Opening one eye slightly, she comes to the conclusion, well, nevertheless. May Solen admires the sunset, which has painted the sky orange. She hasn't felt such lightness in her soul for a long time. Although being a teacher was clearly not her calling, she believes she is doing quite well. Descending the steps, the girl remembers that while training Soso, she never really managed to check how the others were doing. May Solen, stopping, surveys the training ground. A wooden club forcefully strikes the training scarecrow. Tan Lejun delivers blow after blow, honing his skill. Finally, he stops and, leaning his hands on his knees, tries to catch his breath. The young man flinches when he is called by name. Turning his head, he sees May Solen approaching. The girl asks, what is he doing here? Wasn't he told to meditate until the day of the public competition? Tan Lejun assures her that last night Instructor Sabigan said that from today he should train with the sword. May Solen thoughtfully says, is that so? She wonders, well, really, if he was here, then why didn't he come up to her even once? The girl asks him in any case not to stay out late. Clutching a wooden stick in his hands, Tan Lejun replies to the inspector, good night. A young man stands before a huge tree. Yanvukan, closing his eyes and holding his sword in front of him, stands motionless. Mentally, he imagines his movements. He sees the trajectory of his strikes delivered to the tree trunk. As a result of these strikes, an intricately carved hole appears in the trunk. Yanvukan slowly opens his eyes. He is still standing in front of the tree, clutching a sword in his hands. A man surrounded by a purple aura jumps onto the lower branch. He asks a question. Finished at last? Sitting down, Sabigan asks, so how is it, any progress? Yanvukan, lowering his head, answers, no. He still has a long way to go to the desired result. Raising his head and looking the instructor in the eyes, the young man says, but even in this state, he is confident that he will not lose. Grinning mischievously, the guy says, he's a scoundrel, so pompous. That's not like him at all. He suggests checking which of his students will not lose their fighting spirit after a week. Tan Lejun repeatedly attacks the simulator with a club in his hands. Yamjarun continues training, the aura around him growing darker and darker. Chomak dozes off, leaning against the wall. May Solen watches as Ninsoso sharpens his movements. Chomak lies on the training ground, hands behind his head and eyes closed. Yamjarun, sweating profusely, continues to perform the exercise demonstrated by the instructor. Mentally, he returns to the conversation with Sabigan that took place the day before. The instructor asks, does he want to take revenge on Sancho Jin? Is his opponent in the duel also the object of his revenge? It is hard to call it a coincidence. Sabigan asks the young man, can he hear his story? Yamjarun nervously ruffles his hair. Where to begin? He says, probably the starting point was the day when they ended up in the same class. Yamjarun explains that originally they were not enemies. However, Sancho Jin remained the heir of one of the most famous clans in all Jianghu. The young man himself came from a small military clan with no influence. Therefore, he had neither reason nor desire to associate with him. But, unfortunately, that scoundrel knew about his carefully hidden lineage. Once the call of Sancho Jin makes him stop, Yamjarun, accompanied by Chomutak, asks the green-haired strongman what he wants. Sancho Jin, insulting the young man, asks a question. He heard that he is from unorthodox forces? And how did such a runt end up in the Dragon Spring Academy? The students around start whispering among themselves. A clan of unorthodox forces? Could it be that he is walking the dark path of Murim? Is it true? One of the unorthodox? Yamjarun, approaching Sancho Jin, says he doesn't know how he uncovered this information. The young man admits that his father really was once a master of unorthodox martial arts. But he abandoned that path and, having received permission from the Orthodox Alliance, took the righteous path long before his birth. He demands that the big guy watch his language, but immediately gets slapped. Sancho Jin, disgustedly covering his nose with his palm, demands that he shut up, calling him a dirty half-blood. He asks, how dare he open his stinking mouth? The big guy says that the traitor who abandoned his faction and crawled into the Orthodox Alliance even dared to have a child. He thinks it's disgusting, and adds that he is sickened by both the father and the son. An angry Yamjarun attacks the offender with a stick in his hands. In a flash, the young man is lying on the ground, and the big guy presses his head to the ground with his foot. He confesses to Sabigan. What he should never have ignored were the skills of this scoundrel, which fully corresponded to his origin. Yamjarun says that after that shameful defeat that day, he challenged Sancho Jin again and again, but never once could even touch a hair on his head. Sitting on the ground next to Sabigan, Yamjarun finishes his story with the words, and then he was suddenly transferred to another class. That's how he ended up in the special assignment class. For a while, the instructor silently looks at the young man. Realizing there will be no continuation of the story, Sabigan asks, and what next? The young man replies that that's all. The guy clarifies, did he never send assassins after him? Or maybe sneaked into his room to attack personally? Was there really nothing like that? Yamjarun exclaims in surprise, what? What kind of crazy nonsense is that? Sabigan, calling him a scoundrel, forcefully brings his fist down on his head. Jumping to his feet, the young man rubs the bruised spot with his hands. Sabigan, walking away, replies that the young man looked at him with a shining, completely serious gaze, so he listened to him. But he could not have imagined that it would be about such a foolish, childish revenge. Sabigan says he is disappointed and advises to train the basics more intensively. Yamjarun remains standing in place, holding his head, quietly moaning and cursing. He shouts after Sabigan that this may seem like a petty quarrel to him. The young man adds that he will never forgive this scoundrel. He insulted not only him but also his parents. How can he silently endure this? His hand clenches into a fist as he declares that neither the instructor nor that scoundrel knows what it meant for his father to turn away from the unorthodox path. Yamjarun shouts into the back of the retreating Sabigan, just wait and see. He will definitely defeat this scoundrel one day, no matter what it costs him. The instructor sighs heavily. Oh ho, so, no matter what it costs? In the blink of an eye, he is next to the young man, literally looming over him. The young man fearfully recoils from the guy. Sabigan, illuminated by a purple aura, looks like a madman. His mouth is stretched into a smile, and his eyes gleam with purple. He says, so the young man is ready to do anything? He was serious, right? Yamjarun removes the hand he fearfully covered his face with and asks, what if seriously? A broad, white-toothed smile is his answer. Turning away from Yamjarun, Sabigan says, even if his story was not very interesting, his spirit is truly worthy of praise. The instructor adds, he likes that unlike Tan Lejun, who lost heart due to an endless series of defeats, the young man does not give up. Yamjarun asks in surprise, what does that mean? Sabigan turns to him, concentrating a small glowing sphere above his palm. He says that Yamjarun has passed the test. Enlarging the sphere, the instructor says that he agrees to help Yamjarun. He says that he originally planned to give this to Yamjarun a little later. Like enchanted, the young man looks with wide-open eyes at Sabigan's hand. The guy declares, in short, right now he will transfer this into his middle core. Yamjarun asks, what is that anyway? The instructor replies, even if he explains, he still won't understand. Let him just know that this is a type of energy completely different from the energy of ordinary martial arts masters. He explains, Therefore, the energy cluster will resist, rage, and try to leave his body instead of merging with the core. Yamjarun's task is to master the method he will teach him before the duel to suppress and harmonize this energy. Sabigan adds, one thing can be said for sure. If he succeeds, he will definitely become stronger than he is now. Yamjarun asks, if. He inquires what will happen otherwise. Sabigan pretends to think. He states that the young man's head might swell and explode. The young man crouches in fear. What? The guy smiles widely, saying he is joking. Does Yamjarun really think he would just recklessly shove something like that into his body? The young man exhales and replies, how can you joke about someone's life? Sabigan warns, if something goes wrong, then Yamjarun will feel hellish pain, so strong that he might want to die on the spot. He asks, well, is the young man still ready to try? Yamjarun stares wide-eyed at the purple sphere. In the end, this is how it turned out, thinks Yamjarun. He dedicated 18 hours a day to training. He focused only on one suppression and absorption of energy, so imperceptibly, as if in a moment, 5 days flew by. At first, it seemed to him that his chest was tearing from unbearable pain. Gritting his teeth and repeating the internal development method taught by his instructor, he became completely calm. Exhaling, the young man tenses the muscles on his back, continuing to train even when night took hold. Yamjarun wonders, did he succeed? But he does not feel that anything has changed much since he started this practice. Raising his face to the sky, he thinks about wanting to ask his questions to the instructor, but he has not appeared at training for several days. Where could he be? Yamjarun hopes that Sabigan did not deceive him. The hand clenches into a fist. Purple energy sprays in different directions. It envelops Sabigan's entire figure and glows inside him, radiating light from his eyes. The young man stands before a small island levitating in the air, on which an empty stand remains. Sabigan's eyes shine purple. He barely manages to contain the overflowing power. He exhales and wonders, is the preparation already complete? The next day, many students gathered in the square. The senior sword technique instructor at the Dragon Spring Academy, gloomy shadow of the divine sword, Sanpilji stands with arms crossed over his chest and a wide smile. The public qualifying duel for participation in the Heavenly Combat Tournament begins. 2 female students anticipate the start of the spectacular duels. One of them says with doubt, a selection for the Heavenly Combat Tournament through duels. Such a thing, in her opinion, has never happened before. The second girl, smiling happily, replies, so what? Thanks to this, today you can relax all day without worrying about training. The guys also hold different opinions. One of the students asks, so the friend says this is a special operations plan? Does he think the participants can be called worthy opponents? The interlocutor replies, is the friend joking? Personally, he came to see how these rejects will be taught some sense. The student says, no, you just never know how it will all turn out. He reminds his friend, has he already forgotten how last time Tan Lejun, contrary to everyone's expectations, defeated Yanvukan? And now the second son of the destructive swords clan studies in the same class with him. The friend says, he apparently knows nothing at all. No matter how brilliant a student Yanvukan is, he still has a long way to go to reach Li Bigem. He adds to what has already been said. Moreover, is Li Bigem the only one participating? There are also Mokdanhwa, Sangchojin, Gawkbok. They all come from noble families. His interlocutor says, regardless of how much effort people put into their struggle, they will never overcome the wall of innate talent. Dong Bu-hyun listens to the students' conversations and barely restrains a smug smile. Trying to look stern, he thinks that all these talks are pure truth. The candidates he selected are the best talents of the academy. Of course, it would be ideal if Yanvukan were among them as well. In any case, his candidates will never lose to those rookies. The man thinks that today that arrogant runt will understand his place. Behind him, a voice sounds, claiming that he has an incredibly satisfied expression on his face. Dun Bu-hyun looks around and sees Sabigan approaching. The guy, trying to find the right words, says, how to describe him better. He seems to already be celebrating his victory? The man's mood noticeably worsens. He utters the instructor's name, Sabigan. The guy stands next to him and, like him, hides his hands behind his back. Dun Bu-hyun asks, did he hear that Sabigan diligently trained with his cadets throughout the entire last week? Slightly smiling, the guy replies, well, to at least somewhat train these useless kids, he had to put in at least minimal effort. Dun Bu-hyun corrects him. They should be called not useless, but pathetic. Sabigan looks at him in surprise. Excuse me? The man arrogantly hisses through his teeth. By the grace of their foolish instructor, they had to go through so many hardships, and now they will be humiliated in front of everyone. Sabigan, laughing, replies, he sees that the man still holds a grudge over that time. He asks, and how long does the senior instructor intend to dwell on such a trifle? Noticing a weapon on Dun Bu-hyun's belt, Sabigan exclaims, wait a minute, he has never seen this sword before. Drawing the sword from its sheath, the man proudly says, ha! At least the guy has an eye for good weapons. He shows the sword to his interlocutor, saying, "This is a special blade. It was forged especially for him so that he could take it to the Heavenly Combat Tournament when he goes there with his cadets." Sabigan looks surprised. Dunbukyun tells him that the blade is called the Sword of the Purple Dawn. He ordered it from the best forge in their province and paid a significant sum of 200 silver niangs for it. It easily cuts through stone without bending even a millimeter. Its strength is unmatched, but most importantly, he demands that Sabigan take a closer look at his blade. The guy brings his face closer to the weapon shown to him, and the man smugly says, "This is what deserves the title of a masterpiece." Sabigan evaluates the sword with his gaze, thinking that if you discard the unnecessary decorations, the sword itself is quite good in terms of characteristics. Moreover, the shape and center of gravity remind him of the sword he used before returning, when he was the commander of the demon army. Sabigan believes that this might be just a coincidence, but thinks it is worth using everything that might be useful later. A smile appears on the guy's lips as he addresses Instructor Dunbukyun. While the man hides the sword in its sheath, Sabigan asks, how does he feel about making the viewing of duels more exciting? The guy suggests placing a bet on the final result. Dunbukyun is surprised. A bet? Why did Sabigan suddenly bring this up? He replies that they are both confident that their students will win in any case. Besides, they never managed to settle the dispute last time. Sabigan asks, then how about this condition? Depending on the final results, the loser must satisfy the winner's demand, and refusal is not allowed. Dunbukyun laughs, then says, a bet, he says, based on the duel results? The man asks, has he apparently already forgotten? It was he, Dunbukyun, who took on the organization of the qualifying competition a week ago. Sabigan assures that, of course, he remembers this. The guy pretends to try to recall something, then says, so what did the senior instructor say then? Parodying Dunbukyun, Sabigan, raising his index finger, says, repeating his words, this event is the result of his unilateral actions. Therefore, the initially chosen candidates deserve a proper selection procedure. The man confirms, yes, that's exactly what he said. Dunbukyun says, fine, he accepts the bet. Sabigan, slightly taken aback by how quickly he achieved the desired result, says in surprise, huh? He thought the man would want to take time to think. It seems he really has something he desperately wants. Dunbukyun says with a sorrowful face, won't his answer spoil all the fun? Therefore, he will not reveal his cards now. The guy mentally calls him a pathetic fool. Does he think Sabigan doesn't know what he wants? Dunbukyun thinks. At the moment he showed him his sword, the guy's eyes gave him away. He clearly wants to get his hands on the Sword of the Purple Dawn, doesn't he? The man did not expect the guy to be such a shameless and greedy youth. No, on the contrary, he should thank Sabigan for his greed. Looking at the smiling guy, Dunbukyun thinks, after all, what he will demand from him is his voluntary departure from the Dragon Spring Academy. The man believes that then that nasty special class will be disbanded, and Yanvukan, whom Sabigan stole, will return to his rightful place. But most importantly, a newcomer like him will never dare to challenge him again. Meanwhile, Sabigan says, so it's a deal. The bets are made, and words cannot be taken back. A shout rings out, attention! And the disputants are distracted, turning their heads toward the direction from which it comes. Sanpilji says, as already announced earlier, today's duel will decide which students will represent their academy at the Heavenly Combat Tournament, the most important event among students in Jianghu. The man adds, in the past, academy representatives were chosen solely at the discretion of the instructors. He says, implying Sabigan that one brave young instructor challenged this method. Sanpilji declares, and he accepted his proposal. Thus, today, instead of automatic selection, the initial candidates will face new contenders, and the winners will be admitted. He explains that the duels will take place one-on-one. To win, you need to win 3 battles out of 5. The students of Sabigan listen gloomily to his speech. Sanpilji says, if one side surrenders or loses consciousness, the victory is awarded to the opponent. However, let them keep in mind, if there is a clear attempt at murder, the duel will be stopped, and the cadet declared the loser. The students chosen by Dunbukyun clearly anticipate victory. He ends his speech with the words, let the first match begin. In response, the students shout, hooray! The first participants climb the steps to the ring. Sanpilji announces, so, the main characters of the first duel. On the challenger's side, Yamjarun, a freshman from the Special Forces class. On the original team's side, Sanchojin, a freshman from the Flying Dragon class. Chomuntak, crossing his arms on his chest and waiting for his turn, watches his friend standing in the ring with a wooden club in his hands. Mentally, he speaks disparagingly about his friend's mental abilities, believing that he is just worrying for no reason. Sanchojin throws insulting words straight into Yamjarun's face. The green-haired big guy, throwing the club over his shoulder, says that he recently heard a funny rumor. They say Yamjarun trained like crazy all week, huh? He asks, that's not true, right? Or, He just better not say that he seriously expects to beat him. Sancho Jin, calling the young man a cockroach, asks, does he still not understand where his place is? He wonders, has Yamjarun already forgotten how many times he's been face down in the dirt? The young man, angry, replies that he remembers perfectly well. Throwing himself forward, calling his opponent a scoundrel, he says, exactly 8 times. A young man in mid-jump, raising a club above his head, attacks the opponent. Sancho Jin responds by swinging his club. He forcefully brings it down on Yamjarun, not even allowing him to properly wind up. The blow lands on the young man's left cheek. Meanwhile, Sancho Jin mockingly asks, is he sure? Then he calls him an insulting name again. Chomuntak, clutching his head, says, damn it, nothing has changed. This is the obvious result. Dong Buhyun, smiling, says, did Sabigan really think that Yamjarun could defeat Sancho Jin? He admits that he knew these two had already faced each other several times. He adds that the result was always a crushing victory for Sancho Jin, and with so many matches, the gap only widens. Looking sternly at Sabigan, Dong Buhyun says this concerns not only Sancho Jin. These contests are based on the optimal pairing for each opponent, and all positions are carefully thought out. Watching how Sancho Jin practically beats the defensive Yamjarun, Dong Buhyun says that with the experience and knowledge of an instructor, which a novice like Sabigan lacks, it would have ended in defeat and humiliation from the start. He believes that, thanks to his foolish bet, Sabigan has brought trouble upon himself. Listening to his words, the young man stands silently watching the match. Meanwhile, senior instructor Dong Buhyun continues, saying that blinded by greed, the young man bet on his students, so now he will have to face the consequences. A smile appears on Sabigan's lips. Dong Buhyun says he doesn't know about the bet. Yamjarun manages to strike the opponent, causing incredible surprise in him. Sancho Jin cannot believe what happened, just like Dong Buhyun, who looks at them with no less astonishment. Sabigan turns to this man, asking, what did he say there? Isn't the bet just a predetermined result? The guy finishes the sentence for the speechless Dong Buhyun. Purple flashes appear in Yamjarun's eyes, and his facial features are distorted with rage. Yamjarun manages to hit the opponent with a club. Sancho Jin cannot believe what happened. He strikes back, knocking Yamjarun off his feet. But Sancho Jin holds his chest with his hand, where the young man hit him. The big guy is furious. This runt hit him? He insults the opponent. Yamjarun, getting up, smirks maliciously, looking him in the eyes. Sancho Jin looks at him distrustfully. And then, not allowing the opponent to get up, he rushes forward, delivering a blow. Yamjarun falls on the ring again, knocked down by Sancho Jin. The young man clenches his teeth tighter to avoid screaming in pain. Sancho Jin yells furiously, rootless plebeian! Delivering another crushing blow, he shouts, how dare he mock him! Chomuntak, worried about his friend, hurls curses. He says that he finally landed at least one hit, but now he is being beaten again one-sidedly. Grabbing his head, he wonders, did he manage to attack because Sancho Jin lost vigilance for a moment? Swearing, he notes that after all that hell, nothing has changed. Standing behind him, Yanvukan says, of course, he was careless. Chomuntak exclaims in surprise, Yanvukan! The youth adds, however, even during previous duels, he was not particularly focused. The second son of this destructive swords clan says that this fool always boasted that he never let a single hit land in all his duels against Yamjarun. Chomuntak replies, that's his style. Yanvukan believes that, nevertheless, despite his rotten nature, he is a genius, born into a prestigious martial clan. He asks, but does Chomuntak really think that Sancho Jin would, just out of carelessness, allow such a clean hit to the one he fought 8 times? Chomuntak says distrustfully, he means... The youth understands that there can be only one conclusion. Sancho Jin, letting out a cry, rushes at the opponent. He barely manages to dodge Yamjarun's stick. The youth's eyes blaze with purple flames. Everyone understands that something has changed in him. White Tiger Martial Arts School, one of the oldest and most prestigious schools in Hunan. It has more than 100 members. Sancho Jin is the only son of the head of this school, who is considered the most talented person in this region. He is the one who mastered all the school's combat techniques. The one who grew up absorbing countless elixirs and blessed tonics, the chosen genius among geniuses. Sancho Jin proudly declares, this is who he is. He uses the technique Heavenly Art of the Ray of Sun and Moon. Sancho Jin uses the first tactic, Heavenly Radiance. Yamjarun successfully resists him. Then he resorts to the art of movement Heavenly Cloud, and performing the 18 swift steps, finds himself behind the opponent. Sancho Jin uses the 6th tactic of the Heavenly Shining Sword Art, Flash of Heavenly Thunder. He lunges forward with a club, but Yamjarun, twisting, faces him head-on. Sancho Jin does not hide his anger. The big guy, surrounded by a green aura, thinks that no matter how careless he is, he still cannot believe he was disgraced here. He decides to put all his strength into this fight and press the opponent, whom he contemptuously calls a piece of trash, so that he won't have a second to catch his breath. Blow after blow rains down on Yamjarun. Sancho-jin decides that this is the only way to rehabilitate himself. He uses the heavenly art of the ray of sun and moon again, the 9th tactic. He swiftly glides forward and brilliantly applies the shining strike of the soaring dragon. Yamjarun is literally thrown into the air by the opponent's powerful strike. He crashes forcefully onto the ring, which partially collapses where he fell. Sancho-jin laughs. He barely stands on his feet, holding his right hand with his left, in which he grips the club. In Sancho-jin's eyes shines triumph, and his lips curl into a wicked grin. Turning away, he says, "That's the end. A waste of time." He did not expect that this insignificant person would cause so many problems. Behind him, struggling to get up, Yamjarun says, "The end? All this time he was just barking like a mutt, and now he's exhausted and decided to leave quickly, or what?" Sancho-jin looks shocked. Yamjarun decisively raises his club, calling out to his opponent, "Hey, he's not finished yet." Sancho-jin looks at him with malice, wondering, what? That was his strongest blow. His attack hit the opponent, and he is still able to stand? Yamjarun says not to strain himself, he will come himself. The young man, surrounded by a purple aura, rushes at the confused opponent. Sancho-jin quickly pulls himself together. Golden energy splashes in his eyes. The same aura surrounds his weapon. He insults the young man, speaking lowly of his mental abilities. He admits that he, of course, trained his endurance well. Sancho-jin, saying that Yamjarun should know his place, delivers a crushing blow. Yamjarun staggers, almost falling backward. Quickly recovering, he rushes forward again, saying, "Interesting, does it seem to him?" Continuing to catch the opponent's blows, he realizes that they are actually quite good. With incredible power, Yamjarun brings down the club on the hated big guy. He barely manages to dodge, and the young man's wooden weapon breaks the ring's surface. The recoiling Sancho-jin wonders, what is this? Deflecting Yamjarun's blows, he thinks that the movements of his wooden sword are different from those before. Suddenly, Sancho-jin is struck with realization. The opponent is accumulating energy as he takes blow after blow. At that moment, Yamjarun attacks him mid-jump. The young man is hard to recognize. Purple energy splashes in his eyes, and his body is surrounded by a crimson aura. Sancho-jin is forced to retreat, dodging the strikes. He is puzzled. Has the opponent gone mad? What has he been doing over the past week? The spectators are surprised. Exclamations are heard. "It can't be. I don't believe my eyes. Look, Sancho-jin is being pressed." Dong Bu-hyun shouts angrily, addressing Sancho-jin. "What is he doing?" He demands that the young man knock out the opponent. Sabigan stands with his arms crossed, smiling. The boy thinks that Yamjarun has fully settled in. The young man is much better than he had assumed. Since he, as a Legion commander, became convinced of the existence of time regression, he began planning all sorts of ways to fight the demons who would reappear after his return. He constantly thought about how to kill these demons as efficiently as possible. Thus, over 65 years, thousands of tactics against the demonic race were studied and developed. However, many of them were set aside for practical reasons, and this is one of the abandoned projects. It concerns the introduction of mana into the body of a martial arts master and forcibly awakening it, making the body adapt to it. Simply put, this is a simplified version of the modification experiments that Sabigan underwent under the influence of demons. Of course, compared to that time, a very small amount of mana was used now, since ultimately, it is energy from another world, and no matter how much he improved it, the side effects were never completely eliminated. He himself spent several days in agony when he first reinfused it into himself after returning. But Yamjarun, that crazy boy, endured the entire process that Sabigan once struggled so much with. He was able to unite this power into his middle energy core, and now the results speak for themselves. His strength, reflexes, and circulation improved. At this time, the young man swiftly attacks the opponent again. Sabigan notes that his mid-energy core has especially strengthened. Endurance, cardiopulmonary strength, and recovery ability have also significantly improved. Sancho-jin, mentally cursing the opponent, continues to dodge strikes, wondering how long the latter intends to keep swinging the sword. He shouts, "Enough!" and resorts to the technique heavenly art of the shining sword of the sun and moon. He uses the 7th tactic thundercloud chase and shouts to the opponent, "Just fall and lie face down." Sancho-jin insults Yamjarun. For Sancho-jin, who always won every duel relying on his extraordinary strength, this situation is like a nightmare come true. Yamjarun throws his hand forward. The young man grabs the opponent's hand in which he is gripping a wooden sword. Grinning maliciously, Yamjarun, looking him in the eyes, says, "Got you." He forcefully pushes Sancho-jin away, literally throwing him off. The green-haired strongman falls face down. Moaning, Sancho-jin tries to raise his head. Yamjarun, towering over him, asks, "Why is he sprawled out? Has he already stretched out his paws over such nonsense?" He contemptuously adds, "Genius of the White Tiger School." The big guy literally grits his teeth in anger. Trying to stand up, he demands that the youth be silent. He calls Yamjarun a coward, knowing nothing about honor. Pointing at him with a finger, Sancho Jin says, "If this were a real sword fight, he would have long ago bitten through his throat." The youth listens to him with a skeptical expression, slinging the club over his shoulder. He slowly raises his weapon, saying that here Sancho Jin is right. Raising the club above his head, Yamjarun says, "But what can you do? This is a duel without blades." The big man kneeling before him watches his actions. Sancho Jin cannot hold back a scream, realizing what is about to happen. At that moment, the youth forcefully brings down the club. The spectators watch the duel, holding their breath. Yamjarun freezes with the club in his hands in front of the kneeling opponent. His club stopped a few millimeters from Sancho Jin's head, who looks confused and depressed. Yamjarun himself seems stunned by what happened. A shout is heard. "Enough!" The youth glances in the direction from which it comes. Sanpilji announces, "The duel is over, so, the winner of the first duel." Senior swordsmanship instructor announces Yamjarun as the winner. The young man seems unable to fully believe that he has won. Dun Bu-hyun clutches his head. Sabigan remains completely calm. Stunned students whisper among themselves. What did they just see? How is this even possible? Sancho Jin? Yamjarun stands in the ring, clutching a club in his hands. Their words reach his ears. Moreover, he lost to the very opponent he had crushed several times before. The young man himself cannot believe his victory. Yamjarun looks confusedly at the club in his hands. Did he win? Really? Recalling moments of the battle, the young man wonders. Did he defeat Sancho Jin? He watches the people carrying his opponent away on a stretcher. Tears flow from Sancho Jin's eyes. He is more stunned than anyone by his defeat. Yamjarun raises the hand holding the club above his head, starts laughing. The young man laughs triumphantly and shouts that he won. He really won. Wow. Yamjarun shouts to the crowd. Did they see? He hopes they watched everything carefully. He defeated Sancho Jin. One of the cadets standing in the crowd asks, "What's gotten into him all of a sudden?" The young man standing next to him says, "Maybe he went crazy after all the blows to the head." Meanwhile, Yamjarun continues shouting that he defeated Sancho Jin. The young man says that those bastards who were sneering behind his back. He doesn't finish the sentence. A lump rising in his throat prevents him from speaking. He starts coughing, covering his mouth with his hands. Removing his hand from his mouth, he looks at it in surprise. The youth's palm was stained with blood. Yamjarun looks at his hand in confusion, a curse slipping from his lips. "Oh, damn it!" He bends over in pain, muttering, "What a misfortune." From the palms pressed to his back, a generous stream of purple energy flows. In the room, Sabigan, sitting on the mat behind Yamjarun, who is meditating in the lotus position, pours his power into him. The youth's hands and right forearm are bandaged. The guy says he did everything possible to suppress the turbulent flow of energy inside the energy core. Sabigan thinks at the same time. To be precise, he only managed to calm his mana. Rising from the mat, the instructor says the youth needs rest. He orders him under no circumstances to use internal energy, at least for the next few days. Yamjarun, sighing, replies, "Understood." Chomuntak, standing aside, asks, "Will he just leave this without proper attention?" He adds, "The last time he saw Yamjarun working with the energy flow, it seemed he was in agony. He was literally vomiting blood, and he lost consciousness from only a small amount of generated energy." Gloomily looking at the instructor, Chomuntak says, "Just don't tell me he taught him some occult techniques." Yamjarun interrupts him, "Enough." Turning his head to his friend, he says he knew what he was getting into. He was aware that if he used too much internal energy, he would end up in such a state. The young man explains that he studied this martial art with full understanding of the risks, so he should stop saying such meaningless things. His friend listens with a displeased expression. Chomuntak sharply turns around, clasping his hands behind his head, showing indifference to everyone, heading to the exit saying, "All right, but only later if something goes wrong, let him not come to him." Sabigan, looking after him, says, "Of course it's nice that he cares about his friend, but there is something he should really worry about." Smirking maliciously, the instructor adds, "Chomuntak understands that he is next, right? Or does he consider himself a great warrior since he constantly refuses training?" Sabigan throws to the youth's back. Is he sure he has everything under control? Without looking back, Chomuntak replies, "Actually, he has a plan. He has a bay." He adds, "As soon as the match begins, he will refuse the right to participate and leave the arena." He believes there is no point in struggling in a fight whose outcome he knows perfectly well. It is simply foolish. In the ring stand the next participants face to face. Sanpilji raises his hand. "Attention!" He says that after the victory of the Special Forces class in the first match, they move on to the second match of the qualifying tournament. The senior swordsmanship instructor announces that Chomuntak is representing the Special Forces class. Then he says his opponent. After a short pause, the man loudly announces, "Manhwa from the Flying Dragon class." The girl's friends chant her name and support her with loud shouts. The opponents stand opposite each other, gripping clubs in their hands. The girl's fans continue shouting her name. Chomuntak thinks that the spectators don't need to shout her name so often. She doesn't need any dramatic entrance. It's enough to quietly step onto the arena. Her mere presence already pierces the skin like something sharp and hard. There is not a single open spot in her stance. This is what it means to face one of the Mach clan members. Although she is a freshman, the gap in strength is clearly felt. This fact is indisputable. Chomuntak feels as if standing before a monolithic wall. Ordinary people without talent or noble origin can only try to adapt to survive. The young man thinks it's quite a pity to give up the moment the duel begins. He decides to pretend to fight somehow. He wants to do it for Yamjarun, just to maintain the appearance of resistance. Manhwa and Chomuntak stand opposite each other, waiting for the signal to start the duel. Dents and bloodstains from the previous battle are visible on the arena floor. Details of the fight between Yamjarun and Sancho-jin surface in the young man's memory. He recalls how his friend desperately overcame the opponent's attacks. He remembers Yamjarun's stubborn expression as blows rain down on him. Chomuntak decides to try to fight Manhwa. Sanpilji loudly proclaims, "The second match of the qualifying tournament begins." Manhwa rushes forward so swiftly that Chomuntak can't even keep track of her movements. A blink, and she is already behind the young man. He doesn't even have a time to understand what happened. A blow to the back throws the young man's body into the air, and tumbling, he flies to the opposite corner of the ring. Manhwa gracefully turns toward the direction her opponent flew, and holds out her club in front of her, signaling that she is ready to continue the fight. Chomuntak lies motionless on the ring face down. Dun Buhyun rejoices, "Oh yes, that's how it should be." Sabigan silently watches the arena. From the lips of Tan Lejun escapes, "Chomuntak." Ninsoso, standing nearby, looks upset and worried. Chomuntak does not hurry to get up, continuing to lie motionless on the ring. Scenes of training with Yamjarun flash through his mind. The young man painfully arches and trembles all over. From the lips of Yamjarun come curses. Chomuntak, calling his friend a fool, exclaims, "He told him to stop." He shouts that this is not an ordinary internal energy training, that charlatan Sabigan must have deceived him. Standing over his friend curled up on the ground, Chomuntak says excitedly, "Why does he go so far? It's not the first time he's lost to Sancho-jin." He says that he might just swallow his pride again, like before. From Yamjarun's lips comes, "What?" He tells Chomuntak. Does he consider him a loser who doesn't care? Does he think that losing 8 times in a row, and one more defeat won't matter to him? Because he's used to it? Chomuntak, sweating, says he didn't mean that. Clenching his teeth tighter to keep from groaning in pain, Yamjarun says, "No, he realized that 8 defeats in a row make him a fool. Fine, he admits it. Fine, The young man shouts angrily. Let him not dare to say as if nothing happened that defeat is something natural for him. He hates losing. Isn't that reason enough? A curse slips from Chomuntak's lips. His trembling hand reaches for the club. Manhwa listens with surprise as the young man mutters. If he had sat quietly, everything would have ended without problems. Rising to his feet, Chomuntak says, "But that bastard just went and did what he had never done before." His hand reaches back to where a short wooden sword, more like a dagger, is at his belt. He inserts a finger into the ring at the top of the hilt. Chomuntak spins it like a propeller, not allowing the opponent to get close to him. The young man takes a fighting stance, holding a club in one hand and a short sword in the other. He says that from this moment on he will also torment himself. Chomuntak stands in a fighting stance, waiting for Manhwa's attack. Standing behind the rather smiling Sabigan, the students are talking among themselves. One of them asks, "Will he fight with 2 swords?" His friend replies that this weapon is too short to be called a sword. Also, something strange like a ring is attached near the hilt. The student is surprised, but why did Chomuntak only take it out now? Manhwa says she doesn't care. She encourages the young man to attack, saying, "Go ahead, try." Smiling, Chomuntak says, "Well, since she asks." After a short pause, he suggests having a good fight. The young man immediately rushes at his opponent. Manhwa, slightly leaning back, avoids his strike. The young man stops on the other side of the ring and freezes, standing with his back to the girl. She sharply raises her hand, gripping a club, directing it top down. Chomuntak jumps high up, spinning the weapon in his hands. The girl watches every move carefully. Baring his teeth and flashing a cold, energetic light flooding his eyes, he literally crashes onto his opponent. Manhwa jumps back, and the young man lands on the arena, raising clouds of dust. Without stopping for a moment, he rushes forward again. The girl dodges to the side, and his club passes a few centimeters from her face. Manhwa parries the next blow with her club. Chomuntak attacks again and again. The girl easily and gracefully blocks his strikes. The young man continues to increase the pressure, but a thought flashes through his mind. He has made so many lunges already. Damn it. He has not found a single gap in the opponent's defense. She does not lose her composure for a second. Manhwa decides to go on the attack, as indicated by the determined expression in her eyes. She, like a hurricane, rushes at the opponent, who tries to jump back to avoid the blow of her club. The young man closes his eyes and mentally curses. The girl strikes him with the tip of her club in the stomach, throwing him to the other end of the arena. With a scream, Chomuntak flies backward. In the fall, he manages to throw a short sword at the opponent. Manhwa easily deflects the weapon flying towards her. She freezes, waiting for the young man to get up. He is on his knees, leaning on the arena with his hands and coughing. Manhwa asks, "He is not going to continue swinging just one sword, is he?" Leaving the fallen short sword lying behind her back, the girl says, "If that's all he's capable of, it's better to surrender." Kneeling on one knee and bowing his head low, Chomuntak, smiling broadly, says, "What could you really expect from such a mediocre guy like him?" While he speaks, he feels with his hand for a thread lying on the ring. Grabbing the thread, he pulls it towards himself. The short sword lying behind Manhwa rushes towards him. The girl barely manages to step back, and Chomuntak's weapon flies past without harming her. The young man picks up the short sword, and the thread wraps around his wrist. Smiling broadly, he shows the opponent that the weapon is tied to his hand with the thread. He says he hasn't revealed all his cards yet. Manhwa is surprised. A silver thread? Does he have something like that? With a fierce cry, the young man rushes into attack. Spinning a short sword in his hand, he approaches the motionless girl who has raised a mace in front of her. Manhwa delivers a series of strikes that merge into one movement, which she finishes by kneeling on one knee and gripping the mace in front of her. Chomuntak falls, his back slamming into the arena. A moan escapes his lips. The girl's mace is aimed at his throat. Manhwa stands over the defeated opponent. Her mace touches the neck of the conquered Chomuntak. The young man, smiling, says he surrenders and admits his defeat. A shout sounds. The fight is over. The girl immediately turns and leaves. Chomuntak slowly rises, taking a seated position. San Pilji announces the winner's name. Manhwa from the Flying Dragon class. Chomuntak, lowering his head, says that in the end he still lost. He gave everything he had, but in the end only exhausted his body. He gets up to leave the ring. From behind him comes, "Hey!" and he fought quite well. The spectators shout at him. He lost, but it was a good fight. He possesses unusual techniques that most here have never seen. One of Manhwa's friends, clapping her hands, shouts for him to keep improving. Drops of sweat stream down Chomuntak's face. Next to him appears Yamjarun with a question. "Hey, what's gotten into him?" The young man, laughing, asks, "Didn't he say he would give up immediately as soon as the signal to start was given? Why is he so fired up?" Chomuntak advises him to shut up, then asks, "Who, in his opinion, is the reason everything ended this way?" The friends walk side by side, talking to each other. Yamjarun says, "Well, he was cool back then, wasn't he?" Chomuntak again advises him to shut his mouth. The young man can't calm down and adds that his friend looks quite lively, meaning for someone who was just beaten up. Chomuntak replies, "Does he really think he's okay? He's in terrible pain." Dunbuhyun asks excitedly, "He understood everything, right?" A man says to a muscular strong man exercising with dumbbells, "He must not lose, under any circumstances. Even San Chojin was defeated." The interlocutor asks, "Who does his uncle take him for?" A sophomore from the White Tiger class, Hwan Gi, Dunbuhyun's nephew, lifting a huge dumbbell over his head, says he will never lose to a worthless girl whose only value is her family name. Dunbuhyun continues to insist, let him still keep his ears open. He knows how much effort it took to send his nephew to the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament. He throws the dumbbell on the floor, and the man immediately adds, "Let him forget about it. The uncle was just talking to himself." Hwangi replies that his opponent is some petty girl who has never won a single one-on-one fight. He heard that she can't even properly strike. How can he lose? Dunbukyun replies, "Well, yes, you can't argue with that, nevertheless." Licking his lips, the nephew says, "By the way, that girl looks quite appetizing." Ninsoso sits in the room on a chair, lost in thought. May Solen enters the room, asking, "Has the girl finished preparing for the duel?" Soso exclaims joyfully, "Ah, Inspector!" May Solen asks Ninsoso if she is okay, and if they can talk. The girl is glad about the inspector's arrival. May Solen smiles sweetly at her. Approaching Ninsoso, sitting on the chair in the middle of the room, the girl asks, "Is she nervous?" She thinks that her facial expression is quite tense. The girl assures, "No, nothing like that. She is perfectly fine." Stopping, May Solen says that she has heard some rumors that Soso has not had a single victory in one-on-one duels. Is that true? The girl adds that after observing her, she wants to tell her something. May Solen believes that the concentration of internal energy in her body and her movements themselves are much better than most academy students. Trying to be kind, May Solen asks, "Maybe there is some reason that Soso is unable to tell others." Stammering, the girl admits, "Yes, there is." A little embarrassed, Ninsoso says that getting hit is very painful. May Solen leans towards the girl. Confusion and compassion flicker in her eyes. She clarifies, "Is Soso talking about something specific?" Carefully turning her face away from her, the girl tells that since she was 6 years old, her grandfather took care of her training and she had to endure stick blows from morning till night. She shudders as she recalls her training sessions under the old man's supervision. The girl says that he hit her until bumps appeared, so her body ached every day. May Solen exclaims, "So that's why she always tried to avoid blows. But why does she never hit back?" The student explains, "If she hits, they will also feel pain, won't they?" May Solen grabs her head with her hand, thinking, what kind of child is this? She completely does not understand the essence of such a concept as martial arts. The girl looks intently at Ninsoso. Her hand decisively falls on the girl's shoulder. May Solen says that Soso misunderstood something. She asks her to listen carefully to what she's going to tell her. In fact, a command sounds. To positions. In the ring stand the big guy Hwangi and the fragile little Soso facing each other. Sanpilji announces that they are moving on to the third match. Sabigan watches the ring attentively. Sanpilji announces, from the side of the original candidates selected to participate in the Heavenly Tournament, a second-year student from the White Tiger class, Hwangi. The big guy with a smug smile shows the audience impressive muscles. Meanwhile, the senior sword technique instructor introduces the second participant. From the side of potential contenders, a first-year student from the Special Forces class, Ninsoso. In Hwangi's eyes flicker contempt and mockery. He had heard rumors that Ninsoso was a loser who couldn't even hit properly. A thought flashes through his mind that her face is cute. Licking his upper lip, he thinks it will be fun. The command sounds, "Let the duel begin." Hwangi takes a runner's starting pose, resting his knee and hand on the ring. Bursting from the spot, he thinks that first he will make her clearly feel the difference in the strength of their blows. Ninsoso jumps aside, and Hwangi's hand meets air on its path. Sensing the smell of his body, the girl wrinkles her nose in disgust. Hwangi is somewhat disappointed by his failure. Raising his hand to strike, he says that she dodges quite well. The girl crouches, and the strongman's hand rushes over her head. Ninsoso brings her palms together, concentrating inner energy to deliver a strike. She remembers how May Solen, coming to her room before the duel, said that she misunderstood something. The girl said that her opponent Hwangi actually likes to receive hits. Ninsoso is very surprised to hear her words. May Solen asked, "Hwangi is from Shanxi, right?" Then she added that the martial art he uses is the Golden Energy Development Technique, and his main fist technique is the Wild Tiger Fist Strike. The girl agrees. It seems so. The interlocutor, bringing her index finger to her lips, asks, "But does Soso know that the martial arts masters of the Huang clan from Shanxi undergo a special training program? They strive to turn pain into pleasure to reduce suffering during a duel." May Solen adds, "The better the fighter, the more he likes to take hits." Soso asks, "Really?" And the girl, fully aware that her words are a lie, confidently answers, "Of course." The girl wonders, but how does she know this? May Solen asks, did she forget that before her stands an inspector from the Orthodox Alliance? That was another lie, but Soso believed her, although a shadow of doubt still remained. Feeling this, the girl said, "All right, if she still doesn't believe her." While the opponent raises his hand to strike, Ninsoso concentrates energy between her palms, suddenly thrusting her hands forward. Palms facing Hwangi, she strikes him with all her strength. The blow lands on the opponent's chest, throwing him far backward. With all his considerable weight, Hwangi crashes face down onto the arena. Silence falls. Ninsoso freezes with her hands stretched forward, while her opponent kneels, face pressed into the ring. Tan Lejun, like the other students, is more than impressed. He even parts his lips in surprise. Dongbuhyun cannot believe his eyes. Sabigan laughs sincerely. Ninsoso stands in the arena with frightened eyes, holding her hands stretched forward. Finally, the girl exhales. She looks at the opponent with curiosity. Hwangi, pressing his hand to his chest, tries to catch his breath and stand up. From his lips escapes, "Damn it." Ninsoso looks worried. The girl thinks the opponent does not look like someone who is enjoying himself. Then she remembers May Solen's advice. The inspector said to ask him directly if there are doubts. The girl calls out to the big guy, "Hey, Hwangi!" Frowning in pain, he looks at her questioningly. Ninsoso, like a diligent student, tries to do everything as May Solen recommended. With a smile, she asks, "Maybe, Hwangi, it hurt, huh?" May Solen tells the student, if she doesn't believe her, then let her lightly hit the opponent, and then ask if it hurts him. Soso looks at the girl in surprise, but her authority does not allow the girl to disbelieve her words. Meanwhile, the inspector explains to her, if the opponent says it hurts and asks her to stop, it means she was wrong. But if he rushes towards the girl without bothering to answer, it means he likes getting hit. Hwangi cannot believe his ears. He asks, "What did she just say?" Ninsoso, diligently following May Solen's instructions, mumbles, "Huh? Well, maybe when she hit him it did hurt." Hwangi is beside himself with rage. He showers the opponent with insults, not bothering to choose his words. He says he intended to have some moderate fun with her and finish the duel without injury to her. But how dare she mock him? The young man literally soars upward, launching an attack. He sprinkles insults and threats, not choosing his words. In Ninsoso's eyes shines delight. She thinks everything is exactly as the inspector said. Fiercely flashing his eyes, Hwangi reaches out to her in a jump. The girl rejoices. He really likes being hit. Soso throws her fist towards the opponent, delivering a strong blow to his chest. The girl literally glows with joy. She feels incredible relief from being able to bring joy to Hwangi and demonstrate her skills. With her other hand, the laughing girl strikes the opponent in the face. The spectators watch the scene, holding their breath. Ninsoso, meanwhile, happily kicks the opponent, falling onto the ring. She looks happy. Sanpilji is shocked. He even opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Watching how the fragile girl with a joyful smile beats the fallen strongman, he says that all the fundamental principles of martial arts are embedded in every strike. How did such a gifted child end up in the special assignment class? Chon Semyun explains that the girl is the granddaughter of Nin Cholaka, the Iron Fist, the Skybreaker. Until recently, she flatly refused to fight with other cadets. Sanpilji, looking skeptically at the Vice Master, asks, "Does he mean that she changed after joining the special assignment class?" Chon Semyun hesitates, not knowing what to say. The senior sword technique instructor says thoughtfully, "After all, it was not in vain that he decided to visit the academy to check how things are going here." Looking at Sabigan, he adds, "The one who could not use internal energy received such a gift of fate." Sanpilji says he does not think this is a mere coincidence. Sabigan, meanwhile, thinks that before his return to the past, the girl did not particularly show herself or demonstrate such outstanding abilities. Seeing with what joy Soso beats the opponent who no longer even tries to resist, the guy continues to ponder. He did not even know that she was also quite crazy. He recalls seeing May Solen enter the waiting room before the fight. But what exactly did she say to Ninsoso that made her change so drastically? Smirking, he thinks that something else is much more important right now. Dunbukyun desperately grabs his head. Tears appear in his eyes. The man cannot believe what is happening. This simply cannot be. Sabigan, looking at Dunbukyun, is already genuinely laughing. Shifting his gaze to the ring where Ninsoso continues to beat Hwangi. The guy thinks that, in any case, this is an extremely unexpected outcome. Sabigan was primarily motivated by the intention to take Tan Lejun and Yanvukan with him to provide them with practical training. And originally, the martial arts tournament was just a pretext to leave the academy and find out the reason for the appearance of the demonic zone. But unexpectedly, he discovered that Yamjarun and Ninsoso could also prove useful. He recalls how easily the girl delivered a crushing blow to the opponent. Sabigan decides that in the future he should reconsider his plans and slightly expand the range. Beaten Hwangi lies on his stomach, covering his head with his hands. He shouts that he surrenders. Ninsoso stops the hand already raised for a strike. On her smiling face, spots of her opponent's blood are visible. Hearing his words, she jumps up and raises her hands in a victorious gesture. Soso shouts joyfully, "She won!" The spectators are puzzled. Did he accept defeat? Sanpilji announces the end of the match. He proclaims that Ninsoso from the Special Forces class has won. The joyful girl almost skips out of the ring, shouting, "Hurrahs! Victory!" Hwangi, whose face and body show numerous abrasions and bruises, sobs as he struggles to stand up. He leaves the ring, heavily hunched and dragging his feet with difficulty. Tan Lejun and Yamjarun are impressed by the match result. Radiant with joy, Ninsoso, opening the door, shouts to Inspector May Solen that she has won. The girl says, "Excellent job." The excited girl hurriedly explains, "Everything was exactly as she said. She still can't believe there are people who like pain. That's why she hit him with all her strength." May Solen says she is proud of her. She asks Soso to tell her an even more amazing thing. The girl declares that in the world of martial arts, there are incredibly many people with such preferences. Soso exclaims, "What? Is she joking?" The girl is outraged. Does the inspector really think she is a complete fool? May Solen reminds her, "Didn't she say?" If Soso doesn't believe it, she can always ask the opponent. The girl thinks, "Is it true?" May Solen looks at her affectionately, thinking, how many husbands in Jianghu would admit to a little girl that they are in pain? She says that Soso worked excellently and advises her to go rest. The girl agrees. Okay, and immediately runs off. Sabigan enters the room. The guy says to May Solen, "Does he see that they have become friends?" Then she adds, she even gives her such terrible advice. May Solen shouts angrily, "Where has he been wandering? Originally it was his job." The guy replies that he also had his own matters, but no matter how you look at it, he literally attracts strange people to himself. May Solen says, "Complete nonsense." She heard that he generously gave advice to Yamjarun and Tan Lejun. At least he assumed that together with Yanvukan, these three would definitely win, right? Sabigan is surprised, him giving advice to Tan Lejun. Meanwhile, the young man has already entered the ring against Gawkbok. In Tan Lejun's hands is a club, while his opponent decides to rely only on his fists. Gawkbok gloomily looks at the young man holding a wooden club in front of him. Sabigan tells May Solen that he did not teach him anything else.